down.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today the ultimate gut microbiome showdown. Yes, a recent study mapped the gut microbiome of 20,000 people. It was vegans, vegetarians, which I probably couldn't fit in the title, as well as meat eaters. And we get to see what bacteria each group had, what diseases those are associated with, and on and on. So the question is, do you have the guts to watch this whole video? And I'm gonna go ahead and say that you do have a gut, so you should know about this information. Let's go. Here's the study from the journal Nature Microbiology, and it was published in 2025. Which is just still blowing my mind. Whole new year. They say, quote, in total, 656 vegans, 1,088 vegetarians, and 19,817 omnivores were sampled. So yeah, they have over 20,000 samples from 5 different cohorts, 5 different groups of people here. And they also came up with what could soon be the ultimate vegan test, see if people are really vegan. And that is really that they looked at the animal DNA content of their poop, like what animal DNA did they eat, and then have that make it through the digestive system, what fragments are left over. However, they say this tool is still new and needs to be refined, but in the near future, you could maybe just swab some poop, see if someone's really vegan. Like they could have tried that on Elizabeth Holmes, that whole con artist woman with that health company who claimed to also be vegan, but was very, very likely lying. Anyway, let's get to the main findings, and it shows that there are very different signatures between meat eaters and vegans, especially saying, quote, red meat was a strong driver of omnivore microbiomes with corresponding signature microbes negatively correlated with host cardiometabolic health. Conversely, vegan signature microbes were correlated with favorable cardiometabolic markers and were enriched in omnivores consuming more plant-based foods. So the omnivores who actually ate plants had some of these as well. And then they went ahead and really just made a score for cardiometabolic health index for these different groups, the vegan, the vegetarian, and the meat eaters. And they say, quote, signatures of omnivore microbiomes were statistically less favorable, with ranks in the mid 0.5s when compared to vegetarians ranked at 0.44 and vegans ranked at 0.38. And this is golf score, lower the better. So in that sense, the vegans had the healthiest gut. I would have also loved to see sort of a pathogen score, because we've seen previous studies like this one mentioning that vegans have a lower level of potentially pathogenic bacteria when meat eaters have a higher level. But there's a lot more detail than that. So we should look through each group and what types of bacteria were higher or lower and what they do, what disease correlation, what healthy correlation they have. We can start off with these meat people. We have 3 that we're going to get into. One that does protein fermentation that I covered in my last videos, which is Allostypes putridinus, as well as Bilophila wadsworthia, which is a bile acid related one, which we'll cover. And finally, we have Ruminococcus torx, all of which are linked to inflammatory bowel disease. Ouch. It includes Crohn's as well as ulcerative colitis, obviously things that you don't want to have. And no one's immune to getting them on any diet, but obviously would be an increased risk having higher levels of these. And we can move on to that first bacteria that was higher, that Allostypes putridinus. Yes, putrid is referring to putrefaction, rotten stuff, in this case, rotten meat, literally digesting protein in the human colon, which is not supposed to happen. We're supposed to do that in our stomach. However, it makes it past our small intestine and into our large intestine in some cases, where those meat proteins can be fermented and create compounds we don't want, like ammonia or hydrogen sulfide, and those can lead to oxidative stress, damage of the gut wall lining, DNA damage, and mutations, which of course is connected to colorectal cancer. Do I need to mention that red and processed meats are considered carcinogens in terms of colorectal cancer, according to the WHO? Just had to say it. Oh, this always reminds me of the John Mayer song, Your Body is a Wonderland, but in this case, it would be, your body is a graveyard. Anyway, I also spoke about this bacteria in the study briefly in my recent What I've Learned response video, with him talking about how a carnivore diet is great. You can check that out if you haven't seen it already. I'll link it below. But let's get on to the next one, which is that Bilophila woodsworthia. As you can tell, we have the term bile hiding in there. So it's a bile-related bacteria, but it's also another bacteria that can create that hydrogen sulfide. Not good. Levels of this bacteria are higher in people with colorectal cancer. And then we also have, unfortunately, it's a 2012 mouse study, but it did feed mice a diet high in milk fat and found that increased Bilophila woodsworthia, leading to colitis-like symptoms in these genetically susceptible mice. And yeah, woodsworthia can promote inflammatory cytokines. It can promote TNF-alpha as well as interleukin-6. So we have a strong case for that intestinal inflammation. Anyway, moving on to the third bacteria here, we're talking about Ruminococcus torx. And this is one that can do damage to the lining of the gut, affect intestinal barrier permeability, colloquially known as leaky gut. You don't want things to get through there. This Ruminococcus species is connected with inflammation, as well as seen in higher levels in people with Crohn's disease, etc. For whatever reason, it's also increased in the guts of people with autism that have digestive issues as well. Yeah, they say these three species are implicated in inflammatory diseases such as inflammatory bowel disease, colorectal cancer, and an overall decrease in short-chain fatty acids, and were more likely to be associated with negative cardiometabolic health outcomes. Short-chain fatty acids are really beneficial byproducts of bacteria that we will get to in a second. But there was another bacteria in those meat eaters that was kind of interesting, and that was Candidatus avimicrobium cecorum, which, I think I just summoned like a bunch of chicken poop because, yes, this is a chicken poop bacteria, which they found here. It's in the gut of poultry, and there's not a lot of research on health effects here. It's just lacking. So we don't know, having an unknown chicken fecal bacteria in there, just like how there's generally higher levels of E. coli in people that eat meat than vegans. It's not a good thing to see. And then we can get to the vegan bacterial profile here. And by no surprise, we have several species here that are specialized in fiber degradation, as well as the creation of butyrate, which is that really beneficial short-chain fatty acid. There are several of them. And there are so many benefits of butyrate, but one thing it does is it protects the wall of your gut. It promotes the creation of mucins, which are these sort of mucus compounds that help with the lining, as well as tight junction proteins to help the lining stay together. And so in many ways, it's the opposite. It helps prevent that leaky gut, and then it also helps down-regulate inflammatory proteins, the same ones, TNF-alpha and interleukin-6. Another difference in vegans is that they found some more soil bacteria. I assume it's from, more root vegetables, produce, etc. And I will say, just a point against the vegans, that while there don't seem to be issues from these, they are, in some cases, potentially pathogenic. And another interesting thing is they sort of had a model that predicted what diet people were eating based off what type of microbiome they had, and then how different the groups were. And in terms of group difference, it's interesting to note that the difference between vegans and vegetarians was a bit larger than the difference between vegetarians and meat eaters. And this kind of makes sense because in a lot of ways, dairy is just liquid meat, or in the case of cheese, like reconstituted liquid meat. Like there's high levels of animal fat, etc., animal proteins in the vegetarian diet as well. So that makes sense. And another interesting point to make is just that we're talking about cardiometabolic issues here. And we're also talking about a bile-loving bacteria. And it is the case that bile acids that we create are to digest fat. And so having a higher fat diet massively increases the amount of bile acids. Like you take somebody from rural Africa and compare them to African Americans. African Americans have 7 times the level of bile acid. And this is important because in the gut, bile acid essentially is recycled as cholesterol unless you have fiber to remove it from your system. So there's sort of a 1-2 punch here of having higher bile acids, which can create more cholesterol, but also not having the fiber to remove it. But in the vegans, we see less bile acid loving bacteria as well as more fiber loving bacteria, showing a clear picture of why, for example, vegans average with like ideal levels of LDL cholesterol, that bad cholesterol, when meat eaters don't. So in the end, I don't think you want to have a lot of like putrefaction bacteria going on in your gut. You don't want to be fermenting proteins. You don't want to be creating hydrogen sulfide from the other bacteria as well. You don't want chicken fecal bacteria in there either. And I will say, while the study is exhaustive in some ways, they actually didn't look at that many different types of bacteria. I would love to see even more results. Again, talking about E. coli, streptococcus, ones that we can even measure on the gut test I've taken in the past. And perhaps the biggest takeaway here is that cardiometabolic microbiome score was the best for the vegans. It was the lowest in terms of risk, while the vegetarians were one step up in terms of risk, and then the meat eaters were the highest. So from your butt and your gut and beyond, I don't know what that was. Eat more plants. It's even helping people who are on an omnivorous diet when they're eating more plants to have more of these beneficial bacteria, lower cardiometabolic risk, and on and on. And vegans did great. So feel free to let me know down below what you think about all this. I am currently in Costa Rica on one of my vegan group trips. So this video is going to be a little bit shorter than the normal ones. I'm probably rafting, ziplining, or sleuthing right now. But if you have
So, the Vegan Group Therapy Podcast is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents. Always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm to the world through continued use of shadow work. Shadow work is an arduous, unending journey of internal work to unlearn the negative programming forced upon us since birth. Satanism is not what they taught us on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are today, living an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant to the natural laws that govern us. This is the reason we are in trouble today. An activist who does not practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick society. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on the show too much, as humans are fallible, but the truth is not. As always, the show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come on, speak, or defend themselves. A lot of things said on this show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. Make sure, please like and share. How's it going, everybody? Long time no see.
Good.
Or not really. We've seen each other often lately.
Wow.
Oh boy.
That background though.
Which
Is it a little too
background?
much?
Just the who's that? Calv on one side and Dr. Natasha on the right side. Looks great.
Look at Mark. Mark fits right onto the backdrop for some reason.
It's the NPC meme, yeah.
The NPC meme. Yeah. But anyway, thanks to the super chats rolling in. All those contributions go towards editing software for the show and for other natural law content creators.
Great graphics, Allie. Great graphics, Allie.
Yeah, Allie's
Fun
on a
one.
tear right now.
Very fun to make. Lots to work with for sure.
Yeah.
Especially after the last interview with Dr. Natasha. I'm like, ooh, where to even begin? And I'm like, let's begin with a nice big pot of
Beef stock. Bone broth.
Yeah.
Whatever they want to call it. Death in a bowl. Death in a pot is what I call it. So so this all started. Let me see if I could get this up here. Share screen. Window. Entire screen. Then let me see if I could get, well, I could just read it. Okay, so we have to figure out how to get Telegram up because so much happens on Telegram. So several months ago, I saw a guy named Calv Perrins raging on vegans in a natural law group. And he was saying that veganism goes against natural law because God put us here and everything eats stuff. So that means we should be eating stuff and all this Darwinian nonsense. And so I very nicely asked him to come on the show to talk about his opinions on that subject. And he was like, okay, but then he was like, oh, actually, I have someone better. There's this doctor that I've learned everything from. And so I was like, oh, cool, that's even better. That's kind of like what happened with Garland Farms. If you guys, my Garland Farms interview started with someone just kind of saying something stupid in a chat room and me challenging them to a debate and them being scared and deferring to the next person above them. So I sent Dr. Natasha an email and because I was like interested, you know, I was an ADHD kid, whatever you want to call it, and her diet claims to cure autism and ADHD and all kinds of stuff. And so I asked her to do the show, and she was like, okay, sure. And I was like, oh wow, this might end up being cool. So me and Allie dove in and did a couple weeks worth of research on Dr. Natasha and her diet, and found well, for one, this video is now going to be the first video on YouTube speaking out against the GAPS diet. There's nothing but praise for this diet out on the internet in the carnivore, keto, circles of belief. This lady is looked at like one of their top 5 people because she's been talking about the high meat, bone broth diet, whatever you want to call it, bone stock, whatever, meat diet for the past, since the 80s or something like that. So she's looked at quite high regard. So yes. The more we did research, the more we're like, oh, this lady's like really legit. Like I didn't know what I was really getting into, but this lady's super legit. So the video comes around. Okay, so the week ahead of time, I post the awesome thumbnail Allie made. Here, maybe we could look at it. For the debate was pretty awesome. It was this one. Let me see.
And she really liked it.
And she came on. So
she was chuffed with it.
Yes. So I posted the link in a group that I knew this Calvin guy was in. It's I don't really know the name of it, but it's a group run by Meg and Geri, our best friends, Beavis and Butthead. And I posted this and I was like, thanks to Calv Perrins for putting this one together. We'll be live tomorrow. And so the next day we go live. So Dr. Natasha comes on and she's like, oh wow, what a great thumbnail, like I look great. And we're like, yeah, and then she's all, tell me about yourself. And I was like, and we had like 3 minutes till where we're going live, and I'm like, well, I'm just some guy.
I can answer this question.
Yeah. She's all, no, tell me more about yourself. And I was just like I didn't really know what to say because we didn't really have enough time. And that's kind of a strange question to just drop on someone. Because I could tell once she was in the spot, she got a little nervous, especially because, the thumbnail is pretty good. And anyone doing YouTube knows if you got a good thumbnail, then your video might get out pretty far. So I think when she showed up and saw the very neutral thumbnail, she got a little worried. And so we started the show, and as some of you may have seen, she didn't let me talk for a very long time. Hello. And so I just kind of let her go, because I knew that she would likely, I assumed that she wasn't going to be able to really control herself just because of her personality from watching her videos. So I kind of just let her go and kind of hang herself, because the judging from the comments afterwards, it's been very funny. We're going to go look at these comments, but we're going to watch just like the kind of the crescendo of the debate, or if we even call it a debate, because she wasn't answering any of my questions, nor was she letting me talk. And so this ended in bang, 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 right here. So this ended in this. This was the last 5 minutes.
To move out of the technocratic construct and into the real world. It will take generations for us to do that, to return back to the grand creator.
All right. Thank you for that. Just my last question. Is the GAPS diet a plant-free diet?
Not at all. We have a whole spectrum of GAPS diet. The more the day, as I've said about several times now to you, the more the digestive system is damaged, the less plant matter that person can tolerate. As the person starts recovering, so the extreme part of the extreme end of the GAPS diet is the no plant diet. And I was telling you that story about the babies with FPIs. Once I've designed that diet for those babies and we got fantastic results with it, And now a lot of these children in the world are following that particular diet and they're recovering beautifully. I then applied that diet to ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, schizophrenia, other severe mental illnesses, cancer in people, and all of those people get fantastic results. But as their digestive system starts healing and getting better, they start introducing plant matter, they start eating more and more plants, and at a certain point, when people start coming off the GAPS diet, because once you've healed, you can come off the GAPS diet. You don't have to be on it for life, if it's possible for you to heal. And there is then a proportion of people in the world who need more carbohydrates. So we have a variety of the GAPS diet, which is called more plant GAPS diet, from no plant to more plant. So these people eat more plants because their constitution requires for them to eat a little bit more plant matter. But they still, the bulk of they continue eating their animal foods, because only animal foods truly feed and build the human body and sustain the physical structure you're living in.
All right. You want to shout out your website?
My website is called gaps.me, gaps.me. There is a blog there. We have GAPS training where we train practitioners and coaches. These are specialists who are trained how to implement the GAPS nutritional protocol. We have thousands of them around the world. My books have been translated into more than 27 languages all over the world. So GAPS is a global phenomenon. And at the moment, I'm writing a new book on farming, where I will explain everything we've learned from the farm.
Shouting out her website.
And it's a book specifically for people who want to be farmers.
So I'm going to go another 15
because
minutes.
when we started, we didn't know the first thing about how to produce your own food. And the farm has taught us an awful lot.
Loves hearing herself.
So in this book, I will describe how to start, where to start, how to look after chickens and birds and animals. And
she just started her farm. That means she's an expert at it now.
No-dig gardening and all of these other things. So that book is maybe 3/4 done now. So hopefully it will come out soon.
Well, thank you, Dr. Natasha. For me, one of the core principles of natural law is the idea that theft is bad, and stealing the life of a sentient being just because it helps you in some way is not in line with natural law. And I just wanted to end on that. Thank you for coming.
I can answer that question if you would like me to answer that question.
It's not a question.
Let me answer this question, because I know that you've just repeated the words of Mark Passio. These are not your words. These are not your thoughts. You've taken them from Mark Passio. And Mark Passio right now is as I understand, is also have been following the vegan protocol for a long time. I have a chapter.
Principled. For one, I was vegan before I came across Mark Passio's veganism. For two, I believed in that before Mark Passio said it. So that's not just some idea that Mark Passio implanted into my brain and I'm just repeating it.
That's right. I have a chapter in my new book, farming book, where I'll explain specifically addressing this particular point. If you look at the natural real world that the grand creator has created, not the human technocratic little construct, which has no truth in it. And it's heading for its self-destruction, because that's
appealing to nature is a fallacy. Just because something happened in the past or you perceive it as natural does not mean it is right or the correct way.
You're repeating somebody else's words again.
No, I'm repeating.
Let me explain to you. The real world has been created by a grand creator. It has been created by a colossal power, and it's infinitely wise and infinitely clever. And if you look at this world, you will realize that everything eats everything in this world. You know, a cat ate a bird.
That's not the law of correspondence. That's not as above, so below. You've misconstrued the law of correspondence for the food chain, which is a big fallacy.
You're interrupting me again. If you want an answer to a question, please don't interrupt. Okay?
I didn't ask you for an answer. You kind of forced it.
You've raised a very important issue that many vegans are confused of. It's important to explain.
Shaking a ruler. Okay, go ahead.
You're confused on that issue yourself. It is important for you to clarify that issue for yourself. So please listen, if you would like to clarify that in your mind.
Roasted chicken.
Everything eats everything in this world. Animals eat kill, birds kill, microbes kill, plants kill. We now have research showing that plants are carnivorous. The best food, if you ask any gardener, the gardener will tell you the best feed for the plants in their garden is blood, fish meal, meat, and meaty water. Plants are carnivorous. There is nothing vegetarian or vegan in the grand creation, in the real world. Everything kills for food. And the imperative word is for food.
Meat the water.
Animals only kill for food. Not for fun, not for sport. This is entirely human.
Cats kill for fun all the time. They're obligate
They
carnivores.
No, cats don't kill for fun.
You just kind of...
They only kill for food.
Say,
all animals and all creatures in this world kill only for food.
She's an expert farmer. Don't interrupt.
What is the right thing when you come as a guest to someone's house?
Humans don't kill other humans for food. If you're looking at the grand scheme of things, we're just animals.
If you are in the freedom movement, you should know that they do. Very much so.
For food?
Yes, they do. Very
Humans
much so.
are eating each other in the streets?
Not on the streets, but in the elites, they do all the time. And you know that?
I'm talking about the majority of the population. That's what we're talking about here.
And cannibalism has been known in humanity for a very long time.
Okay, but that doesn't make it right. You're appealing to nature again. You're appealing to the past, saying that because something happened in the past, that it's good now.
It's happening now.
That's a fallacy.
It is happening now. If you would stop interrupting me, I will continue explaining to you.
So I can never interrupt you for 2 hours straight.
Everything in the real world kills for food. Animals kill.
But it doesn't have to. And we as humans are above those animals, and we definitely don't need to lower ourselves to that kind of animalistic behavior, which is definitely below us.
I wouldn't be so high and mighty looking down at animals.
That's not what I'm doing.
They are much
but I can be morally superior to them and not kill my neighbor for food because I don't have to, because I have stored.
Nobody's suggesting that you should kill your neighbor. Let me finish. Let me explain.
Comparing us to animals and saying because animals kill that we should kill.
We human beings come into this world. We are born into here. We live a life and then we die. We leave this world. We are guests in this world. We come only for a very short time. Human life is quite short. And
we should do as little harm here while we are here in that little time as possible. Thank you, Dr. Natasha Campbell Mcbride. I had a great time. Good luck with your journeys and your books. We'll see you next time. Ouch. Oh my God. So no, Calv. Just because you think eating a certain way is healthier for you, it is most definitely not against natural law to be vegan. Taking an animal's life because you think it's healthier for you is not in alignment with natural law, you absolute dill hole. So, the comments were pretty funny. The funniest one came in yesterday because obviously anyone on our side could see that I was very patient with the doctor, especially her first statement was, I think, like 52 minutes long. She gave no pauses for me to jump in, interject, ask questions, anything. I think she just wanted to railroad the whole interview and then peace out at an hour without letting me talk ever. So I got at least 30 or 40 comments that were saying that I was extremely rude, disrespectful. There was no debate here. The guy was just sitting there the whole time. All kinds of crazy. I got absolutely wiped. Got owned about eating humans. Nearly 1 billion people are protein deficient on mainly plant food and will eat. Oh yeah, like Jeffrey got owned. Dr. Natasha is awesome. And then at the full opposite spectrum, Even though I do not align with anything vegan or vegetarian, I have to say this gentleman was extremely, all caps, respectful. Wow, well done. Just wanted to put my 2 cents in. Dr. Natasha was a blessing from above. The GAPS diet saved my son's life, blah, 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 blah. Much respect to the host. So how is it possible that there are that many opinions of how that went down? Someone has to be lying. Straight up lying. What's up, Miles? Have you checked out During Rider yet? What's up, Aryan? So it's just shocking how people will just lie, you know, because they're a part of this whole thing, and you know, they'll just lie. Well, we'll watch a video and then say something happened that didn't actually happen.
Well, the lies are required because there's no clinical research, no peer-reviewed studies, no quality studies to prove or back up any of her claims. The one study that was done, it was a case study on 8 people on the GAPS diet with no controls, no observation of people on a standard American diet, on a vegan diet. How great would that be? At least throw someone who's a vegan or a vegetarian in. But the only evidence she well, actually, I don't know if she presented it. We brought it up probably because she knew that it wouldn't hold up to any sort of consideration or study. Was her diet her study that she and other doctors that are carnivore doctors promote. So they have to lie, you know, have to lie and rely on anecdotes of their own patients to promote the books that they are selling, you know. So there's a financial incentive too. And like we saw, her narrative, her protocols for the GAP diet has changed over the years to market towards the new carnivore craze. So she's promote juicing in the GAPS protocol. And she's upped the recommendations for meat broth, bone broth, and as we know about the bone broth craze too, that's gotten popular. So but then when it's convenient for her, when she's debating or discussing with a vegan, apparently she does not promote bone broth, right? She's like, no, only meat stock. Which no, I mean, by her own website, her own protocols, and her own book, she absolutely does promote bone broth because she knows the criticisms that have come about bone broth. So
heavy metals.
It's kind of funny. Lots of lies.
Yeah. So she, I had her up to talk about autism and ADHD, yet she didn't touch on those subjects in all of her talkings because she didn't want to go down that alley with me. Because she knows, because we watched this video before, the Mike the Vegan video, it is animal products that cause leaky gut, that cause gut problems. It's rotten animal carcass leaking into your out of your stomach into your it's the most disgusting thing. And the number one thing it does is gives you brain fog, gives you lipemia, which means it makes you dumb. And so I'm not surprised that all these people are falling for it, you know. And I've ever since then I've added myself to 20 GAPS groups. There's 600 GAPS groups on Facebook and 20 carnivore groups, and it's unbelievably heartbreaking to see what these people are putting their children through and their selves through. People just day after day, I keep posting screenshots of these carnivore groups, and these people are killing themselves and posting about it, and everyone's just cheering them on, saying, do more, eat more meat, more fat. And it's so wild. And these kids, their symptoms are being subdued. The whole thing with I went carnivore to get rid of my eczema, oh, I got a little bit of dry skin, so I'm going to go carnivore. And my eczema went away. Therefore, carnivore is the greatest thing in the world. And it's like, bro, your immune system is shutting down because of the lack of carbs. Every cell in your body runs off carbs. Like, and that's what these guys are promoting in our natural law circles. Corey Endralat promotes carnivore keto. This Calv Perrins guy, and Geri, who is a vegan. I want to read this. So oh yeah, I need to get back to Calvin. So Calvin, I posted the link to the discussion, and halfway through it, he posts, where did it go? Okay. It couldn't be any more obvious that this movement is riddled with vegan troublemakers. The world order leaves no stone unturned. It's the same playbook I've seen consistently in numerous groups for the last 5 years straight. Oh, wow. You've been into natural law 5 years?
And yeah, vegans are troublemakers because they're disrupting the status quo and speaking truth. So what's wrong with being a troublemaker in this day and age? You would think that he would see that. I mean, being a part of the truth movement or whatever. I mean, actually, I don't really know much about him. So in the natural law movement, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. And this guy is in every group posting these like angry videos of him just like regurgitating Mark Passio stuff while walking through a park. And then he's always talking about, oh, the trivium and the scientific method. And so when I questioned his science, he gave me his doctor. I interviewed his doctor. His doctor straight up told me, I do not believe in science. So my response to Calvin is, you claim to understand the trivium and the scientific method, yet you send me a doctor that herself says I do not believe in science. And then I was like, again, you have no right to the life of a sentient being, even if you think it's curing you. And so Geri hearted those. And then Meg pops in. It's been so hard to get our community together, all the fighting and shit talking. Geez, Jeff, why are you talking so much shit? For shadow work? Give me a break. You're not the MP here.
Unity
work is internal, and like all this garbage. Then Geri shows up. When the finger is pointed out, the rest of the fingers point in, Jeffrey. And as a former militant vegan, I saw that what the effects were on my community. Divide, the shadow conquers. I decided to meet people where they are instead. I share pics of plant-based meals I make. There are other ways to teach. So according to these two ladies, natural law, the principles of natural law do not matter. Unity is more than the principles of natural law.
I just need to say something, may I? Because this peace-loving vegan Geri actually thought that I was against veganism, and I woke up the next day with a whole thing saying she had put a spell cast on me for anti-vegan language, which wasn't even there, which she's never recanted. So this peace-loving woman is full of shit, and she is not that at all. She, in fact, like, had me kicked out of something else, all this other stuff, which I don't give a tutu about. That's fine. But like, there's nothing peaceful about this chick, like nothing. So what she puts out is not how she acts. And it's all like peace, love, and macrame, which is all goddamn new age bullshit. That's what I have to say.
This is the same lady who did an interview with a alien that lives in her head a couple weeks ago.
It's just like, you can't say one thing and do another. She has no credibility whatsoever.
So continuing, Calv comes back in and basically posts a bunch of like conspiracy, oh, the government's trying to make all the farms go vegan kind of nonsense. He's posting, viruses aren't viruses. The doctors have been lying to us about it. Science is 100%, the science is flubbed in this, like blah, 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 blah. rethinking DNA, you know, just all these links to like whatever. Like he's not answering the question I asked him specifically. So I think we went at it one more time, and this, so I what happened here? I think he brought up something one more time that was just like so freaking ridiculous. Oh, something about the bird flu, and I was just like, we wouldn't have any animal viral flus if there wasn't carnism, you know, bro. And then he got triggered and he left the group. And so I think, so he completely got triggered because, you know, oh, you B12 deprived vegans lacking vitamin A and D, creatine, cholesterol, much more. You're all, you know, just Weston A. Price, posting all these Weston A. Price quotes and links, like not actually directly responding. And at this point, I posted the link to this podcast, which the thumbnail was much juicier. So once he saw this, he got triggered and rage quit the group. Manny came in, and Tom Dana right before this, and we're just like, yeah, bro, what are you trying to say? They finally someone else stepped in, so it wasn't just me. And since he saw that 3 vegans were attacking him, he rage quit the group. And so Meg and Geri got really upset. Oh yeah, and the other thing, Calv Perrins posted a video by a guy named Sverige. This was really funny. Sverige was convicted of stabbing 3 children when he was younger, and he recently paid to have someone put a hit on his wife and child. He paid someone, they threw acid in his wife's face. He is now on the run for it. And Calv Perrins is using this psychopath demon as an example for his science behind his diet. And so I post on there, I'm like, bro, you might want to check your freaking sources. This guy is a lunatic. And then Geri and Meg show up again, backing up Calvin. Calvin rage quits. Geri, Meg really mad because I'm trying to destroy the network and destroy natural law because I'm holding the people in it accountable for the principles of natural law. Like how if you don't get it this much to where you think you could actually like kill animals and it's cool and it's along with natural law, like that's obviously, he needed to be corrected. So I just don't understand this. And then Geri posts this thing the other day. I don't know. Maybe we can hear it. Listen to this dill hole. So she basically, it was a video, it was a voice message she sent to Cal. And it was like, Cal, I'm so sorry you got bullied. You know, I totally agree with you on all the health related stuff. I really, when I went vegan, I started getting really bruisey. I know it's not as healthy, but I just can't kill an animal for food. So you're not vegan is what you're saying. You're just a plant-based fad dieter who's just plant-based because you want to get in with Mark Passio's circles or something. Like, what kind of care are you using making statements like that are obviously not true and good for the animals? Like that's a direct statement that, like, are you fucking kidding me? You're going to call yourself a vegan and then claim that it's an unhealthy diet. So these ladies just kept like tagging me, and I'm not responding to them because I don't have time to respond. I don't, not that I don't have time. Obviously I do. I'm doing it on my show. I don't like wasting shit in the chats anymore. I like showing my face and talking and naming names and calling these scumbags out for satanic behavior. Oh, socializing is more important than keeping the community in line with natural law. And so this Calvin guy makes this video in response to respond to me. And let me tell you what this did. This is his response. She posted up. She's like, "Oh, Cal wanted me to post this for you guys." Where is it? It's so ridiculous. Where's just his head? This conversation's too big in here. I can't find anything. But anyway, it's just some like Will Keller statement. And he's like yelling it into the camera. And that's supposed to like, he's like, everyone needs to be in line with natural law or some stupid shit like that. And it's just like, are all these people just dumb because of their leaky gut? Like, I don't understand, but this is my response to Geri and Meg, by the way. I'll be leaving that boring ass group full of new agers after this podcast's over. I just want to make sure and leave the link so they see it. So anything you want to say to those two, you guys need to get your heads out of your asses and start doing the work to be able to differentiate new age bullshit with actual natural law. And you need to, I get you like have this like, oh, no one should be yelling at everybody should be nice. I'm meeting people halfway. Yeah, that's really great, but you're going to get nowhere as an activist.
But they're the ones. I don't know about the Meg. My experience with Geri is she's like the shit disturber. She's the drama creator, and then she backs off like the victim. And it's like, what that like that? There's something wrong when you're creating the problem. You're the problem.
Well, is she going to teach children that veganism is unhealthy when she's teaching children natural law?
She doesn't have a handle on it
okay
herself.
You shouldn't say anything to any of your friends that are fucking up. You shouldn't mention it. You should just allow them to keep doing it and then allow them to bully people. He was bullying people. That's why I went after him. Yet Geri's in her message to Calvin, where she said that she agrees that veganism isn't healthy, she was like, I just don't understand this ad hom. They're just ad homing you. And it's like, Geri, do you know what ad hom means? It's not just you hearing something you don't like. It's someone, when the argument is lost, they go to slander. I did not lose this argument. I never slandered Calv. He slandered vegans. He was, fucking vegans this, vegans that, destroying the fucking blah, blah, blah. Like, so
when he said something dumb, it's not an ad hominem when you're like, bro, you're dumb because everything you say is dumb. That's actually like a tautology. Like, it's just a true statement. And
they don't even know what ad hominem means, the definition.
No, she doesn't.
One name. Come on, like
calling someone a liar because they lie is not an ad hominem.
Yes, exactly. If it's true, it's not an ad hominem.
I just find that there's a complete lack of peacefulness amongst at least one of them. And to be clear, when I have my beef, which I still have because they created it,
yeah,
like I was
still haven't tried to resolve it in any way.
We never New Age fixed it, and you know why? It's because New Age doesn't work. So whatever, but. Yeah.
And these people are putting a music festival together.
It's diverting people off of the real course here. And that's just, that's unfortunate. And I just hope they wake up and see it sooner than later.
It's as Mark said, it's a stand down religion. Like keeping people to not standing up, just waiting for a savior, for a galactic federation of light
to come and save us.
No. Sorry, what?
Allie just poured water down her shirt.
Did I interrupt? Sorry, guys.
No, you didn't. They spilled water. They had a little spillage, Arian. So
There's
it's
no
okay.
coordination because the animal fats are missing from her diet.
I need a roast chicken
Roast
so
chicken.
I can drink water
All
properly.
vegans,
Gaslighted.
all vegans want a roast chicken.
Stop.
You need to drink animal broth.
My accent. I'm from Balkan, but I don't sound like that.
It is because you are a vegan, Arian. You messed up.
Yebiga.
I think they're trying to mimic the good doctor, Arian. That's what's going on.
Have you guys ever seen this freaking debate that happened on Joe Rogan? The guy who did the producer of Game Changers, which is something you need to watch, Alicia.
Say that again. Sorry,
Game Changers.
I haven't seen it.
Gang.
The
YouTube comments. Sorry.
The producer, the Game Changers guy, went on Joe Rogan's podcast, and they just kind of like, it was like whatever, a mids interview. Obviously, Joe didn't, whatever, but Joe had this guy on who's like a carnivore diet guy. You could see it on his face. He looks like a demon. What's the guy's name? We'll see in a minute. But anyway, he went on Rogan's podcast and like made all these false claims about the Game Changers movie. So the Game Changers guy hit up Joe Rogan and was like, get him on the show. We're going to debate. And I feel like it's on Geri clips. He actually put it out, which is pretty impressive. But I had never seen it until Ali showed it to me somewhat recently. And I was like, I can't believe that this debate happened on Rogan.
But I think they edited it out because wasn't Jeremy just playing that very same thing? I missed the name of it, but like, yes, it was Rogan.
Well, it was like a 6-hour debate, so they edited out kind of the best parts. And
pro-vegan, yeah.
And whoever edited it didn't mess with it.
No, they whitewashed it.
Backtracking again, but Lou Bass reminded me with his millions of testimonials claim. Dr. Natasha, in our debate, said that millions of people have been healed with her diet.
And hundreds of thousands of children.
Hundreds of thousands of children.
And when probed, but she doesn't believe in science, and it's too expensive to do studies. So what is this based on? What is the control, as Ali constantly and rightly says? And she's even taken credit for the span of even schizophrenia, colitis, all this whole big thing. Like, that's quite a conflated bubble there. But then when we scroll down, Ali identified from her own slanted book case studies, her documented ones, with no, what is it called when you have like the control? It's not control. 8 people, some total of 8 people, but she'll take credit for millions and hundreds of thousands of children.
Yeah. And millions of people. I couldn't believe that. I was like, did she really just say millions? Because it's probably hundreds that are claiming this. And this is groupthink. These people are claiming this because they're part of a group and they've made it their identity. The carnivore diet or whatever, and like it's pretty funny.
But if she's run out of runway on the GAPS diet, why is her 3rd book on farming now? She's even kind of coming on to a whole other slant.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
I can answer this question because when you become a carnivore, you buy the farm.
Because you crave a roast chicken.
You must have a little Thunderdome for your victims.
Every vegan craves roast chicken.
I have dominion.
Roast
vegans.
I know.
Hansel and Gretel, they were
said
vegan.
that you sort of back this up. I don't know.
Is Mr. Tablespoon down to Mr. Teaspoon yet?
Yeah.
Did you notice that's mine is teaspoon? Because
I saw that. It's very cute.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the little spoon.
People's diet to now he's just talking about someone training.
Protein. Your argument was you can get like percentage. So slide 15.
Oh, son of a fucking bitch. It's this. Fucking Rogan. I didn't even think of that. Damn it.
What happened?
We got booted.
Copyrighted for watching that just now. I'm just watching the replay. Stream unavailable.
I fucked up.
Oh no.
I'll just go live again.
Yeah, we'll have to go live. Again.
Wow, that's interesting.
Wait, are we still live?
Jeremy was just
no. Yeah.
Jeremy, can you hear me or no?
Let's write him an email and ask for permission, bro.
What's interesting is Jeremy just played that like for quite a while earlier from 7 to 8 without issue, no interruption, no booting.
Did he play that video?
Yeah, that's why.
Oh,
that's why
weird.
Monetized.
No, he's not monetized.
It could be because Jeffrey's channel's monetized, maybe.
Oh, so it has a higher level of scrutiny or something.
Yeah.
No, but actually,
I'm gonna jump out and we'll jump back in.
There's advertisements on Jeremy's.
Too much
Yeah,
Joey
I don't
Rogan
know.
story.
I'm not sure.
What the fuck is this guy? Come on, Lubas, come on here and join us.
I think it's still going.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we're back up now.
We're back up.
We're back up.
It hasn't stopped.
Maybe it just psyched us out to get us to stop watching that video. So we'll stop watching that video. Watch that video at home anyway. Later on, it's very good. That dude just hands these guys. He has Joe Rogan agreeing with him at the end and calling the other guy out because the other guy just lied like 18 times in a row, just about everything, just like Mrs. Dr. Natasha. They just lie and lie and lie. When you ask them about to back up their stuff with some sort of science, they say all the science is corrupted. So all the science about against eating meat is corrupted, but everything else is okay. That's what these guys want us to believe. And it's funny because you press them on it at all and they don't really know what they're talking about, obviously.
One of the things that Jeremy had raised was that he, I believe, had seen the longer version, and so there were so many wins on the vegan side that on the final edit, for obvious reasons, they were completely cut out. So it's a huge. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, so it was a real, it was a slanted edit, and it's interesting because this is when the chat keeps saying, yet again you have it wrong, yet again, but there's a disconnect because they've cut out so many of the prior events when he's like wrong. So you just hear him kind of. That's why it's out of sync.
It was still 100% pro-vegan though in the end. And I think we tried to sit through the whole debate once, but it's so long. Because the guy said a lot, so homie wanted to get through like every single piece, and the dude was just wrong on every single thing.
And to your point, I mean, the minute that he had them on a point when it was bread and all of that, then they changed it to the mega athlete, and it's just like they keep moving the goalposts.
Yeah,
it's very unfair.
Yeah.
Why can't they play fair?
Yeah.
Because they must lie.
They must lie.
Incorrect.
So we saw this the other day, or I saw this, just wanted to watch it.
Good on you, mate.
Good on you.
It's quite a bloke.
What?
In 2019, veganism was ready to go mainstream. Beyond Meat had the most successful IPO since the 2008 financial crisis. Major fast food chains were rushing to add plant-based options to their menus, and environmental concerns put animal agriculture in the spotlight. But then the pandemic hit and everything started to change. As people became isolated, online radicalization accelerated. Supply chain disruptions led to meat shortages, which sparked panic and fear about food security. The pandemic also amplified existing divisions between urban and rural America. While coastal cities embraced lockdowns and mask mandates, many rural areas resisted restrictions as government overreach. This further cemented the narrative of rural America as the real America, tough, self-sufficient, and unwilling to be controlled. In this environment, traditional masculinity, associated with meat consumption and self-reliance, became even more appealing to those who felt powerless during quarantine. No one exemplifies this change in values better than Joe Rogan, who used to consider himself a liberal. During COVID, Joe moved to Austin and began shifting toward the far right. In this video, we're going to analyze Joe's conversation with Taylor Sheridan, which isn't just a bad take on veganism, it's a fascinating showcase of how anti-vegan sentiment has become intertwined with fascist ideology in American culture. Before we dive in, let's clarify what I mean by fascism. I'm talking about a political ideology characterized by ultranationalism, traditional gender roles, glorification of violence, disdain for perceived weakness, and the elevation of dominant groups. Whether you're vegan, omnivore, or somewhere in between, this analysis will help you understand how anti-vegan rhetoric functions as a gateway to more extreme right-wing ideologies and how traditional values are being weaponized against environmental and animal rights movements. But first, who is Taylor Sheridan? If you haven't heard of him, then you must not have a conservative uncle in the United States. He created Yellowstone.
So RFK's an idiot, that's for sure. Holy crap. I'm gonna make all the fast food places switch to tallow because tallow's better for you.
Cholesterol heals you.
So we're trashing everything what we learned in the 90s.
Well, my uncle was president.
What would be better source of like fat then? Do you reckon?
Nothing.
Avocados
oil is all garbage.
Right.
Really
So avocados, would you make like a fat with avocados maybe, or
it depends on if you want to lose weight or gain weight.
I'm trying to gain weight, man. I'm trying to put some weight on.
I lost weight on cocaine. I was doing cocaine and I lost the weight.
Yeah, it's kind of all relative. They've done studies where people, if you're switching out butter for any type of seed oil, you're gonna have health benefits. If you want to be as healthy as possible, stick to whole food sources of fats like avocados, the straight nut, the straight seed, the straight olive, instead of the
sunflower seeds and shit like these ones.
Yeah. Because exactly, you're getting more nutrition.
Vitamin E, they're good for the stomach too. My guts are fucked, man. They're ruined.
Fucked.
The fuck,
yeah,
mate.
no good. I eat meat every day. I drink milk. I have fucking cereal every other morning, and my guts are just irritated every day.
Good.
I take bromelain, curcumin, cilantro, fucking a whole bunch of stuff for my stomach. Nothing works.
Try
so
some
scans. Vegemite, you reckon? Yeah, I'll give that a crack. But I've got scans coming up. They're taking biopsies of my intestine, sending a camera down my throat, and another camera, up my butt, which isn't going to be fun. But I'll be asleep for it, so that's okay.
Beam me up, Scotty.
So the first video we watched of the show is about a study that came out that basically all the gut problems, the leaky gut, the gout, the GERD.
I've been tested for gallstones, leaky gut, fucking kidney
it's
stones.
all from animal products, bro.
Yeah. So if I can
without a doubt
provide a little context to my journey, about 5 months ago, up until then, I was eating meat. I tried the whole bone broth thing. I tried the whole farm grass. I did it all. And I had what I'm sure is leaky gut. Anytime I would eat something, my gut would just distend out as if I was like pregnant.
Right. And I think we've got a big problem with dairy at the moment with ruminate and bovea, whatnot, being put into dairy products to reduce methane outputs.
Right.
Which can have a significant impact on our own gut biome. And even then, bovine,
you have a show, don't you?
Certain immunizations leading to sensitivity in dairy products.
Right. And then there's
other things.
Yeah. And then there's a school, I don't know if you've tried that, the raw milk, right? Which you think then is better because it's not
No, they banned. So we had Fluoro Peninsula. They had raw milk down here, and they banned it. The last place that we produced raw milk, gone. Completely removed it because they make up some bullshit saying there's bacteria or it's unhealthy, it's unsafe, which is untrue.
There can be parasites. So what I would say is, for me, I mean, I listen, I did it, and I was a devotee, and I thought this is I'm doing right by myself, and my body was so screwed up. And when you talk about the top end and the bottom end, I had the diverticulitis. I don't know. I've had chronic colitis, so I understand both ends and the problems. And the only time that it's been calm is when I've been on this vegan I did a juice feast. And when I landed at the doctor 5 months ago, I've shared this story very briefly, but it's just, I had an esophageal cough that was chronic for 5 months because it's just like my stomach was so fucked and the GERD was just ridiculous. And they just wanted to give me a Band-Aid.
Acid reflux. Yeah, I get that too.
And they wanted to, and that, like, if you have that irritant, you can like get yourself esophageal cancer and everything else with the constant irritation. It's not good. Like the whole track from like top to tail, it's not good to have that level of inflammation. So enough. And then I took a different, more extreme approach. It was water fasting and juice feasting for 5 months. And I have not.
Is that a dry fast too? So what? No water?
No, it's with water.
Okay.
2 weeks. I did everybody needs to do their own homework and whatever. But it was just, I was in such an ill state. And I just knew I'd done such damage by my body. It was just in such a highly inflammatory state. And I needed to get better. And so I did 2 weeks of water fasting, which is a bit of a penance and a commitment in itself, but it's saying it's turning off this and it's turning on your body's ability to do maximum healing. There are different schools of thought. I'm not here to preach or whatever. I'm just sharing my experience. But then I went into completely like a John Rose, Dr. Robert Morse juice feast. And whether or not, if you're an athlete or whatever, then, you've got to go by what you can do. I don't have any of those problems. And I saw the diverticulous stuff, which is like embedded in your goddamn colon, pop out. Like I've seen it, and it, like, to not have that, taking refuge in my body, the toxicity is such a dream. And the guys have seen the transformation. I've lost 66 pounds over it, but just being healthy and removing all the animal products. So I'll just say I'm a living testament that it can work. But I've also come from that other school and it didn't heal me. I'm convinced.
And even with the fasting stuff that you're talking about too, like with cancer, it's a high glucose uptake. It's the Warburg effect. So they feed in sugary environments too. So I wonder. Yeah.
Well, they say that. I mean,
I think my situation is different. I fucking poisoned myself. I drank the wrong thing one time and suffering the consequences forever.
Okay. Right. There is someone.
You drank bong water once and it destroyed your gut.
There is someone you can look up who's been on the show, and his name is Dr. Peter Rogers, and he talks about cancer. And his theory is not that I'd have to go back. I don't want to be I'm no expert, but I don't think that it was glucose based actually. And he is a high proponent of not having fat in your diet. Like fat is the enemy. Fat, oils.
Yeah. He's a Harvard doctor, medical doctor we've had on the show. And he's like tells us not even to eat seeds.
I didn't drink bong water, Jeff. I drank fucking rim cleaner, bro. So,
oh shit! What?
Fat
fat
prevents sugar from flowing.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
So you might want to, while you're healing your gut, maybe like rearrange your priorities a little bit.
This is two years on, bro. This is 2 years on. I'm all good now, but it's like my gut's still fucked, still ruined.
But it takes fiber. There are all these enzymes, small chain fatty acids that are in fiber that heal the gut.
Yeah,
what's that?
Yeah, with the sugary stuff like Cokes, if I make a Milo, like a hot chocolate with any sugar, if I eat cereal, anything like that, I end up coughing up this phlegm, like balls of fucking sugar, bro. Like these sugar balls, bro. I don't know.
Is it sugar or is it mucus? Because you see, all of that.
It's mucus. It's mucus, but it's all sugary mucus. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that's because my glucose, my blood test with my glucose is too high. I got to go in for a GT test. They got to give me a big whack of sugar. see if I'm diabetic
Are
as well.
are you
Resistant.
pre-diabetic? Yeah, and see if
Also,
you've
yeah,
had
it runs in my family. My
because you
granddad got it
mentioned
pretty bad.
gallstones. Gallstones is triggered by high fat.
Right.
It's high fat.
Yeah, I haven't got any gallstones. I've had all the
I thought I
scans
had
done.
that.
There's no gallstones. Bladder's fine, liver's fine. Everything's all good. The only thing they haven't looked at is my bowels and my intestines.
Uh-huh.
So
yeah,
I've had the appendectomy as well. I had my appendix taken.
Sure.
Oh, geez.
4 years ago, I reckon. I don't know if that's like led to the, because even with bread, like wheat products and shit like that, it's just if I eat bread, my stomach hurts. You know what I mean? It's like fuck.
It digests hard.
Come back negative for celiac disease, so it's not that. Not sure.
Fruit is the best, man. Fruit is best. So.
Oh, I got 2 of them fucking jabberoonies as well from Pfizer.
And you said 4 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
There's that, and I had a pre-existing heart condition. I got SVT, so.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
And I got all the immunizations as a kid. The fucking measles, polio, fucking
Christ.
yeah. Do you want to see my list? I can show you the list of immunizations.
Is it Santa's list?
Goes to when I was a baby, bro. I wasn't even a year old, cuz. And they just inject them, it's fucking Hep B, fucking.
Do you feel that you have good, like you've got some good medical support that you can leave?
Well, I think maybe. Not really. At the moment in Australia, the medical system's a bit broken.
There is someone on our panel who, I believe she does consulting for people, so it obviously have to be paid. Patty, what's Patty's last name? They've just left. Ledger. Jeffrey could put you in touch, but she does some phenomenal work.
Logger.
Patty
Logger.
is her? Logger. Yeah. But it would be something that you might be able to. She's really, really good. Anyways. And she started to be trained as a doctor originally, and then saw it for what it was and backed out, and now she teaches biology in colleges and stuff.
Yeah.
Anatomy and
Here
physiology.
you go, Jeff. I'll share my screen for you, bro. I'll hang tight, make sure my address isn't on here.
Oh, you got your
Yeah, not we call. Yeah, I got the whole list of immunizations from when I was a baby. Have a look at this. And like this is like keeping in mind, your parents, your mum, your parents, they just want to protect you, bro. Like this is like not even a year old. HIV, Pedivax.
Darren, I know Jules completely randomly. He's not a part of the One Great Network or anything like that.
Yeah. And then this one here, that one there. That's the one I reckon is fucked.
MMR.
Yeah, from when I was little.
Yikes. That's a lot of vaccinations.
And the one that I dodged was in high school, bro, the human papilloma one, because I'm like, nah, I've seen kids having bad reactions in science.
Yeah.
I was like, because they lined us all up in school in the classrooms and that. And we were standing up out the front of the science building, and they had like a different section for the kids that had a bad reaction. It was my birthday. I'm like, no way, I'm not fucking doing this. I'm out. And they're like, you have to. I said, no, I do not. I'm not doing this.
Chances are they didn't ask the parents either.
Yeah. And then if you look here, I've got the camaraderie as well. Or the common natty, whatever it is. They had the BioNTech one, which is the one that they FDA approved, got signed off. And this is the second one that they released on the public, which was a different fucking thing altogether.
Didn't you get the jibby jab to keep your job at a
Yes, I did on the chicken farm. I was I was living on site, so assistant manager position with a house on site. That package, bro, I was like, this is my career, you know what I mean? This is my future. Yeah. And that's what I wanted to do, what I was gunning for. So yeah, that's what I got. I got the 2 of them. And yeah, it's weird, bro. It's strange, man. It's very fucking strange because my weight gain, like all of these problems, like from that, obviously I've had other drugs in between as well. But yeah, it's just interesting. I've been off hard drugs for about 2 years now, bro. Still struggle with weight gain. Still get sick in the mornings and whatnot. And like I'll be good for a week, but I'm capped at like 62, 63 kilos, and then that's it. I'll just start getting fucking sick again. It's bullshit.
Bro,
can't
you
gain
should
weight.
just go vegan, bro, and just try it out.
Yeah, I should, but I don't know if that's gonna if
it's
that'll
very
fucking
easy to
mess
be
my weight
vegan
up
in
further,
Australia.
'cause I lose weight too quickly, man. My metabolism just
Then up the fat then, because I mean really the fat's kind of that's the highest the most calories per gram is in fat, right? Was it like 7 or 8 I forget, like per gram, but yeah, that's kind of like if you're losing weight, then obviously up the calories in general, but sticking with starches, so like rice, potatoes. If you have a problem with wheat, you can omit wheat, but like corn, and then just load up on the vegetables, like vegetable soups. Find a good like broth, so it's like easy. I don't know if you have like a pressure cooker, just throw it in a pot, but just load up on the high water content foods with starches. Try, omitting wheat. Maybe, it might make a difference, it might not, but a lot of these problems, it's hard to like, even like the sugar thing, it's sugar gets blamed for a lot of problems that meat and dairy and even just fat causes. Every cell in our body runs on sugar, especially our brain is like the most glucose intensive thing. So a lot of times we think, okay, high sugar, what foods we think of, like cakes, donuts. What's the most calories? What macronutrient is making up the most calories in that stuff? It's actually fat. So, and again, like if you're losing weight, obviously up the calories, up the carbs, but then, you can start adding in fat, add in the avocados, more seeds, more nuts, legumes too, like beans and stuff. Start with a small amount. People, a lot of times it's another thing like, oh, I get so bloated on a vegan diet, I'm just eating beans. Start with a small amount. You gotta like reteach your whole gut microbiome. It'll adjust. Like Alicia said, Dr. Peter Rogers is a really good resource. Just for like, if you're like, you're looking for really heady stuff, like scientific stuff. There's but like Dr. McDougall, he's like the doctor who sort of like was like pushing all of the high starch stuff. He's sort of like, there's a couple different schools of thought. He's kind of anti-fruit. Again, the thing with fruit, you have to food combine. That's the other aspect with like beans and fruit. You got to kind of eat it in a certain part of the day. Fruit's like beginning of the day stuff. You start eating fruit on top of like, especially like fatty stuff, or like, you have like whatever, like some other starches and stuff.
Fruit's packed full of sugars too, so that'd probably be a good way to get that energy in.
Yeah, for sure. But your body's going to want to digest that real quick. So if you eat fruit on top of your other stuff, it's going to sort of like, your gut's going to try and get that other stuff out real quick to start processing the fruit. So like big like fruit meal in the beginning of the day, wait a little bit, have water, and then just like veggie soups, rice, potatoes. And then you can kind of experiment and try like some pasta. I mean, I just know a lot of people, even myself personally, thinking I had a problem with bread and pastas, and it was just our, fucked up gut microbiome. That's like, you have to like retrain your stomach really. And like those supplements you take and stuff, it's hard for them to even work when you already have an environment that's just so acidic and messed up, Yeah.
100%.
But yeah, there's like Dr. McDougall, Dr. Peter Rogers. There's lots of like high carb, low fat vegan, like HCLF. If you just put that little tag and then like recipes, there's heaps of recipes that kind of follow that protocol. And there's a lot to work with there. But the main pain in the ass is like, I don't know how much you cook for yourself at home and like prepare your own food. That's like the hard part.
Pretty fucking useless at that in that department at the moment.
Get a girlfriend, bro.
No, my nan, I live with my nan and pop, so like my nan does all the cooking and that, and she makes all these.
That's the other hard thing. Yeah, like, if you live with someone cooking bomb shit, it's hard to like be like, no,
all the time.
Yeah,
so I was like, oh no, it's like she's always making cakes and sweets and shortbreads.
Trust
and
me,
shit
I know,
like that with
really
raspberry jams, and I'm like, it's too good. But
mixing high carb, high fat, and high protein is a problem. You don't want to mix all that stuff together. But the high, like unlimited, when you go high carb, you could eat as much as you want. You don't have to limit yourself at all, so you can just go crazy on the carbs. And like I was raised on that McDougall diet, and like I don't know, I'm in pretty fucking good shape at 46. And we haven't really aged in the last 5 years that we've been eating right.
Yeah, you look pretty fucking good for your age.
So. Thanks, man. Like,
I mean, when we first started dating, like he would laugh at my portion sizes. He'd be like, "Damn,
so
bitch,
much.
you eat a lot of food." But if it's like low oil, if it's just like a vegetable soup with like some beans and then a side of rice, like you gotta like load up on that stuff. And plus with the fiber, it's like it's high volume, but generally a little bit lower calorie. And then just going back to what I was saying, like, okay, if you're kind of losing weight, if you want to keep the weight up, just add some avocado to it, you know, like, and even like you want to, there's vegan ice creams, there's vegan cookies and stuff. While it's not like the healthiest thing, it's all relative, right? If it's going to be like a cookie full of butter versus a vegan cookie, like you're going to be better off going towards a vegan cookie. Cause while it's not the healthiest thing, it's not going to wreck your gut. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's all about just like taking care of your gut, as it's almost like growing like a garden or something like inside you. Like you gotta like
for you guys when you like started doing this, was it just like because you're interested in the vegan thing, or was it like gut biome's fucking terrible, you just want to try something here, something different?
Most of us are vegan because of ethics or more morality and stuff, like, but it's health, environment, you know, ethics.
So how with the fruits and the vegetables and things like that as well, how do you combat like pesticides, herbicides, and farmers using synthetic fertilizers that enhance the colors in fruit, which take nutrients out of things and whatnot? How do you, is it like do you go to local farmers to source produce, or?
I mean, that's ideal, right? Like ideally we'd be all growing our own shit and composting and adding that to the soil, but you know, realistically,
you're going to the shops and getting all these things.
Yeah, and it's all relative, right? So you would not be doing yourself any favors by limiting fruits and vegetables because you want to stay away from that stuff. Well, yeah, there's like this ideal that we could have. It's still, you got to do the best with what you can get.
100%,
so it's not you want to get the fruit, the veg, the starches in, even though, you know, where the system, it is what it is. You know, you can go with organic stuff. You can try like farmers markets. I don't know if they have that type of thing around where you are.
Farmers markets here in Australia. Down south more so.
Yeah.
But
Adelaide.
But really, like the biggest thing is like water.
Is big for it with synthetic fertilizers to enhance colors in oranges, bro. We have salmon farms in Tasmania for fish, right? We have fish farms and they're not working, bro. They're not sustainable long term. We got sea lice and whatnot, which is destroying the populations naturally outside of there, causing disease in the waters. And then they feed them grains and shit, the salmon particularly, with certain pink dyes in it to enhance the color of the meat as well.
You should ask your nan maybe to like cook a vegan meal once a week at least to start your gut heading in the right direction.
My granddad is a T-Rex, bro. He's a T-Rex. He's old school. Hilarious. He's fucking, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I'll chat to her. I'll see what she reckons. I'll run it past her.
You know, just because the more fiber in your diet, the more it's going to help shit, really.
Yep.
And if you're rarely getting fiber, that's the fucking problem right there. That's what's wrong with your gut.
Yeah. Well, I don't really have like that toast in the morning or nothing. I haven't even had. No, I did have breakfast. I had Cheerios, bro. I had a bowl of cereal.
If that's the only way to get, you know.
But even that, like,
I had my
almond milk
and stuff,
like oat milk instead, you know, like Cheerios, like
oat milk. That's probably a way better option than full cream milk. You know what I mean? Fucking because that's heavy on the stomach. But for a while there, I couldn't drink full cream milk. I went full dairy intolerance. So I'm like, oh, this is bullshit. I tried the lactose-free stuff, doctor's appointments, tried a 6-week diet to heal my gut biome, and it still didn't work.
But your gut is telling you. Your
it is
pulling
telling
the fire alarm. It's saying issue, like help.
Yeah,
and
but
so you need to turn that off, you know.
For sure.
And then one of the things with your nan, is she the type that you could go into the kitchen, go, here's a recipe, let's do it together? Would she be all over that?
100%.
Because if you actually spend time with her, like that's your ticket to her going, okay, I'm going to listen. If that's an unusual thing to do in the kitchen, you know, and it could be a memorable thing for you, you know, find the joy in it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Really, really. I mean, it sounds like such a simple thing, but like, what if you could help her back? You know, you want her to be around longer.
Yeah.
And like
No, for
create
sure.
something that's tasty that maybe she doesn't even realize it's missing Tyrannosaurus Rex in it, you know?
Nan's a bit sick. Yeah. So
She's a bit sick.
yeah, she got cancer on the kidneys, something like that.
Thanks.
So, you know, like just trying to help people, I would say number one is try to get the fat down. It's
I don't know if she
she wants
you
to
know,
go to her
she's-
grave
she's
with like
late.
sticks of butter.
late 60s and look like my nan and my great nan and pop. They didn't make it past their late 60s either, so it seems to be like a family thing. You know what I mean? Their diet's already their whole lifetime, trans fats, all the heavy stuff.
For you,
and she's got the yeah. For me, it's different. I got time. I think I do anyway.
But your body's screaming.
Yeah.
I think the juice fast is like the best, maybe like for those kind of issues, juice fasting, you know.
Yeah, well, that's what I notice. If I'm sick, if I wake up sick in the morning, I won't eat for like the whole fucking day until maybe dinner. But even then, if I don't eat at all for that whole day, I'll feel okay. Like my guts will feel fucking way better if I don't have nothing in them. And it's just like shit.
If you create the right environment, your body will heal itself. It's designed to do that. It doesn't need the medical unless it's like super, super extreme and all of that. And then it's just a band-aid or creating more issues or whatnot. Like it's phenomenal how much the body can heal itself if you create the right area, which sounds so weird. I'm not talking out of my ass here. I promise you. It works. You feel good. You're going to put your whole life trajectory on another track. The good thing is it's amazing that you're here and you're even sharing that. It's that you're open to trying to hear different things.
Aren't you like 28?
Say again,
You're
bro?
28 or something, right?
No, 23.
Oh my God.
Dude.
You're young for all that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, 2002, brother. 30th of January.
Dude, I was partying in Hollywood in 2002. I was raging in Hollywood in 2002.
I'm 91.
Damn, bro, you got to turn your shit around.
Yeah, I do. I'm on the journey though. I'm
all about gut.
I want to get back to that. I want to get back to work, bro. That's what I want to be doing.
My
Try
God.
to make some coins
They're
so I
finding
can
out
support my family.
that these gut problems are like causing like Alzheimer's and autism and all kinds of
my
shit.
My memory's terrible, but I'll put it
It's
to
brain
the
fog.
bones and
It's gonna
few
give
other
you
things.
brain.
Fat is just clogging up everything.
Gut and the brain are very connected.
They are the gut, the brain, and the gut, the brain, and the colon. From top to tail, I'm telling you, of the human species, you got to figure it out and clean it. And Ariane, congrats! You're so young at 33 odd, coming 34ish. I just 91. I understand. Wow, good for 34.
That's crazy.
Too.
But yeah, you should go crazy on the fruit next couple days and just see how it makes you feel. Get that idea out of your head that it's a sugar, because it's really not.
Sugar's not the demon. It's fat.
Yeah.
It's oils. It's butters.
Fat to eat is the fat to wear.
But the fiber, the small chain fatty acids and the fiber, they improve your gut lining, and that's what you need to be doing.
Because here's the thing, we've been programmed to have, I grew up with an Irish household and it's meat and probably potato at practically every bloody meal, starting with a fry up in the morning. I mean, it's just like, that's the programming, and you're taught that that's what you need. You don't need it. You have to unprogram that.
Yeah.
That's designed to support other sectors. It's designed to support the health industry so that you get sick, and then the death industry, because it's like dying is expensive too.
Sure.
Your cog
like
in
all
the
those
wheel.
immunizations I showed.
Get
It's just like to create a lifelong customer in the medical industry.
Yes, get off that factory line. Like, just open your eyes and go, okay, wait a second. And wherever you can, go to the farmers markets, go to or get organic.
You'll feel better after a month already. Like
there's a lot of vegan products in Australia, more than in the US even. We have vegan friends in Adelaide, and the fruit quality there is way better than the States, though. I mean, while there might be some...
Yeah, that's where I live. I'm in Adelaide.
Oh, no way. Oh, we have someone you could hang out with that could point you in the right direction.
There's a shop in Adelaide. I think it's called McGill's Organic McGill's
in Adelaide.
Yeah, check it out. Our friends go there all the time. They have really high quality fruits and grapes. Are over the years they've always posted, and it's like really beautiful looking produce, but stuff you could just. And what's cool about fruit is that like you don't have to deal with like cooking and dishes and stuff. Like if you're lazy like me, it's really dope. You just kind of like wash it and then, pop it in your mouth and it tastes good. Like it's the easiest fruit. I mean, the easiest food, really.
100%. They eat like a monkey and you can swing up the trees, right?
Yeah.
And you could buy like bulk, like a big case of mangoes and just eat the whole thing over 2 days. And
how would you store these things like long term and whatnot? Like in terms without electricity,
forever, man.
Of course, like
fruit will.
Yeah, I mean, like depending on, because there's things like dates you can get that will last for a long time, and then you kind of stagger the ripeness of the things you buy. Like with bananas are tough, right? But you'll have your sort of range. So like your more ripe stuff, get the green ones. A lot of times like airflow, you don't want to have a bunch of stuff in like a plastic bag. You want to have it in like a breathable bag or kind of like, lay it out so it's not like it doesn't get moldy and stuff. And then just
bananas and apples, they ripe quicker.
Yeah.
Freeze it.
Yeah, and then frozen stuff, you don't lose anything by freezing nutritionally wise. And then smoothies are
you could put so much shit in a smoothie
and eat a lot of calories through the smoothie.
Yes,
eat a lot.
It's so hard if you're just eating fruit. You can't get in as much calories versus like blending it up, and then you can add little things to like taste it. Yeah, to make it taste good.
Put your Cheerios in there. Just blend it up.
Yeah.
Blend up your Cheerios in there.
Cheerio.
I don't think that's going to help.
Like we had this guy Hyperlink, this comment right here. He came out and visited us, and he was very sugar phobic, and we convinced him to eat high carb, and it completely changed his life. He came out of his shell, like completely came out of his shell. But dude, the brain needs so much sugar, it's not even ridiculous. So it's like if you're not eating enough sugar, it just starts shutting down your immune system. And you have this like, you don't have that many symptoms, but it's like you're dying on the inside and your body doesn't have enough energy to fix things. So, I would just try and go crazy on fruits and vegetables as much as possible. And even if it's just like every other day you eat a little bit more, it'll start changing your gut slowly. 100%. But just start getting rid of the fat and all the meat shit as much as possible, and just talk to your mom and be like, Mom, I don't want to fucking die. I'm fucking young, and I have a bunch of meat problems with my stomach already,
You need to be around to push her around.
That is, I do notice even with like eating lamb or pork now. It's those two particularly, that just that sets my stomach off.
Body is telling you. And by the way, to what Jeffrey was saying, like when I did my juice feast for 5 months, I would have a gallon of maple syrup a month.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Gallon of maple syrup. It was so good.
Like once your palate gets more simple once it gets used to like eating basic stuff, like basic shit. So like we eat like we'll have like 2 pounds of broccoli, and it's just like, oh, it's so fucking bomb. Like you get so excited about food.
Yeah.
Because it's like, when you're not eating just anything you want all the time, and you have to actually find the right diet out. Your palate changes, and you just appreciate food so much more than when you just eat fucking whatever.
Right. Any relationship with food, you probably become a lot better than just stagnant.
And you'll start feeling the karmic burden go away of killing, eating 3 different animals a day. There's also that, And you're contributing less to the environment being fucked up because animal agriculture is fucked up. That you worked in animal agriculture. It's not the coolest place. Yeah.
No, it's not.
I've actually been filming. So as I reintroduce certain things like tomatoes, oh my God, I could eat those. I could eat those in endlessly, but I even filmed it, and just the whole, like, the taste sensation and how it pops and melons and everything else. It's phenomenal. Like, what we're saying is fact. Once you clean all of that out, you can actually, it clears the space that you can taste the real food.
You get more sensitive.
It's amazing.
You taste the nutrition in like the better food after a while. You're just like, oh my God, this is so good.
And the meat will just think for you, basically.
Yeah. Meat will smell like death after a while. They actually did a study on it recently.
Rotting flesh, and we love this stuff for some reason, eh?
The more we abstain from meat, the more putrid it smells and the more grotesque it is. And that's not like that for fruits and vegetables, you know.
No, it's that saying, hey, you are what you eat. So if you eat life, you know, then it'll be all good.
Do you drink a lot of water?
Not a graveyard.
Fuck no.
You don't drink water?
Bro, half a cup of water a day. That's it.
Oh my God.
That's not good, bro.
And if you do, is it tap or out of like a plastic bottle?
Hydrogen water.
Tap water.
Tap water is full of estrogen. All that shit you're scared of.
Our water at the moment in Australia is fucked, and we haven't had rain for 3 months, 4 months, 4.5 months. So it's pretty dry here.
Send you a water filter. You need to get a Brita or
reverse
something,
osmosis filter, so then it can take the particulates out and drop it.
Or just a Brita
at the water yesterday, bro. I've got over 300 parts per million in particulates in the water, so it's not good. And it's meant to be around like 10. So
I mean,
it's full of estrogen.
And fluoride.
Estrogen, PFAS, chloramine, fluoride. The list goes on.
Heavy metals, aluminum.
Hey, we got fish populations dying crazy at the moment in Australia. China's just done laps around our country. We have a Chinese spy ship off our coast right now in South Australia. They've been mapping our internet cables. Yeah, they've been mapping our internet cables and whatnot. But get this. All of our fish are washing up dead, bro. Stingrays, dolphins, fucking all sorts, like in the thousands, bro.
Acidation, acidic.
But I got this theory, like, look at what Japan done a couple of years ago. They just dumped their nuclear waste into the ocean. Now they have to import all of their seafood from South Korea, right? So that's been 2 years since they've done that. They've done it again in 2011, dropped 11,500 tons of nuclear waste from Fukushima into the water, to the ocean, because they had nowhere to put it. Where do we put it? You know what I mean? So straight in the ocean.
The cartel runs the place, so they're not trying to they're not using care with what they're doing.
Yeah, well, they tested the fish. They're 300 times the legal limit of radiation that's allowed to be. So,
All right, you guys start drinking more water, man.
Yeah, maybe.
That's
we're
like
made
the
of water,
most
bro.
important
We
thing.
make water. You know what I mean? Yeah. Why do I have to drink water if we're made of water?
No. Don't believe that bullshit.
This is water, bruv. I drink water. It's refined.
Triple distilled water.
Yeah, that's what misery and a fucked up will get you eventually. Is pissed off enough to start drinking.
You need to turn that shit around. Head that ship in a different direction, bro. You're too young for that shit.
Yeah, don't go to the dark side.
I remember when I was your age, I was a dumbass, though. I was drinking like crazy and just partying and not giving a shit about my health. But, you know, I look back at that part of time and I was like,
now, bro. I'm past
I'm a
partying.
dumbass. At least you're past partying.
Started way too young.
Take care of your body in your youth, and then your body will take care of you in your senior days.
Yeah. For me, man, God, bro, to be honest with you, I'll talk about it a bit here and there, but for me, that's when shit started turning around and I was getting better. Guts are still messed up. But praying and that, like, I'll fall asleep listening to Orthodox Christian chants, my bro, at 432 hertz, you know, and I'll just have the best sleep ever. And it's not bad, but prayer, man, I'm big on prayer and I'm big on Jesus.
Word.
Only because I've had actual experiences with Jesus, right? Real experiences that I can share stories with people. So
positive affirmation is super important for like, you know, reminding yourself not to be a piece of shit, but you can't let it keep you from doing work and actually putting effort yourself in, and not just waiting for God or Jesus to save you necessarily. You know,
Don't get into
like you gotta still put in some effort and do some work. That's a new age way of thinking, that you're just going to ask for, you know, the gift ask. If you just ask a bunch of times, you're going to get whatever you want. That's kind of a, you know,
that's not what it is for me, bro. For me, it's.
I was just gonna say, you're treating your body.
Sorry.
I mean, like we are God's creation, right? Why would you desecrate? You know,
Exactly, and
like you love your body as
practices.
Yeah. Like how you look at, you know, you wouldn't go out and like trash a beautiful forest or a beautiful meadow. You know, you wouldn't just like throw toxic acid in it and like trash it. It's like your body. It's the same thing, right? It's like don't desecrate the kingdom.
If you look at the actual foundations of all churches in the world, they're the same foundations as a human body itself.
Yeah,
they're built in the same structure. It's the
word.
Body's a temple, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It all starts from you. From you, it all starts from the care factor. How much you care about yourself, how much you love yourself, self-care, you know, and then it just manifests outward. So yeah.
That's what the powers that be are trying to kill in all of us and everyone.
Yeah.
That care.
The general principle.
Yeah.
You have to care, to know, and to act with your gut, right? So
for your gut.
Yeah.
From
and for your gut.
And then you have to have the guts to take action.
Oh, nice.
Shit.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Microphone drop.
So I found another new Mark Passio interview.
Sorry.
I found another Mark Passio interview. I've been finding all the interviews that he needs like someone posting his interviews because they're hard to come by.
Wait, is this a War Mode podcast?
Yeah.
No way. Damn, this is a pretty big.
These guys are kind of goofy.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
All right, so
always been a dream of mine.
Yeah, this is pretty much what we did the entire podcast for. We're here with Mark Passio. Mark, thanks for having us.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah,
I mean, you're probably one of the main reasons that I got into this kind of stuff. It
You'll like
saved
this
me
guy,
from all
Jules.
the latest psyops.
Awesome.
You know, possibly saved my life. Never know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So where do you want to start off?
Well, I just was wondering if you could. Well, I love your Wizard of Oz presentation.
Cool.
And I think that there's a thing. I don't know. You could tell me. The Satanists have to kind of tell you what they're up to, or they kind of let you in on the joke in a way. But back in the turn of the century, when Wizard of Oz was super popular and everything, in your presentation you talk about how it's sort of like the old world order of the religion was dying off and the new world order was coming in, and this is kind of them like showing that there's like hope for humanity or something like that. But I mean, this stuff fascinates me, and lately you've been on the fucking money with the psyops stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think there is an occult belief. Some people have referred to this as revelation of the method, whereby dark occultists sort of have to inform according to their own laws, their twisted, sick belief systems that you know might be considered laws to them. They have to tell people what they're doing to them because they believe that not saying no is tacitly saying yes. So they think if you don't speak the lost word, the word of all power, the word that reclaims all individual power and sovereignty, which is the word no. I always refer to no as the lost word of Freemasonry, and I believe that it is. These occultists believe that if people do not say no to their agendas and what they are putting out there that they're going to do to people, and they do telegraph what they're going to do. They tell you about what's coming. They tell you about how they're going to bring it about in many cases, and then they do it. They don't just talk about it. They act upon their belief systems. So that's why it's important to understand what their belief systems are. This is what I've been trying to do over the past 16 years is explain to people what Satanism really is, what dark occultism really is. And it's very difficult to do.
Is there a light side to the occult?
Without a doubt. You know, it's just knowledge about the human psyche and how it works and operates, what our deep-seated motivations are, why we do the things we do. what goes on in the processes of the mind, what informs our behavioral decision-making processes. And then it also incorporates the wider laws of nature from a physical perspective, which the occult, the dark occultists have a vested interest in keeping secret from a perspective of both, financial means, financial reasons to keep their systems of power in the energy systems that they've controlled over the centuries. And from a perspective of controlling human beings, because the understanding of the physical laws of nature and how energy really works ultimately translates into controlling human beings. So the occult encompasses all of those bodies of knowledge. It incorporates the knowledge of how the self works and the knowledge of how the universe works. And they're really mirror reflections of each other. And of course, contained within the knowledge of how the universe works is the knowledge of natural law. And that's what they really, really don't want people to know. Because if people truly know that and align their behavior with it, it doesn't matter what controlling force they're up against. It's game over for that controller. It's game over for the enslaver, for the manipulator.
It's one of the craziest parts of your natural law documentary is when they're interviewing people on the street and they're like, is government in nature? And all these people in the documentary are like, oh yeah, there's a hierarchy, all this stuff. And you're like, bro, like you're telling me that mind control, literal mind control is in nature. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, what they're really saying, and I actually screened that documentary. My friend Jeff, who runs Inquire and Inspire documentary nights, screened that documentary last night, and I was in a Q&A session. And in the Q&A session, what I said was, did you see all those people who believe that government inherently exists in the natural world? And they all justified it by saying, we need to provide things for other people. We need services that we have to fund this way, that we have to have taxation and we have to have government. And they believe in a hierarchy of control. And they quoted, for their reason for believing in this, they said, well, don't you look at the animal kingdom and see that there's a pecking order and there's, a hierarchy within any animal systems? And it's like what I said two things. Number one, imagine believing that human beings should just behave as animals.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a chimp empire.
Yeah. Imagine thinking that that's the highest thought and aspiration that you have for humanity, is that we should behave like the beasts of the field.
Yeah. But I mean, isn't that the thing with Freemasons though? It's like the Freemasons.
You muted, bro.
Think that
Isn't that exactly what we just had with Dr. Natasha? Like, it's the same thing, what he just said.
Yeah, she's like, all animals eat other animals, therefore we must
We
too.
should be animals.
It's like, isn't the whole point to raise above the animalistic nature?
As the standard and made it our standard. And it's like, is it the correct one? And if we look at, we are the most disease-ridden species on the planet. I think it is partly because of our diet. It's meat. You know what I mean? 100% it has to be.
No, we're just raised upside down, in generations of bad programming,
and bad habits, and bad environment, and bad water, and
centuries of bad
we're being
programming.
infiltrated.
Intergeneration.
Oh, you muted again, bro.
You there?
There is some switch you keep on putting. I don't know what.
Oh boy, this again. You hear? Can you hear me?
Check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
intergenerational trauma, like shit, we don't even know. Like shit.
Parental abandonment.
Through. Yeah. But we have we can't just ignore all this stuff and let it build up and kill us, basically.
But most people are in self-loathing also, like crazy. They're older followers, yeah.
And or denial.
Exactly.
Planet denial is quite full.
Yeah, definitely.
We are going to climb Jacob's ladder, end up in a different, we can attain to a higher thing.
Well, I think any real occultism, the goal is a higher level of consciousness.
Right.
The goal is the understanding of natural law and then willfully bringing our behavior into alignment with it so that we can prosper and be free. Any true occultism, that is its ultimate goal and purpose, is to provide that knowledge, make it common sense, propagate it, get it out there to the masses of the people so that we can change the human condition from slavery to freedom.
Yeah, one of the craziest things in that PSYOP presentation he gave was the guy's a Hawkins scale or whatever. Where
yes,
it's like
David Hawkins,
the collective consciousness of us just is not up there, man. We are like guaranteed to be enslaved right now.
Yeah, easily.
We're still not at the level of consciousness by which most human beings are capable of recognizing truth from falsehood. We are still in the consciousness of illusion, where we're easily deceived, where we're easily misled, we're easily manipulated into believing in things that are not true. And we have not developed the tool set, the internal tool set for us to actually be able to methodologically recognize truth. We don't have that process in hand, unfortunately. It's in the occult maxims.
You get a vibration of it, though. You get a feeling of it.
Some people have a slight intuition regarding it and can tell that there's something wrong. But we still don't have in the occult world the maxim of truly learning how to think. You know, as I talk about in my work.
That's why the scarecrow needs a brain, dude.
That's right. That's right. Yep. You know, the first maxim in the occult, the first dictate, if you will, is stop lying to yourself. You know, stop telling yourself things that aren't true, because the more you believe your own lies and BS that you tell yourself, then the more you're open to other people's manipulation, the more you're willing to lie to them and perpetuate deception. So that's the first place that everything has to stop, is before you can even learn.
That's what we got going on in this whole carnivore diet, keto diet thing, the inversion of truth, and demons telling other people, you know, poisoning other people with information, manipulating people into, you know, doing something that's detrimental. And that's why we out here.
Well, it's a tribal thing, right? I mean, you don't want one of the flock to kind of leave, because then it makes them question themselves and their habits and puts the mirror to them, and they don't want to do that.
That's why people are so triggered by vegans.
Okay, yeah, and they are a party of like they're addicted.
Yeah. Physically, mentally, psychologically.
Yeah.
And then it became the tribal thing. Yeah.
People,
because
people don't
to
like
come
to
out
be
of them.
reminded.
What, Aryan?
I think people don't like to be reminded. I mean, I know my whole family. I'm like a mosquito always, you know, like like you're like, but you know, if I land somewhere where it's sensitive, then they can't slap it, you know, and they know I'm right. So.
Oh, well, you're a really cool mosquito.
I mean, we have to be persistent, and you know, even if you're alone, it's still the truth. So people should not be afraid to stand their ground. Right? So
it's very complicated. It's a very intense process. I know I'm probably still, you know, working on it. But like when you leave that whole tribal thing, you're in a tunnel, you're on your own, and you've got to go through a lot of shadow work. And as your body really detoxifies, which is what's happening, and starts to heal from the natural goodness of fruits and vegetables, then, you know, you're letting go of traumas, you're letting go of memories, you're letting go of situations, like both physically and metaphorically. And that's called, you know, part of it is shadow work, and those things will come back, and you have to have a little, you know, come to whatever chat with yourself. It's a big thing. And I'm not talking some big woo-woo shit. Like, this is truly real. Like, it's real, and it's a daily thing. So, you know, for anyone that does it, you got to buckle up. It's going to be quite a ride, and you're going to be tested. But that's
it's a fear, it's a fear of sacrifice. I want to just say that.
Fear of
sacrifice their old self, you know, like.
Well, because it does die. There's a soul death, you know, but that which isn't serving you, let it die. Put it on the heap.
To embrace truth, you have to stop lying.
I've always thought this and said this because it's in your natural law documentary. You start talking about how like it's really fucked up. It's like a violent thing to lie to someone. But like I've always hated liars because they distort my reality.
Yeah.
And like it kills me that people do this, and they're stealing my reality.
I never thought of it like that, though. It makes complete sense. If you're bullshitting and the person you're talking to is bullshitting, you'll just lie to each other forever because it feels good.
Sure.
Well, people lie to themselves just to protect their fragile fucking situation.
Yeah.
You know, briefly
lying
going
to each
back
other
to, you know,
death.
what is a lie? You know, we're talking about the people on the interviews and the person on the street interviews in my natural law documentary, and the lies that they use to justify what they believe. It's unbelievable. You know, this is what I was talking about last night at the Q&A session. Imagine not only believing that we should behave as the other animals of the animal kingdom, and we shouldn't aspire to be anything greater than that in our consciousness. But imagine believing that it is perfectly justifiable to continue to have a violent and coercive hierarchy that keeps people under duress, a situation by which, if they do not comply to the wishes of the quote unquote lawmakers, those who arbitrarily set dictates according to their whims and preferences by which they want society to operate, called human laws, that violent repercussions should come down upon their fellow men and women. This is what anybody who believes that government is morally legitimate and should continue to exist actually believes in. They believe in violence and slavery. They believe human beings who have not harmed other people, because the ruling class has dictated that they behave differently, should have violence conducted upon them and should ultimately be the subject of another human being or class of human beings. And I think nothing is more morally and mentally reprehensible. For anybody to continue to think this in the modern day means that they are just such an internal piece of garbage that I can't even imagine how anybody grows up to be an adult and actually continues to think that way, because they themselves internally are a violent animal.
It's crazy. Like, we just did an episode on Waco a little while back, and like I asked my buddies about that, and all they think about is like, oh, those are some wackos that got lit up by the ATF. Like, that is like the textbook definition.
Some of the best, it's not even an argument, it's just plain as day, is if you watch the natural law presentation that Mark does, I never understood that I had laws of the universe on my side.
Yeah.
Like I grew up in a complete psyop through Hollywood and the government, and like, you don't know, you just kind of know there's a Second Amendment, but you don't know why.
Yeah.
And like the founding fathers, like they were like, dude, you got to protect, these are like divine rights.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, I never thought of it like that before. I remember like it was yesterday. I was like, oh, I'm gonna pop on this Mark Passio thing. Never heard of this before. Hit it, taking a shower. This dude saying the shit. I'm just like, yes.
It is like, especially with like the right to carry guns and stuff like that. The minute government comes in there, like even with the stuff they're saying with like, maybe you should have like a psych eval or something, the minute one of those things gets let go, everything's out the window. They're just going to keep taking it from
That's what infringements are. Infringements are minor incursions that keep building and building and building. And that's why we have to be vigilant and not let that occur. Unfortunately, that involves the true moral education of human beings, and that's why we're losing our rights. The ignorant have their rights stripped from them. One of the main things I talk about in the natural law documentary is, and what we did is we went out on the street, we interviewed many, many people and asked them, could they define a right? Could you define a human right? This should be common sense knowledge. This should be easy to do. This should be something that is known by just about every human being walking this planet. And in every time we ever did this social experiment, we have never yet gotten a correct answer. Not one single solitary human being in the many times that we've conducted this social experiment, and it doesn't matter what area, what city, what geographic region, what demographic, zero. There's no factor that plays into it in any way. Age, race, sex, you name it. Not one person that we've ever asked that question to has ever answered it correctly.
But the knowledge is there. The occult, the people that have all this hidden knowledge, them keeping it from us is kind of messed up.
Yeah, but are they really?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. But
are they just dissuading us from looking into it and saying, oh, there's nothing to that? Or they're giving us nonsense religion?
They give us distractions and religions and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Do you know how many religious people I have told what you ultimately need to know is the knowledge of the occult? And they insist, no, I do not.
Freak out.
And you know what?
I'm like indoctrinated from this, from like, because I grew up Catholic.
Oh, you went to Catholic school.
Yeah. Like, I watched a Discovery Channel like exorcism thing, and I was fucked up like until yesterday about it. It destroyed my entire existence.
Well, think about the genius strategy. From their perspective, the strategy is brilliant, right? So,
they're masters of human psychology, dude.
Yeah. They want people to be afraid of the very knowledge that could liberate them. Think about how much that's genius from a perspective of evil.
Well, this is what I was trying to say. Like, if you're telling me that the Wizard of Oz is an allegory for basically like an awakening of this, and you go through the Scarecrow needs a brain, the Lion needs courage, the Tin Man needs a heart, like all this stuff, like, and then it's all there in the tarot cards, and like this is their world that they're presenting to you, and we all got it when we were like little kids.
That allegory though is a very powerful positive occult.
It's a positive one. Yeah.
L. Frank Baum is not one of the bad guys. This is a guy who understood the knowledge of the occult and realized how ignorant people were, but also realized that this knowledge is what we require. We need an occult revival, as I've said many, many times. And an occult revival was in the works during that time period. It was kind of like beginning to trail off and get lost, actually. But people in the late 1800s, early 1900s really did attempt what I would consider to be an occult revival of this knowledge. And then it really, really trailed off, beginning really with World War I. And then obviously in World War II, it really, really got decimated.
Me and my buddy were talking about the occult because he's really into like Paul McCartney's dead, Paul is dead stuff, and like we were talking about like
that's a fun conspiracy.
It's a great one, and he's taking it really deep. Like I want to get him on the podcast. He's talking about like this book, The Golden Bow, and like I'm reading this other book on the occult, and he's basically saying like they had it locked in. It was kind of like in the Middle Ages, right around there. Like everyone, they had got it so that everyone just knew Jesus was the Son of God. Like there was no questioning it.
Yeah.
So like coming into like what's Madame Blavatsky and like all that stuff, they were like making moves. Like people were waking up to this stuff.
Yeah.
And I just want to know like what we could have been if we never even got psyoped back then. You know what I mean?
Higher beings.
You might be like 1,000 years behind.
Easily, dude.
What religion has done is nothing short of colossal, as far as the degradation of human consciousness. And it's really a very ignorant child's perspective of reality, unfortunately. And people like that don't see it like that. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect. The very, very, very ignorant don't even understand their ignorance. They don't understand how ignorant of things they are. They just believe that's normal because they can only see it from that low level of consciousness.
Well, if there's anything the pandemic did for me was I watched a lot of people that I know that they're smart. They're smart in the world. They're considered way smarter than me, and they are gone. For some reason, there's aspects of this stuff that they can't let in their head, and they live in denial of what's going on.
And it's because they don't have holistic intelligence operating. They have a modicum of a form of intellect operating, but they don't have what I refer to as holistic intelligence. They're not really street smart to how things truly work. Part of them is a very, very, very naive baby, and they don't want to grow up out of that state of consciousness because growing out of it implicitly implies distinct personal responsibility that falls down upon your shoulders to continue to elevate your consciousness and also to educate your fellow human being so that you help them rise in consciousness.
It is crazy when you start to think that, like, when you start to look at,
they were just talking. This is a really good interview for Mark. It's not new. We found out it's from 2023, but Mark's got, Mark does so many interviews where people are just like, oh, it's Mark, just let him talk. And he'll just talk for like 25 minutes straight. And he kind of, after you've seen his spiel a couple times, you're like, oh, he's doing his thing. But these guys are actually like podcasters, and they're like kind of comedians, right? Aren't they like funny?
Yeah.
So they like know how to interview and know how to like talk back and forth. So it's kind of a interesting interview as far as Mark goes, because he's kind of they're like leading him into other things that he wouldn't normally go into.
Hey, real quick, you guys, can you hear me?
What's up, D? Yeah.
Check your inbox on Telegram. We got a spicy update from some trash shapes. You may want to some pizzazz. Yeah, it would be a perfect thing to drop. I think they're hate watching us now. From some ghost account, bro. It's freaking legendary.
You're in Telegram in the other group, the Goofy Media group?
Yeah, I forwarded a couple of things to your direct messages. But bro, just look at that, bro. There's like this. Bro, I think it's perfect material for the podcast since they're literally watching.
Okay, so all right. Forwarded from Geri. Both of you are absolutely filth on a stick up both of your mom's asses. Shame on them for not raising you right, so that we're all smeared by their garbage fucking parenting, and fuck you guys for not actually doing your fucking shadow work and blaming everyone else for their shit behavior.
Mark Passio's words.
Is this the one from the Peaceful Vegan?
Yeah, this is Geri.
Who is she referring to when she says both of you?
Probably me and Darren. Darren and I, yeah, because we're the only troublemakers in there. What, Darren?
They're like, fuck y'all, all y'all.
And like, stop blaming everyone else. I have never blamed a single fucking person for anything in probably the last fucking year. So I don't know what she's talking about blaming.
No sound. No sound. It's clicked off.
All right. Am I back?
Yeah.
I'm pointing someone's bad behavior out. There's no blame. This again, it's back to that we're saying ad hom all the time. She doesn't even understand the definition of the words she's using.
What are they talking about, Darren?
Kicking us out right now of that group.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Imagine if we were in a multi-million-dollar business, bro. They'd hire a hitman.
Darren, your mic is a little far away from whatever something.
Yeah, he's got a good mic and a bad mic. That's probably his bad mic. So here's the second one. Fuck the haters. As far as I'm concerned, if violence is initiated against me, I have natural law behind me as a permission to return force. Tap into my inner psychopath. Jeffrey and Darren, you will not come onto a channel I helped create. After shit stirring on your shit talking channel where you absolutely befuddled as to why you haven't been called to be on One Great Network. When did I say that? After you someone. Okay, so this might be someone else. Who's this?
No, it's forwarded from Geri.
Yeah.
Geri talking.
Let's see. Called to be on if she shit on everyone because you're a baby celebrity who needs the father who abandoned you's validation. What? To shit stir? Yeah. Assumption. And not get debate. To shit stir and not engage in actual debate about your choice and rhetoric. Name ad hominem attacks. Okay, what's the ad hominem attack? Again, she's using the word again that she doesn't know and understand the definition of. The definition of ad hominem is when there's no more argument, you go to just calling someone a name. I never did this. I have not blamed anyone for anything, and I haven't ad hommed anything. I've asked specific questions, asking specific questions about someone's character and what they believe.
I'd assume. Careful, don't touch it. I assume she's talking about you talking about her interviewing the
alien
ET in her mind. I assume that's what she's calling an ad hominem attack, but it's something that she did, and we're just stating our opinion of it.
Why is she angry at fact?
Yeah.
Oh, Jeff, more bro.
Ad hominem.
I'm gonna go have
all
a
right,
shower.
Jules. Drink more water and eat more veggies and fruits, bro. I'm gonna keep after you.
Good luck.
Yeah. I'm gonna haunt you from YouTube. So okay, let's see.
As a kite.
Shit stir and not engage in actual debate. My podcast is a open podcast, so people can come here and debate. I ask people to debate all the fucking time, and they don't. So far, nothing accurate in these statements. Baby celebrity. No, I'm not a baby celebrity. I was almost famous once a long fucking time ago. Namely ad hominem attack, which is complete shit. You are verbal diarrhea in a bag at your mom's house incarnate. Point blank, Darren, I know where you live. You apologized to me last year for the same fucking shit behavior, and now all of a sudden, while I start engaging in the one great work, cue card, to your shame and guilt for not actually producing.
I know where she lives too, goddammit.
Rather than deal with your shame on your own, you project it onto me. Fuck you. Yeah, it's a bum fight, and I want to be the fucking bum. Remember, I've studied mixed martial arts and won gold medals in tournaments after 5 years of intense monk-like study. If I see you, you will die.
So have I, bro. I have more fucking training than she does, bro. Big fucking deal.
So that's
what?
A death threat.
And I'm a man, so you know what that means. I have an advantage, bitch.
I'm confused as to where she thinks there's been violence initiated on her.
No, she eats mushrooms all day. She doesn't know how to deal with crisis or conflict in the least bit, but like have a complete
I know people who eat a lot of mushrooms and can deal with crisis and conflict.
Yeah, but
it's
if they're coping with other shit.
Yeah. I just, I mean, maybe I'm just missing something.
Told me to follow the light.
Bro, let me just remind her what I used to do for work. I was a skip tracer. I used to find people for a living that didn't want to be found and seize their motherfucking bank accounts. I'm not the one, bitch.
So this lady who's apologizing for carnists and carnism just completely makes a bunch of stuff up. Like, I haven't been called on to be in the One Great Work Network. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. I haven't been along long enough. I haven't been around long enough to get on the network. And I've said many times, I'm too much of a troublemaker to be on the network. I'd cause too much trouble.
Well, if
anything, Allie should be on the network, if anything. So I could give a rat's ass about networks. I have my own network I'm starting, and it's going to be way better than any of these networks. Because I'm not going to let people pay me to get on my network and soil the fucking the yeah.
I'm just not sure where the death threats, how that was.
It goes from like it's a rant. I'm confused.
Alicia, did I not tell you 15 minutes ago that they would fucking kill you if it came down to it?
You did.
Did I? Okay, and what happened 15 minutes later? You can share the screenshot. I'm like, these dudes have the mindset of a murderer because once they have enough
the threat
on the line, they will fucking do it. And I fucking told her this. What's the timestamp on that, Alicia? Like 20 minutes ago?
It was like at 9:30. 9:30.
Oh, so now who has the extra sensory perception, Geri? You dumb bitch. It's called the behavioral algorithm, and I grokked your little tard construct.
What happened to sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me? I don't understand.
And this is a person who's going to be teaching
because
children.
The Pleiadian Collective is basically a veiled Marxist organization, and these ET fucks want freedom from government, but they believe it comes from an outside source, so they're literally Bolsheviks with extra steps. That's what the fuck they are, because even Karl Marx promised anarchy. These guys are retarded. Think of the dot in the circle. You are here. Around you is the circle. That's where natural law needs to be exercised. From within, outwards.
The circle is order, and air is for anarchy. Yeah.
So they haven't kicked me yet from the chat.
Had any interaction with her, and then I woke up, like I said earlier, and I know that she'd been having the shroomies the night before, and then I woke up to some spellcast shit. And it was like, what is this? And it was a complete mistake on her part, which three times I tried to address it with her and she ignored, because they're in the land of ignore stuff and projected onto you, which is a little bit of a disorder.
Delusions of grandeur too.
You're not going to go your own delinquency. Like, what is this stuff when you attack innocent people? And now it's like there's a death threat, and yet this is the one who's holier than that. Like, what?
I'm just trying to make these guys better. I'm not threatening anybody's lives. I'm trying to make them actually like
do great work. If this is the seed of their soul that's planted and thriving right now, this is scary. It's scary.
And then they threaten black magic, dude. I forward you a screenshot of that, and it's like, yeah, I know what you guys do. I forwarded you that screenshot, Jeff, and they're like, you think it's funny now? And I'm like, no, I never thought it was funny.
Whatever this behavior is far worse than anything me and Darren did.
And this is what appears to be supported by Mark's network, which is terribly concerning. Like, how is that a safe place for people? Yeah. That's what I've been saying. How is this
put on a fake mask of fucking stoicism and friendliness, but beyond it, underneath the facade, the superficial, mask they throw up, they're ogreish, fiendish imps.
It's literally, it's the little meme that's in the top corner of the thumbnail. It's the guy with the nice face on, and he pulls the face off, and he's stressing out and angry. Like, it's literally like these people can't.
But if she's
literally plants, bro, and they don't know it because they're MK Ultra tards, bro. They don't even know it.
Watching this, why doesn't she come on? Drop
because she's programmed to.
Because she's
kill
got
us,
nothing
bro.
to say.
That's why she's programmed to kill people like us, and she has to get close to us. And now she's
Obviously.
tweaking out because it's not working.
No,
This has happened to me my whole life, bro. I know how it goes. I've been tortured, bro. Like, I know how it goes.
First they ridicule you, then they fight you, and then in the end, then you win. You know,
This is
it's
just
true.
sad. It's so, and it's taking away from the very work that needs to be done. Like, this is just distractionary. It's
Totally.
toxic.
Energy vampires.
It's a waste. It is a waste. And I just wish that they'd look in the mirror and just see, but like, they're perfectly content in themselves. So
They're scared of themselves, you know. They're
is Allie okay?
Yeah, no, I thought the cat jumped out the window.
Oh, there was like a very annoying thing. I'm like,
The cat can't stand my podcasting voice, and he tries to attempt suicide.
He's opened the window and jumped out before while Jeffrey was on a tirade. So I just want to make sure that wasn't happening.
Bro, I think you guys, I really don't want to toot my own horn on this, but I think this is sufficient to at least give a decent amount of credulity to my claim that these guys are ops.
Yeah, clearly. And that, dude, they're just the blatant apologizing for carnism. And then being like, oh yeah,
and then death
veganism
threats.
is unhealthy.
And then
like, are
death
you
threats,
fucking out of
and
your
I know
mind?
where you live because she sent me a package last year because that's what vampires and witches do, bro. They fucking try to get invited into your space. You don't think I know that? But then again, I know where she lives. Like, bro, this is not new to me.
I can send her my address if she wants.
Look at them hiding in the chat. They're not even. They're
Bro,
watching.
I put a photograph of my ID, my social security card, on the motherfucking thing when they were like saying like,
you put it on Gilded.
yeah, they called me a wuss, and I'm like, really? Here's where I'm at, bro.
You did.
They're just hiding, watching the One Great Lurk Network.
Yeah.
This Joseph guy. What?
Like, if you're like using care. Oh, who's this Joseph guy? Oh, it's just a
Sounds
troll.
like, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know. Associated with that social group, but
Oh, it's Esteban. I recognize that typing.
Maybe it's Joseph Straley.
Is it breach of contract?
Breach of contract.
occult mockery.
Occult
Remind
mockery.
us of the three expressions of consciousness.
You broke the contract, and now we must collect.
Vegans desire roast chicken.
Roast
children. I mean roast chicken.
Yeah.
They will never find us in Bratislava.
They will force you to eat broccoli.
So yeah, don't talk shit about veganism.
I manufacture #1 adrenochrome from compassionately murdered chickens.
So yeah, death threats far worse than anything than me and Darren did.
It is true.
Yeah.
Grace Lever takes credit.
Dos Vidonia, Mr. Cyborg.
You breach contract, I give you no roast chicken.
Oh, come on.
Crackies.
I give you watermelon.
Dobro Brashalovic. I got you now.
Come on, guys. I would love that if somebody from them came to the show.
Why are you guys hiding behind? Look, here's okay, maybe because I haven't posted this in a while. There's the link. Come on up and talk. Stop hiding.
Yeah.
Gus.
Let's discuss.
Nobody is forcing anything.
We don't
no
bite
ad
your
hom. No
We'll be
ad hom.
Make sure to bring the Flaming Sword AI generated avatar with you.
You could watch my
Superimpose that
last
on their gay
debate.
faces.
I was unbelievably patient with the person I was talking to. You
And
can't
how
ever say the vegans are crazy ever again. I set the bar.
Ad hominem.
Oh yeah.
Ad hominem.
Ad hom. Geri, come up and we can look at the definition of ad hom, and then we could go back through the conversation and you could point out where I ad hommed.
We could also look at the definition of violence because I'm really confused as to.
Yeah, I think threatening physical violence is violence if I'm not
to ad hom about that.
Yeah.
And then, actually, I was raising this issue before, and I'm like, bro, this whole ET thing and the fact that they're talking about World Economic Forum gurus and motherfuckers that know Robert F. Kennedy. And I'm like, how does this bitch have nowhere to live and she's a single mom? Yet she's traveling all around the country, shooting guns with Jeff and visiting Dustin. I'm like, bro, because she's got a CIA credit card or Department of Defense credit card.
Yeah.
Like, bro, come on.
Stop initiating force, Darren, with your words.
Yeah.
You're forcing her ears
so
to hear
aggressive.
words. It's violent.
You're not the boss of me.
Because she doesn't have control of her emotions. It's hearing things she doesn't like is hurting her, physically hurting her.
Must resist.
This is the natural law practitioner here talking. That talks to aliens in her head.
Well, it was in her head via Bluetooth or her cell phone, and then physically, geographically based in Israel. I heard his voice. I called him out on it.
Yeah, and remember, Darren, why do Megan and Geri constantly talk about being single mothers? What is
Appeal
that?
to pity, unholy feminine.
Like they were just pulling it out at the most random time. Stop arguing. Stop yelling. She's like, stop talking shit to Calv. I'm a single mom. Blah 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 blah. And Darren was like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what does that have to do with anything?"
It's because it's their cover story, bro. They can't go and do this gypsy shit. It's like when the Children of God and the Grateful Dead family went around the country and spread LSD and MK Ultra shit. It's like they have to be nomadic. So with their like baby daddies, they like can't have anything to do with them. It's like part of the operation.
Oh, they got to be moving around and getting into shit, getting into stuff to get into stuff.
Yeah,
I think you could be right.
Yeah, I usually am, and then I get threatened. But you know,
still in the group. I don't think they kicked me yet. Yeah, they still haven't kicked me. They want me.
I was 7 years old looking at fucking Rorschach cards. Like this isn't new to me, bro. Like I've had like 30 years of experience of psyops. Like it's not.
Those ladies have tagged me at least 8 or 9 times, and I've yet to respond to either of them. And I think that's why they're leaving. They're leaving me in there is because they want me to respond to them so bad. But I don't give a fuck about anything they have to say.
Yeah, bro. This is why like people get really pissed, bro. Like, I mean, have you ever just been running your mouth and have 8 cop cars show up because like somebody gets pissed and pulls a couple strings and talks to someone they know? Like they're fucking
gonna kill you, dude.
Bro.
You better stop talking shit. She's gonna fucking kill you.
Yeah.
She's gonna choke you out. Sounds very aligned with natural law. Physically violent. But she's the one. She thinks there's no problem with people eating meat. So obviously,
they'll probably eat me after they kill me, frazzle drip style.
She obviously thinks that's okay and just uses the rhetoric to get into the fucking circle.
Yep, because they hear voices telling them to do this, bro.
Yeah, the aliens.
Why? How do I know? Because when I'm around these motherfuckers, I can feel it in the Akasha, and my fucking eardrums pop. But I'm not mentally ill, so I don't hear the voices.
Is the Akasha in your booty?
Feel the vibes. I'm sorry, what?
Nothing.
Akasha in your booty.
He was listening. If that was a test, if that was a 1-way or 2-way street, you were listening. That was very funny. Sorry, stop the car. What?
It was the ad booty attack.
That was actually very, very funny.
You know what Bhuta? You know what Bhuta means? In Bhuti is a female ghost in Sanskrit.
We're not promoting natural law because we're biased. Joseph Smith says the Mormon or the Jehovah's Witness Mormon.
Witno.
I can't believe that's the response.
at home.
No, but again, like even the response from Calvin was just like he's just yelling into his camera that like
I know more about Mormonism than the Mormons, bro. I used to be a Mormon.
I know you know everything, Darren.
I used to be a Mormon priest, bro. Second Nephi, Adam fell that men might be and men are that they might have joy. I already know this shit.
Yeah.
Come to we are.
I was muted.
Mormon scouts.
How does one become a Mormon priest? I'm not sure I want to know.
No kidding.
Well, if you have to ask, you'll never know.
There has to be more men.
More men. That was a
How
good
about
one.
this? Ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be opened unto you.
Yeah. I feel like we should watch Mark Passio telling us to be petty tyrannous again. I keep playing it for these fools. Tyrannous. I keep playing this for these idiots.
You want to come
to interpret this petty
seem
tyranny
to
as like as a direct offensive to them, and it's not. And
You
it
want to come at me with ego? Let's come with me with ego.
What?
You know when he says like, "You want to come at me with your ego? Let's go. I can play with the ego." You know, like
Yeah, but it's like it's not like I'm saying that Mark's like the end all of all things, but like what he's saying makes complete sense.
Yeah,
and I've played this for these people several times.
Billions
I know they're
and
watching
billions
the
of
show.
retards in the world.
I mean, there's like
there's billions of retards in the world. He can't spend his time stepping on little ants.
I know they're watching the show because I'm watching like they're watching the show, but they don't want to come up here and say anything. And they're watching these.
The one who asked how does one become a Mormon priest is Geri.
They're hearing everything we're saying, and it just somehow they don't understand. And they think that we just need to be super nice to each other and accept anyone who's open to natural law and anything, anywhere they are on their journey, they're just on their journey. And we shouldn't encourage them to be better at any time whatsoever. Because all I'm trying to do is make Will Keller better, make fucking Padini better. All these guys that are
Just
getting
like
the
he made me
limelight
better
from being on the network, I'm trying to make them better. And now we have Geri threatening our lives.
Did Jeffrey make me better? I think so. You know why? Because I was brought to a fork in the road and I was left with the choice. Do I double down on the retardation or do I pivot and make a change? I could just unsubscribe from VGT and I could have said, fuck Jeffrey.
Yeah.
You know? But then I was like, wait a minute, why is this making me mad? If I stand by what I said or did, why won't I just say, well, that's your opinion, bro? Oh, wait, because it made me angry because I was wrong. So I was a retard for like a week and then I changed. And that's all they have to do.
Now he's one of our best guys. So
it takes a courage to admit you were wrong. People don't have the courage so much.
Yeah. And that's like what Mark was just saying in that video. Like, we got to stop lying to ourselves.
We got to stop lying to the people around us and our friends.
I agree with this. There's no time.
I mean, it takes courage to not lie to ourselves. It takes courage to not lie to the people around us and to like friends, acquaintances.
Bro, they would rather come to my house and kill me than admit they were wrong. I mean, that's how they roll. Like I said, from day one, they're motherfucking demons.
Yeah.
They really threatened. Is it serious?
Yeah, it's wild. So, we're gonna listen to
in
this.
writing.
Yeah, in writing. We have multiple screenshots already. Not going anywhere, not going to lose it. They can't block us, and
bro, I have
it anymore.
It's like I used to use TLO for a living, bro. Like the same databases that a detective would use to look you up. It's not like I don't have access to people who have access to this. Like these guys are idiots.
I actually might have you find someone for me. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I can refer you to a licensed person to do that for you.
Not to commit violence, just to be clear.
No, yes.
I'm like the president. I don't know why you even
Barry
said that,
Cooper.
but, well, as I said,
No.
I would not have blocked you guys. I've now taken full responsibility for the gatekeeping role in the chat. Okay. So ultimately, he obviously thinks what went down is bullshit.
You're up in natural law.
Like I said, we probably agree on most things. So peace. If you guys are going to smear us on our show, kindly share our links.
No, kindly get your bitch face up here.
So this is going to be my
walk
response
us through a full confession
to these guys.
and a
I already
full
responded to
retraction.
it, but I'm going to the next day after this happened, Mark put this video up.
Listening audience dried up over the last season because I went in on motherfuckers this year. I went in on them.
You did.
And I told them what I think about them. And I apologize for 0 things that I said. I meant every last fucking syllable of it. And I will not apologize and take it back because I'm correct about what I said. I put forward the exact truthfulness that I'm required to put forward to tell people where they're at. And that's exactly what I did. So what that did for me, because I'm not one of these losers who's only worried about the bottom line figure when it comes to the fucking mammon dollar, I'll take the hit to say what's true. And let me tell you what happened. So I don't know. I'm not just saying this either. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to pay the mortgage on this house. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to have this operation. We'll see, depending on how many people want to contribute to this operation, because it's probably going to go away after I can't pay my mortgage anymore, because 0 resources are basically coming in. I got the first order in 40 days on my gifts area yesterday. 1 order in the last month and 10 days. I'm fucked. And I'm fucked because I did the right thing and told people the truth about who and what they are. They're lazy bags of immoral shit sitting on their ass thinking this is some fucking game, thinking this is some fucking social event. They're going to find out how much of a social event when fucking tactical nukes go off in their backyard. They're going to find how much it's a social game when fucking a police force is put together that make the Nazis look like they're handing flowers out to people.
The socializing I talk about. Everybody wants to socialize. They just want to be known and hang out with people that know the same stuff they know. And this goes against teaching anything that, like, this is infield baseball. And I get it. When you're a new activist, I get it. You don't know how to do activism yet. By the way, everyone hit the smash the like button. I never say that shit. And any super chats go towards editing the show and editing Mark's work and putting it up on YouTube.
You guys,
any super chats come in, that's what that goes towards.
I had a falling out with a friend.
So this socializing, these guys just want to get in these groups, and it's like you're supposed to socialize with people that aren't in your group to get the message out. Like us over here, our main goal is converting vegan libs to being anarchists, and I'm doing this with people that found veganism through Mark Passio. So it's like these guys know that they aren't taking things to the full extent, and they're just upset. And as we'll watch, there's several videos we're watching later. These guys on the network, these vegetarian guys, can't help but talk shit about vegans all day long. And all their content, they can't help but mention it and try and discount what we're doing and try and cope being either a vegetarian, which is just clown show, or a carnist still, and just being like, oh, it just works better for me, like. So I don't get this socializing shit. I'm a vegan. I'm into crypto. I have a podcast. Obviously, I know people aren't going to like me, right? Like I'm not out here trying to make friends. People come on my show and they leave my show every week because they get freaked out. Like this is the most dangerous show to be on right now in this movement because of the stuff we talk about. No one wants to hear what we have to talk about over here. And we're not talking about anything that new. These guys should all know this. But what's up, Christian?
Living the dream. Hey, I do need a fanny pack.
Big ball.
I veganism.
In 19 tattooed on my back.
Over a year ago, the podcast, they don't get it because they're sitting looking at a fucking screen. You know, why? I told people over a year ago, the podcasts are going to get brutal, vicious. They're going to get, because you shouldn't be listening at this point. You should already be doing. You should already be doing, and you should already be influencing other people to learn real morality. At this point, the podcast is intended to be speaking to the people who have sat on their ass and done nothing and continue to listen. It's not about listening. It's about, you got to fucking already have learned it and moved on to action. And if that's the case, you don't need to hear the brutality that I'm dishing out on the later podcast. But guess what?
Yeah, this has been a big problem in the movement since the dawn of time, is that people choose to open their eyes and then just suspend in that picture, that photograph of time, and not ever continue to change things. Is there someone else in here? Who dat? Oh, Quinoa.
Dude, 2 weeks ago.
Never change anything. And then they get all, like, it's the Dunning-Kruger thing Marx talks about. They get this confidence about where they are and how great a person they are and what they're doing in their life. And they think that their activism is just way better than it actually is. And it gets really ridiculous, because you got these guys, then you get this cult of personality and all these social scenes and hierarchies and stuff. And it's like, no one is actually doing any work. That's been my biggest complaint with the truth movement since I got in 2010. No one's actually doing anything but infield baseball. It's just social scene and who said what on a video. And it's just absolutely ridiculous, but we're all going to keep this going.
I'll tell you right now, it's a spiritual fucking lesson. It's some of the hardest spirituality that anybody would have to fucking try to understand, because it's talking right to the entrenched, calcified ego in people. That's what it's doing. And it's saying, no, you're not going to continue to come with your bullshit. I'm going to shut you down. The universe doesn't have a voice. We have to be its voice. We have to be its influential vibratory energy coming through our mouth. That's what the throat chakra is. You know, and too few people are doing it. There should be 1 million people teaching objective morality and natural law by now. What are there? A couple hundred worldwide? It's a laughing joke. It's junk. It's the biggest junk effort of all human history. It's junk. And I don't care if people hear that and, oh, I'm discouraged. It's the truth. You got to be able to hear the truth and say, well, we're going to double down on our effort then, if it hasn't been good enough. You don't say, well, Mark's telling us the truth, so let's quit. I'm not telling people to quit. I'm telling people how inexcusably pathetic their efforts have been to this point. And that's what a good leader does. It doesn't blow smoke up someone's ass and say you're doing a great job when you're doing a shit job. Like I said in the last few episodes, an Olympic coach would not tell their protege trying to get into the Olympics that they're
Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about here. All these
well,
guys.
I don't know. If you were an Australian breakdancing coach, I think you would really try to motivate your team to, you know.
Yeah.
And yet
around them 24/7.
You know, like, I don't even.
And
building. Oh yeah, your effort on the gymnastics floor, that's gonna earn you at least a silver. No, it's not. It's junk. And if you're honest with the protege, if you're honest with the person that you're trying to instruct and get them to actualize to their full potential, you're going to tell them where they're at. You're not going to lie to them. Mm-hmm. And that people won't do it. They won't do it because they're more attached to money and comfort. Money and comfort right now are the complete enemies of good. They're the complete enemies of good. Wanting to have.
And we all know, we all love Mark, but the one compromise he's made is including money and being so dependent on money, or at least dependent on the people of his network for money. He's allowed these clowns to soil his reputation by having them, because they're paying him to take his classes and get in his network. So this is one of our only criticisms. Maybe 3 or 4 things I harshly disagree with Mark on. I think he could do way better on his own. Just doing something else.
It's not so much the money. It's just as I said before, it's how everybody's so fragmented,
and be based.
No,
thing would be the easy thing to do. We have to stop looking to get out, doing the easy thing, get out the easy way, take the shortcut. That's why the life lesson is stop looking for those things. They don't exist. You got to do it the hard way, especially now because it's been ignored for all these decades and decades. And that's what karma is. Karma is the force in the universe that's a governing dynamic that says, are you doing the right thing or are you doing the easy thing? Are you explaining what's right and trying to influence people for the true spiritual good? Or are you saying, I don't want to?
Your mic is off.
Rock the boat.
No sound.
Come up, Joseph Smith. Stop being a pussy. The link's right there. Show your face. Put your money where your mouth is. We got a Mark dethroner in our midst, guys. He must be super based. I bet he's super based.
Are they afraid? Is he afraid of being embarrassed, or like?
I guess he's just hiding in the chat.
Oh, I don't want to make a problem. I don't want to lose anything, especially money. It's not a good enough effort. It's a junk shit.
Or friends in high places.
We got to choose the hard thing over the easy thing. The hard thing right now is the right thing, and that's got to be chosen over what's easy and comfortable. And you can't tell that to dumb motherfuckers. You can't tell that to dumb, egotistical, shit-brain motherfuckers. They want to hear, oh, poor baby, the universe cares that you just ignored this all this time, and it's going to let you off the easy way. You're going to get let off the hook so easy. You know, that's all. Just go vote for Trump, and all your karmic debt is forgiven. It's a nonsense, childlike mindset.
Oh, big surprise. The coward Joseph Smith, the sock account, isn't going to show his face. He's just going to talk shit from the fucking chat and hide behind his computer like a little fucking Satanist pussy coward. Not surprised.
Is that the breach of contract one?
It could be. It sounds a little bit like him, but it could be someone else.
Oh.
There's a lot of natural law. There's a lot of douchebags who believe in natural law that are like anti-Mark running around on my channel.
Oh, it's the game theory guy. Okay, that's why I'm like.
Oh, it's game theory guy.
I had this conversation on Facebook the other day. I'm like, oh, that's why
Game
it's the
theory
same
guy's back.
guy talking. Okay,
Who's been debunked fucking every time he comes up here.
He says that vegans can't know anything about farming because they don't actively do it themselves. You can't know anything unless only through personal experience.
I've owned 2 goats,
absolutely
dozens
ridiculous.
of chickens, so I guess I have enough experience to make those kinds of decisions. But there's no logic behind your argument whatsoever. It doesn't make any. I do not have to live like a farmer to understand that killing animals unnecessarily for food is bad. It's fucking pure bullshit. Like, it's hilarious.
It's like when somebody told me you don't know what it's like to be a heroin addict, and I'm like, I don't need to be stupid to know that I shouldn't do heroin.
I don't need to be a fucking psychopath farmer to understand the farming industry.
No, you can talk to a farmer. You can talk to a heroin addict to find out what it's like. You can look at these resources, these websites. You can look at farmers talking about farming and go off what they're saying. Why is the personal experience of
going out and tilling,
milking the cow? You need to know that
I milked a goat every day.
That's how John Money and Alfred Kinsey found out what it's like to be a pervert.
Okay,
I don't know the reference.
You're too based for us, Darren. But yeah, no, this dude's a fucking joke. He's been coming up here and repeating. This guy spends hours on my page a day, on my Facebook page, week after week after week. What kind of loser spends that much time repeating the same statement over and over again? You don't understand game theory. You don't understand game theory. Ali completely decimated this guy like maybe 6 months ago and then had to do it again yesterday. And this dipshit just keeps talking like he won. Like typical liberal mentality. Like I know I just got my ass handed to me, but I can't, my ego won't let me accept defeat. And I'm just going to continue to repeat the word game theory over and over again.
What I don't understand is why don't he make his own content and prove.
He thinks no. These losers think that typing is making content. Justin Pedini posting about,
it's really
all day is doing activists. This guy thinks he's making a difference by repeating something he doesn't even understand over and over again.
He's using your platform to get attention.
Clearly been debunked many times, not even just by Ali or me. Like other people have explained it to him. I've watched it happen several times, but it's just the Pedini mentality. Wrong, wrong, wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. I just believe what I believe, and I'm incapable of learning anything else. I have my one little argument that I think beats everything, and I'm just going to repeat it over and over again. Ridiculous. Appeal to game theory fallacy. Exactly. Boosh. But yeah, stop talking to this dill hole.
No sound, Darren.
And the people are not interested in hearing how it really works. Certainly from me, they're not interested. I've been given a mandate.
Can you hear me?
No donations, no gifts sold on the store. I don't know when I had maybe a couple of straight donations have come in since I stopped broadcasting, maybe a few. That's about it. And 40 days without one sale. I bet you people won't believe me. I should just bring it up and show it to you. I'd have to hide some other personal data, but I could show you my list of orders. I'll show them to you.
He accidentally shows the name on this one.
That should be enough to do it. I mean, I know that
it was a minor.
I'll just show the last two,
like
and
small.
I'll try to cover up the names. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can.
Yeah.
Just to, not have people like Daddy going. Last two orders I got and how much they're separated by time. Hold on. Because I don't really want to obviously give people's personal
I thought he was. Oh, shout out to Will Keller. There he is. This one.
And that's basically where, because the bottom line is most people who even pay attention to my stuff, they're not good people. If they were good people,
man. You guys realize he's talking about you guys, right? It's again, not the guests on the show. Yeah, not you guys. I'm talking about the people who know that are listening. Yeah, it's just like when I'm reading on here.
They're listening again, hiding.
He's
in the
talking
chat.
about you guys.
He's
like
talking
how
about
terrible,
you, Geri.
like it's mind-boggling that these guys don't get it when
You
I'm
guys
criticizing
don't understand
them
it yet
for factioning off of natural law and making their own little social circle where they get attention and they get to all talk like Mark in a group, but not nearly as well, and they don't do any outreach whatsoever.
Then they send you a gift in the mail, pretend to be your friend. Then when you say you guys are not in line with natural law, they threaten to kill you. Like a fucking communist Nazi Schweinhund.
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit.
But the thing is, if you've made this your identity and you're in these circles and you're doing this, you should at least know something about it. And always talk in favor of natural law and not apologize for people not in line with natural law. Like, I don't get it. Stealing is wrong. Stealing the life of a sentient being is not right. Yet Geri is supporting a guy and like kissing this guy. Oh, I bet she's got a crush on him. That's why she's going so hard with Calv. Yeah. Because he's English, so he's got a cool accent. She probably has a crush on him. That's why she's stuck up for him. Just blindly stuck up for him. He was ad-homing me, and they were yelling at me as he was ad-homing me when I simply just asked questions, and my questions were 100% relevant to the rhetoric that he spreads on her channel. Absolutely hysterical. Still, in 6 months later, we're still dealing with trash apes.
I was told to let it go by one of my friends from class, and then I didn't let it go, and he blocked me.
Let what go?
The natural law, basically. Let it go. Let them do whatever they want. And I'm like, no, they're basically blaspheming natural law and destroying Mark's work by misrepresenting it. And like, this is not a fictional religious God. This is the laws of, like, the spiritual laws of the universe that they're fucking with now. So it is a serious issue. And I was told to let it go, that it's my ego. And I told him, no, bro, I'm not going to let it go. The dude blocked me. And he said, before he blocked me, he said, what's preventing you from making content? And I'm like, because I'm taking my time and I'm making good content like I would want to see from Mark, like very good content. And he was like, no, it's something else, bro. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe because if I pursue this diligently, it's going to make a lot of waves and I might actually get killed for it. And he's like, whatever, bro, that's bullshit. That's fake and bullshit. And blocked me 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then today I get legit death threats. So, like, I'm just telling you, bro, like, everyone's like, just take the high road, Darren. And I'm like, in other words, you don't have the testicular fortitude to stay the course, is what it is.
No, yeah. No integrity whatsoever. No consistency, no integrity.
And you know why? Because Will Keller reached out to him and was like, bro, what kind of content are you going to be making? I'm really interested to hear about this. So immediately they fucking came in with their satanic help offer. The other zombie looking bitch from the network was like, yeah, bro, I can help you with these tech issues. And he's like, oh, see, you got kicked out of the Gilded and these people are reaching out to me, offering me help. And I'm like, it's because they're Satanists, bro.
They're manipulating you, bro.
Yeah. And then he blocked me.
Yeah. And all this for them to just do a music festival.
A music festival, maybe some shrooms, maybe a plan a murder festival. You never know.
They're going to have... It's unbelievably funny. Unbelievably funny.
To do as an activist if you want to be an activist.
Really sad
I'm going to pay for Mark's class, pay for Mark to vouch for me, pay to get around Mark's people. Then I'm going to take those people and make a group, and we're all just going to stroke each other off. And we're not going to do anything to do any type of internal work or real external work, which is doing outreach to people that don't already know these things. They just want to act like they've figured it out because they took one of Mark's courses and they've watched a bunch of his podcasts, which is not, that barely is taking even one step. And you shouldn't be teaching people till you've taken 15 steps. You are not an expert. So stop talking like an
Geri?
expert.
I was literally talking about Geri there, I think.
I just don't understand why everybody's trying to suck fucking Mark's dick when he's literally sold out to half his
not about
fucking
Mark, though. It's not about natural law. You have, John Bob and Christian, you guys have Christianity. We have natural law. It's very similar. They're very similar. One has just been used for, control for a long time, and you got to deal with that kind of shit. But it's they're talking about goes out and he chases dealing with who's proud wreck deep. I'll stick up.
Now at that
listen to him and let's tune in to hear how loud Mark gets on the show this week. If that's what people are doing, they're morons.
You can apply. You guys can apply this to any activism. It doesn't necessarily mean, and it doesn't have anything to do with Mark. It's just taking things fucking serious and not just half-assing and trying to do like a social thing when we're trying to do
fucking slob.
We're actually trying to
be a
save the
Ninja
world.
Turtle back there.
This isn't a joke. It's not comedy. It's not a fucking act. And it's definitely not some social
Justin
scene.
Padini.
And that's all people know how to make
Social
anything because
scene.
they're morons.
Again, that social scene.
They're either jokester pranksters, prankster losers.
Literally talking.
Everything's a joke to them. Nothing
Justin
serious.
Padini. Literally
everything is to be mocked, ridiculed, and laughed at because that's what they are. They're somebody who's worthy of all that mockery, derision, ridicule because they're a fucking loser.
He's not talking about.
They're not a winner. They're not a doer. They're not somebody who fucking actually takes action. They're just losers. That's what a loser is. A loser is somebody who sits back complaining about other people, never does a fucking thing with their life, never learns a fucking thing, never learns how anything works, never takes any action, sits on their couch with their thumb up their ass complaining about what other people haven't done.
Is he talking about Justin?
Believe me, I have lots of complaints about people too, but that doesn't make me one of them. I'm a person of driven action.
Gonna find out that you fuck with the
and the problem is, I've been given a shit team to work with.
Oh,
that's the only problem.
Oh, wow. Shit team to work with. What has Jeffrey Phillips been complaining about? And who has he been going after to try and make better? Mark's shit team. He says it himself out of the horse's mouth. I've been given a shit team. The people around me suck. That's what I thought. That's why I've been doing this for this long. like leave, you guys. Like, you guys know who you are. Like, just leave. Stop wasting everyone's time. It's fucking ridiculous.
Just been given a junk team to work with. I'm fine. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me or my effort since I awoke. I was as big, if not bigger, of a garbage piece of shit than any of these people I'm talking about when I was younger. Not anymore. I fixed myself. There's no problem with me. And people don't want to hear that. That doesn't mean I'm perfect. You know, I'm not saying I don't have, idiosyncrasies and things that I have to work on. But the problem regarding human slavery still existing in the world is not due to anything I'm doing. I've pulled back from all that bullshit. And if people took my attitude, we'd end this tomorrow. We would have ended it earlier today. The problem is they can't even hear what I'm saying because they're dumb bags of trash whose parents fucked them up and they never unfucked themselves. And that is the reason karma goes on and on and on. People don't want self-improvement. Then they don't want to tell other people you have to self-improve in the same ways I did. This isn't about me doing work on myself and saying, oh, great, that's all I came here for. Ugh. You got to initially say, I know there's problems out there in the world. Then you got to point the finger inward and say, what's my contribution to it mentally and through my behavior? Then you got to point the finger back out and say, what are other people doing? If I change and I actually improve myself in these ways, what the fuck are you doing? You know, it's a process of point the finger at yourself first. Yes, learn what's going on in the world, then point the finger at yourself. But then after that, if you make the corrections, then you got to point the finger back outward at other people who haven't done that and haven't looked at themselves. They haven't let us self-examine life. They haven't made those self-corrections to their course in life. That's what shadow work is. That's why I call my later work forced shadow work. Because I'm telling other people it isn't an option to do that shadow work. This is what the new age wants to tell people. The bullshit it wants to put out is that you can't force anybody else to self-improve. Bullshit. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. You can force someone to self-improve by non-stop badgering. And if we did it enough, and you know whose job that is? That's parents' job to improve their fucking children and make them a mature, responsible, intelligent adult.
Stop badgering.
And then your peers in society, which is exactly where I come in. So this constantly questioning me about why I'm getting after people that I think deserve to be gotten after is just absolutely batshit. I just don't get it. And it's coming from these guys as students. They're coming from Mark's students. They're telling me this shit. And it's just crazy. Fred from Liebercast is here, obviously in a bad mood. Last time he was here, he was in a good mood. You gonna come up? I don't know. You never know. You never know. So yeah, it's almost done.
And they don't do it because they want to be like, I want my kid to be my friend. I don't want to be their parent that's all over them. I want them to be like me and be my friend. That's the whole fucking problem with this whole fucking planet.
What's wrong with both?
We don't have any real parenting.
You already know. My kid fucking.
We have no petty tyranny. That's why we have macro political tyranny. Petty tyranny is a good thing. It's not what people think when they hear the word. I can't believe how many people don't know the definition of what petty tyranny is. When you say it to people, they look at you like you're out of your mind for saying I support it. For people who don't know, petty tyranny means you're on people to improve constantly. You're telling.
Is that not what we're doing here? Like, I'm confused. Like, petty tyranny is tough love. It's getting after people when they're not doing the right thing. That's how we improve. That's how we're going to win this mission we're on. Just making little social circles and kissing each other's ass all day is not going to get that for us. That's hippie lib shit, new age bullshit that you're letting infect your mind because you're factioning off of natural law and you're allowing yourself to get. I don't even know.
Hey Jeff, can I show something real quick?
Telling people where they lack, and you're on them.
Are you talking right now?
Yeah, can I?
Go. I gotta fix something. Shoot.
Don't talk like a little baby.
Were you just talking, Darren?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Present away.
I just wondered if you guys could see this. Is it legible?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing there. Just for the record, bro, legit actual threats from this chick. I mean, this is amazing to me. I was just looking over it and I'm thinking like what's their deal? I mean, this is like it's some serious cult member shit. And then she threatened to blast you to Mars.
Her gold medal.
Oh no! Don't blast me to Mars.
What?
30 seconds to Mars, even, you creep. That's a Jared Leto reference because they're both cult people. Yeah, dude, I can't like. My buddy basically unfriended me because blocked me and shit because he thought my concerns about these people were unfounded. And like I literally told him like, no, you don't understand. These guys have the mentation of a murderer.
Yeah.
And then look, they reveal their hands when you get them riled up enough, the masks come off.
You never threatened anyone.
No, because I don't do that.
You were talking shit, but you didn't threaten anyone. So
I don't
how is this
to,
the
yeah.
more moral position for them to be threatening our lives because we are simply trying to hold the other people in our
because they want to make
accountable?
money off that natural law school. The teachers are going to be paid salaries.
Yeah.
It's what it said.
Oh,
So
boy.
this discussion and this concern for what is going on, and I keep using the word safety, has been a topic from when we took the class back the last cycle, June to December 2024. And we brought it up then, and it was poo-pooed, and we've been bringing it up and bringing it up. They've had ample chance to address it, to apologize, to autocorrect, to withdraw, to whatever. They haven't. And even as recently as within the last month, Darren was still trying to say, like, the house is on fire, you've got issues.
Right.
I'm just, okay. And I want to go on record here to say that I was backing Darren up to try to say this is not safe. And this was on a forum for our students so that they understood what they were getting into. And I was blocked by the head of that student forum, which we all know who that is. So just by trying to back up and go, I agree, this is a safety issue, I was blocked. I had no warning. I had no request to withdraw doing that. I had no advisory that this will be investigated. Thank you for your concern. I had nothing.
Nothing.
Not safe. Not safe. And the way that it's handled is by blocking and trying to admonish through just, so this tribal cult that's going on evermore. So I don't know who's listening to this now, but this is on record.
Piece of work. Will Keller is a
that's why I snuck on Stefana Johnson's podcast and made him describe his own behavior as evil, complicit and evil.
And when we had the original issue where you were triggered by Geri and Co., which then had an interaction between
because I didn't have the evidence, but I could sense the evil, dude, and it took months. But like, you see, when I apply the ice pick pressure, I know this stuff, dude. It's psycho-cybernetics, bro. Okay. So like, if anyone studied like music or sound waves, you can tell. So whether it's music, radio frequencies, I have the radio operator's manual from 1913. You can see, like, you can extrapolate and interpolate from what is not said as well, and it's related to neurolinguistics. In Sanskrit they call it uchishta, like that which is not said. It's the things held back in the throat chakra, but just by observing their speech and behaviors in some, I'm building a personality profile on them, and I can extrapolate their behaviors. Maybe this is game theory, maybe I used a different terminology, but basically I can predict their behaviors and their mindset
It's not by channeling an alien. It's by using the trivium and the information available to my 5 senses and the mind for a total of 6. And I'm able to pin it down, and people fucking glitch the fuck out because they're like, how does this guy know something that I haven't even done yet that I'm thinking about? And they freak out. And it's like, because, bro, the trivium, I'm observing, I'm taking the grammar, I'm putting it through this fucking Boolean algebra, logical calculus, fucking logic gate, and I'm seeing your modus operandi, how you do shit. It's not that hard. I mean, forensic psychiatrists do this all the time with criminal profiles. You know, like these people are dumb, but they're dangerous.
So here we arrive tonight with published now texts of death threats.
Yeah.
And so how is this whole network safe? And that's
Exhibit
all
A.
I'm saying. And like then follow the breadcrumbs. So the reason why it must be allowed and tolerated and enabled and fostered is because it's feeding some sort of financial incentive or something. Because
the hive mind, the money is the honey, you know?
I mean, it's the only thing. I mean, why else allow this to potentially wreak havoc, delay people's own, pass to Mark's work and application in a proper way and not this way. So if anything happens to anybody on here, it's on record.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's Stockholm syndrome, basically. These people just protect the leader, like they've just sympathized. They've sympathized with this guy just because he's a certain level or whatever.
You ever seen The Postman with Kevin Costner? Like they're protecting Nathan Holm, bro. The Holnists.
Like they aren't. If it was me in Will's position, they'd be defending me. It doesn't matter who's there. They're just going to defend because he's on their side, and they're going to completely pull the wool over their eyes and accuse me of trying to destroy the net. I've been accused many times of trying to destroy the network. And I'm like, you must not be fucking paying attention. You must be listening to what Will Keller's saying and not actually watching my show.
You're
where you
not
can clearly
busy
see
selling
that we're trying
water.
to help.
You're actually talking about
Yeah, exactly. And these people don't even know me, and they're so dumb with their Dunning-Kruger effect that they don't know what the fuck dangerous is. When I was 18, 17, like 3 months before I turned 18, it was March of 2006. I got in a fight with an entire martial arts school, like in the dojo, and to the point where after 20 minutes, they still couldn't stop me short of like killing me. And they're not going to take like nunchucks and bash my skull in because that's a homicide. So what do? They call the police and they shoot me up with Narcan because they thought I was on Sherm, but I wasn't on PCP at all. I was just a fucking man. And I was like, bro, you're not going to jump me and get away with it. So I was tossing these guys. And my buddy was like, bro, you had to have been on some kind of drugs. You were doing things that you shouldn't have even been able to do. And I'm like, it's called Berserker, motherfucker. Look into it. You know martial arts. You know Qigong. You know about the Dantian. You know about the Chinese medicine and the fucking Shen. The fucking spirit principle, Mushin, no Shin. Why don't you fucking do some martial arts? So no, if I can piece up 8 fucking grown men, fuck out of here. We
got Mike Vallely over here, beast everyone. But this is pretty funny stuff. I can't believe it. I knew you had something good when you popped up and you were like, oh God, go look at your inbox. Like, holy cow.
Hot jambalaya! Before they fucking delete it and ban us.
Yeah. Let's see if I'm still in there.
But
now Manny and Tom are probably going to kick him out because Tom Dana is not about fucking homicide and sticking up for carnists.
Yeah, no.
I don't think so.
Bro, there's only like 7 people left in that group. Almost everyone
but
left.
they're going to realize like Tom and Manny actually care,
Yeah,
and
they're
they
on
were
our
giving
side.
them the benefit of the doubt. Like, let's engage their skills, and they will learn the higher truths and develop a higher taste. But these Dakini, tantric witches here don't want to do that, and they want to pretend to be ignorant, and then they want to go stab at their little voodoo dolls when they're enraged at the podcast.
Yep.
And then I'm like, is this Black Mirror stuff?
Sure.
I was like, is this Black Mirror stuff? And she's like, you think it's funny now? And I'm like, I mean, it's like Rain Man funny, but not as funny. It's
that's
sad.
called borderline personality disorder.
Yeah. And actually, if you Google my name, I'm famous on the internet for this, like 20 years, 2008, not quite 20 years ago, but I made international news over an argument regarding this because a teacher tried to tell me that I caught a case, bro. I got locked up and tortured in psych, like horribly. Okay. Because I said, like, look, people have the right to practice their religion. I read the Vedas, the Upanishads. I study yoga, but you don't have the right just because your religion is witchcraft to curse young children and make voodoo dolls of people, And then she was like, "Then you're suspended," and I'm like, "Okay, all right, whatever," And then I did my little ritual, and I got arrested and tortured for it. But like, whatever.
Yeah,
fuck them.
Some sketchy
you know what
shit.
I want to say
Because they
that
work
these
with
people-
CPS and the children and the retards in the school system. They're fucked up. She's a speech language pathologist. She's a fucking linguist, Geri, and she's a retard. But I don't think it's actually retardation. I think it's satanic programming. They become. Sorry. Yeah. So she's a moron and feeble-minded, and so you can't have a degree in speech language pathology at a master's level and be stupid. A lot of this stuff is programming. These are like sheaths of
She does feel military. I do get the military vibes from her.
Yeah,
That's how they usually get the
grew up
honeypot.
on military bases and had a military spouse and had SRA type stuff. Like, she's told us this in the group setting.
Yikes,
And I'm only
I didn't know
saying it
that.
now because she's legitimately acting dangerous.
Yeah.
She's like Baker Act material, because that's what they call it in Florida, Geri, where you're at.
That's pretty sketchy.
When somebody threatens, it's like the biggest like the biggest cowardness to threaten somebody. Like, really.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, because you're hoping that they lose sleep over it and their fucking quality of life goes down because you're scared.
Nice.
Like
I
that's
used to
fucking
sleep
evil.
in a bed next to a guy who killed his parents. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't. I've been around psychopaths. I've been around cannibals. I've lived with cannibals. I've lived with people who were serial murderers who went around town slashing people with knives. Like,
why'd you do that?
Well, I was committed to an institution because I wouldn't stop arguing with these Satanists in my school.
Yeah.
Who were trying to tell me that I have to accept all religions. And I'm like, but if your religion is actually irreligion and it's demonic, then I don't have to accept that. Yeah. And I was committed, ridiculed, tortured, giving catheters when I had no medical need for a catheter.
Yeah.
Mocked.
The thing is, Darren, like you've had that experience and that's a pretty high level, but most people don't, and most people are very trusting. And this is where I continue to flag.
That's why these motherfuckers are exploiting that. Yeah.
That's just it. And I use the word not safe, and someone could say, well, let people kind of police their own thing. And I get all of that, but there needs to be some captaincy here and some, like there needs to be someone overlooking all of this, and it seems to be rather corrupt. Bought and paid for. And I'm not trying to jump to conclusions, but why would it be enabled and empowered and fostered, and to the point where they abuse the place of privilege to block and delete people who are trying to say it's on fire, this is dangerous, take a look, and yet they ignore.
Here's a little gold pill, though. As people approach the truth of natural law, they are algorithmically more culpable than somebody who doesn't.
Yes,
so like an
because they're
idiot carnist who just eats meat because he was raised that way, they have a certain karmic responsibility, but they're not going to burn in hell. The people who burn in hell are the people who know better and do the evil anyway, and
Carnivore
create
influencers.
religions. And create religions, or Crowleyan Thelemites who claim natural law just so they can make money.
Yep. That's what we're dealing
Right?
with mostly.
That's a brother of the left-hand path. If you read Liber Alvel Legis, like I didn't sit in the bookstore 25 years ago and read this because I wasn't going to pay for it, but I spent hours reading the works of Crowley and LaVey and Regardy. Like, bro, a brother of the left-hand path is someone who doesn't go all the way.
Yeah.
And you know what? It ended up that Crowley was talking about himself.
Mm-hmm.
And you know why? Because he became a warlock and he created a religion aggrandizing himself. Among other things. And he fucking channeled aliens. So.
Oh boy.
Arian, what were you going to say?
Did you just do a dab?
Yeah.
Double dab?
I dabbed on him, bro. Because Crowley, Lamb, that's the ET, the gray alien.
No, they're all
bro. He was a fool.
Arian was going to say something at some point. Was it still?
No, it was about like these people that we are talking about. I'm thinking like it's I don't know if it's worth to like talk about them, or is it better to ignore them?
At this point, it's not worth doing it anymore. Definitely.
What do you say?
At this point, I don't think it's worth talking about them anymore.
They may take our lives, but they'll never.
It's very
Unless
low.
you actually they take action, which is it's all documented now. That'd be the stupidest thing they ever did.
So that's what I was saying, Alicia, is actually they do take action, but it's satanic action. They just have to have.
I don't know how they're not.
They have to take a. There has to be like a dog in the fight for them. They have to have a reason. So they'll kick you off for telling the truth. They'll kick you off a virtual platform. But when it comes to money and their reputation, just imagine if they had like Elon Musk money or Hillary Clinton money, bro.
We'd be dead. We'd be dead. Go ahead, Arian.
Exactly.
I mean, this is the same question that I asked like when I first came on this show. Like, what is wrong with people? Like, why am I really didn't have a college degree, nothing. Like some of them like are like college degrees, PH, I don't know what, all these titles. And like, why is it so hard just to be humble and say, hey, I was wrong. Let's think about your argument, not just get emotional response.
Yeah.
Just, okay, wait. Okay, what did you say? Okay, I listen with understanding, to understand, not to react. And like, why don't they practice this? It's so fake, like, I don't know. I understand Keller blocking people, like, and that doesn't matter just him, but like they act so mature, but it's like just like politician style, like. And
people are so thirsty and so starved for a community, and for a family, and for attention and recognition from people. And it, on the surface, it looks great. Oh, we're all students of natural law. We should all be on the same team, so to speak. We should all be friends. We should all be family. But again, it's like what Mark was talking about earlier. First, point the finger at yourself. Allow yourself to be wrong, and then point to others, point to the people, the community around. That's a very scary thing. We are social beings. We are, to the thought of being ostracized from the community is death to us. And so there's a lot of fear there.
Yeah, when animals don't get along with the group, the animals kill the other animal. But the difference with us is we're not shit ape animals.
Exactly.
So we don't have to like that. I understand why nature does that.
And these people they're caught. So they've found natural law and they're learning all this stuff, but they're still making the wrong decisions, and that's basically what we're seeing here.
It's a lack of integration of all of these
more
principles.
mature if they came to this show and just we talked about it. Like you went to the Europa Natural Law. You said smash the like button. Now. They invited you. It's really nice, you know. They invited you. You participate there, and that's how it should be. Like
yeah.
Yeah, they stepped back a little bit when they thought we were being a little too base, but they observed, you know, and they kept an open mind, and they were like, wow, look at the dynamics here. Really smart people, man. And, you know, I will give them that. Like, America is more polemic. You know, we are more keen to fight, but like, you know, that's why they need us. You know, we need them.
We've actually there's been some funny stuff going on over there behind the scenes also, just with that crew. There's some cool people over there.
Yeah, and the thing is, their countries, they're literally terrorized, bro. If they say something on social media that offends people, hurts people's feelings, they can get their door kicked in.
Yeah.
So that's why us in America and other base people, wherever they're at, because it doesn't matter where you're at, you're an internal sovereign, you're a monarch, so you can be based as fuck because you're literally a king of yourself and your behavior. But that's why we can be a little more comfortable, because our door may not be kicked in today, unless Geri's here, you know, then it might, but you know what I mean?
Roll in and jujitsu you.
Yeah. Judy chop.
She's gonna triangle you.
Yeah, exactly. Scissor me timbers.
You're muted, Alicia.
Speaking of timbers, we know that Darren has chains on his fence now from our big discussion.
Good job.
Do you remember? With the guy at the gate?
Secure your fucking property, bro.
Yeah, I got the heaviest chain in the hardware store.
Nice.
and my LED lights in my room are red, so that way my eyes don't have to transition in the dark.
Yeah, cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Don't get technical with me, as C3PO said.
Well, that's quite an interesting evening. My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was like news was happening while the show was going on.
Breaking news: Sovereign Cyborg.
Sovereign Cyborg here with some information about Geri.
Breaking.
Bring on the threats. Keep them up.
Oh
the cult of Will Keller.
Stay frosty, my friends.
Oh man.
I like that. Soldiers.
But the face that he got when he read Darren's comment, like Dunning, Mr. Dunning.
Dude, he started to get really pale, and Jeff put in a comment like, "Yes, Will, shadow work is important." And then he's like, "Oh, I feel not so bueno. I think I have some ancestral IBS going on right now."
Before that, I was just I showed up and I was like, "Mr. Peanut Butter," and all this shit. And she kept asking him for like real world examples of what he was talking about. And he was getting upset with her. Like he was visibly getting upset because he knows that's what I complain about. That's what I point out the most about him. And then she was putting him on the spot live on a show. It's not a very big show. It's only a couple hundred views, but he was just horrified. And then I left, and then Darren started fucking with him after that. And it was just like, oh, this poor guy. It's like he has to know we're going to find him wherever he goes. He's not going to be able to block us from the internet.
They always get irate when you take them off script, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's like, no, I have this rebuttal planned, and then I have this one planned. And it's like, no, bro, you need to be able to look around you and use whatever tools and your terrain I mean, this is Jeet Kune Do. This is very basic. You know.
Need the water.
Yeah.
This goes back with what happened with
really
Dr.
trendy
Natasha.
word.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's exactly that. You're right.
Yeah, just that script. She's like, do not interrupt my script about the roast chicken.
Roast chicken. Vegans want roast chicken.
Yeah,
at some point, vegans will crave a roast chicken.
Should I share that? Should I share that clip of Will owning himself?
Yeah, show it. Let's see it.
Okay, let me pull it up.
Right.
It's like my personal treasure. You know, it's like my apology from Will. You know, that I never got. It's the one that got away.
Dunning tablespoon.
Let me just go. Okay, here we go. Dunning Team Kruger Force.
Was that you?
That was me.
Oh, that is you. I always wondered who that was. No, I'm always like, who's this guy? This guy's dope. Oh, it's Darren.
I have multiple personalities with YouTube accounts. It's my inner psychopath, you could say.
I've never done that in my history of being
every time I got a new phone when I was homeless for 10 years, I had to make a new account. So then, like, you know, I recovered the emails, so now I have an account for everything, like all my old phones.
Burning.
Yeah, the burner accounts. Okay, now is it going to share my audio by default?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
There was a boy.
Let me know if it's fucked audio.
Called Keller.
A huge hug, Will, because
you got to turn it up a little bit.
My bad. I think I know what it was. I unmuted it when I was watching you on all my channels. All right. Like and subscribe.
Smash that like button.
This guy knows the algorithm. Breach a contract. Breach a contract.
Breach a contract.
Crush the like button.
I'm sending you a huge hug, Will, because you are so patient and so good and so wonderful.
So patient, so good, so wonderful.
To go over
oh, Will.
Before we end, but there's a question from Dunning, so that if you want to look at that.
Oh no.
Is it
he just took a Zin.
Of natural.
He just threw a Zin in his mouth.
Represent what natural law
a tobacco
stay
Zin.
Silent when lies are being told. Well, yes. If you
turn it up or no?
Awareness of what is going on in the world of natural law, and you don't speak out, of course, that is going to.
Oh my God!
Have an effect.
What a hypocrite!
Right? Staying silent is, being complicit.
Speak the truth, but don't do the truth.
Blocked.
To violence and transgressions is a wrongdoing. It's not helping the situation whatsoever. And we saw that a lot within the last 5 years. People not speaking out, doing. I've seen videos so many times where someone's getting physically assaulted on the street.
That's not what we're talking about.
Standing around with cameras filming it, right?
Yeah, he totally changed the subject.
It's horrible.
But listen to his lame ass shadow work when she says what it is. What do you do?
Somebody has. So that process of internal discovery of why someone is being silent and turning a blind eye needs to be unveiled and de-occulted and
oh my God,
that journey of
this fucking guy
is what I call it.
How would somebody do that?
Well, that's what it's called the shadow work, even though that's a trendy term.
You got to figure that out on your own.
You need to.
I don't know. I don't do it.
In the mirror, have a journal and ask yourself the hard questions of why you are not activating. Why do you stay silent? How come you're not speaking out? And it starts, the first principle of that is being honest with yourself.
Oh my
Ego
God.
will make all types of justifications and excuses. Facing that honesty within and working through it. Asking those
he looks like he needs to fart.
Questions. How come you haven't started and why?
There you go.
The end.
Ouch.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Ouch.
It's not as painful, folks.
Ouch.
Oh.
Be honest with yourself.
Do
Your
as I
process.
say, not as I do. That's what his
Ouch.
Yep. Yeah.
Buy my hydrogen machine.
See, what I do is, you know, like Dr. Lexus from Idiocracy. So what I do is,
It's got hydrogen.
you know.
So if he had applied everything he just said, neither Dare nor I would be blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if he hadn't
or
stayed
us,
silent,
we're all blocked.
if
Everyone
he hadn't
on
stayed
stage is
silent,
blocked.
we wouldn't have called him out.
She
but
never
he
even engaged with him.
Yeah, he stayed silent, which then
I'm blocked.
Whoa, really?
I didn't know that.
Allie never even engaged with him, and he blocked her.
That's ultra culpability karmically, bro. He's gonna suffer for years for that.
Yeah, that's straight up pussy shit. But it's funny because he's taking what Mark says. Mark like, fuck you. Oh, you don't. I don't. You know, if you don't, you aren't allowed around me. Like he gets all like, you know, he talks about being, you know, harassed by fucking flat earthers and shit. That's not what's happening here, Will. You don't. You aren't Mark Passio, and you aren't getting harassed by flat earthers.
You
guys ready for this mastermind? I'm gonna scholarship somebody. I'm gonna spend over $600 of my money, and I'm gonna put a fucking student in the class.
We are not sharing psyops.
That's what Geri did last year.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do it, and then I'm gonna know what's going on.
I did that by sending her in.
I'm gonna be doing it every time, every year. I just budget six, 7, whatever it is, and just do it.
We need a Trojan horse.
Yeah, but they'll never tell anybody like who they are.
Yeah, here's another person blocked by Will Keller.
Who?
Another person blocked by Will Keller here.
And Race Lever's saying where it's in the course.
Yes,
in
at
the
least, yeah.
donated course, you're there to learn and be amongst peers. You know, there's like a wolf situation going on.
But,
I'll put a fox in the hen house, and they'll never argue with anybody, and they'll never tell anybody.
Race. Will Keller blocked Alicia and Darren from a group that they paid to get into. Like super
for
sketchy.
Highlighting, amongst other things, the Geri situation, which has now become a true threat, which we were saying it was because it's a death threat tonight. So
and Geri is a complete lunatic.
Right. So not only does it show intent, but actually the means to be able to do it, because when you have someone's physical address and then you have the ability to travel as you've documented on video, she should really do some shadow work and ask, is it really worth it?
And what me and Alicia were pointing out was there's complete lunatics in the network, and they're spreading misinformation, and Will Keller is not doing anything about it. If I was left in responsibility of Mark Passio's studentship, I most definitely would at least contact, you know, maybe not in public, and be like, hey, you know, maybe you should watch a couple of these videos, you know, because I've seen you talking in the chat, and I really think that you might benefit from watching these videos. You know, you can be nice about it. You don't have to be like me. But you at least would moderate. Moderate isn't just, oh, I jump in when someone's being crazy, which he didn't even fucking do. You know, so we're now our lives are being threatened from someone from Mark's group that has been, you know, that basically started their psychosis in that group, or at least had a base psychosis. And now it's getting worse because they're getting an ego now, and they're getting delusions of grandeur.
Yeah,
that
and I lost sleep over it, and I temporarily lost my marbles because I realized how dangerous these people were before they manifested their behaviors. But it's only because I've dealt with so many psychopaths in real life.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
and
it's like I just had an early warning system. That's all.
So I wonder now that this threat is clearly visible, will they be blocked?
No.
Will they be blocked from Gilded? Will they be blocked? Will there be a notification that goes out? This person is giving death threats. This person has been unhinged. This person has demonstrated substance abuse, like the Tower of Pisa.
And this person is planning on influencing children.
Children.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. With another person that does work with Mark.
Who's showing really awful
with a D and last
traits.
word T, who has a whatever in psychology, an apparent master's in psych. What kind of vetting is this for safety of children? Like, it upsets me. This is not okay. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is just a little definition because these people are so dumb. You know, they're never going to look it up. When I said I was a professional skip tracer, but skip tracing is the process of locating a person's whereabouts. Skip tracing tactics may be employed by a skip tracer, contact tracer, debt collector, process server, bail bondsman, or bail agency enforcer, repo agent, private investigator, lawyer, police, detective, journalist, stalker, or by any person attempting to locate a subject whose contact information is not immediately known. Similar techniques have also been used by investigators to locate witness in criminal trials. Okay, so this is last known addresses, date of birth, aliases, nicknames. This is credit checks. This is. I used to be licensed to do this professionally, like 5 years ago. Like I'm not a fucking amateur. So anybody saying you're gonna come see me, it would behoove you the fuck not to. It would behoove you the fuck not to. That's all I'm saying. You know, but do what you want and enjoy what you get.
Yeah, sketchy. Anyway, I think we're pushing 4 hours.
Yeah.
Pushing 4 hours.
Arian, what time is it for you now? 5:45 or 6:45 a.m.? What is it?
5:45. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Damn, dude.
You're such a champion. I don't know how you haven't even employed toothpicks on your eyes or coffee.
No,
I've seen you sip.
I ate some chocolate, so
Carbs. Fucking carbs, bro. All right, I'm gonna play this out. Thanks everybody. That was a fun show. That was unexpected.
Keep the threats coming.
Be careful, everyone.
Peace out.
Check underneath your bed for little green aliens.
Check yourself before they wreck yourself.
Yes.
Stay strapped or get clapped, people.
Don't kneel.
Yeah, I don't know what's coming next. I don't know when we're gonna do another show again. I don't know what's going on right now. But I'll let you know.
Getting heated up.
I feel like we came to a conclusion on a lot of things recently.
Yeah.
The
itself. The truth.
The Dr. Natasha debate's like 1,200 views, and it's getting lots of comments and stuff. So obviously we ruffled some feathers with that one. She's got a whole army of
now I gotta get my estate in order and forward some things to my beneficiaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like
the Australian guy.
You laugh, Aaron, but this is like no joke. Like, I mean, I get it, but it's no joke. And she should be fully mortified, and she probably isn't, because she doesn't appear to have any conscience or any morality or any accountability or any apology or any. There's no emotional.
No, it's not a joke. She is funny style, but it's not a joke. But I'm down to clown, you know.
Down to get clowny, Darren.
Yeah, right. I came here to clown. Let's get lunatic and jump around.
Let's get loony.
Don't you see I'm loco?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, y'all.
Night.
Getting this stuff, the farther you get down the road, you're like, oh, I have to do this.
Yeah.
And then you're like, because I get really attracted to, and this is embarrassing for me, but you know, the white hats are going to save us, all this stuff. Yo, man, that's a child's mentation. They're not coming. Yeah. You got to save yourself and save everybody around you.
It's a tough one to resist for many people, because they really, really want to feel that someone else has their best interest at heart. And one of the things that I say is the fastest way to become hated and even possibly killed is to tell people that their life is fully their own personal responsibility, and that no one else has their vested interests in mind, and that they have to work to improve the world for themselves and for future human beings. They don't want to hear that. They want to believe that job falls to someone else. It doesn't fall to anyone else. It's always our
They
responsibility.
just want parents.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
He was pretty like on the ball. Like when all that Q stuff was happening, the minute they started saying like, "Oh, just sit back," like they're in control, they'll get it. Like,
Stand down, side up.
Yeah, it's
that's
immediately
that's a red flag right there. Where I was like, whoa, 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 what are they doing?
Yeah, that was a tough one. But like it made like once all that started happening, you kind of like it's weird because it's almost like you're in a fog when you're like, "Oh shit, this stuff's all going down. It's gonna be great." Then you step out of it, you're like, "Oh fuck,
Sure.
they got me."
I mean, just go back to the person on the street interviews, that we did as a theme here, and just think about they're telling other people proudly and displaying their innermost thoughts and saying, "I'm fine with there being a hierarchy of power in our society. I'm perfectly okay with that. I find that perfectly justifiable."
It's girls too, dude. And I hate to take it there, but there's a lady saying it. And I was like, how do you believe this?
Yeah.
You are first out of the room. Like, you're done.
Yeah.
They believe that violence is an acceptable method of conducting all human affairs. Think about how immoral of a human being that makes a person. And we were talking about this last night in the Q&A session for the documentary screening. We were asking the question, was there one thing that we asked all of the people, one thing that we asked everybody that they universally agreed upon, that they all gave the same answer? Because in every question that we asked in those interviews, there was a myriad of responses. Not everybody gave the same answer, but there was only one question that every person that we've ever interviewed answered the same. And here was the question. We asked everybody, after asking all of these other questions, the last question we asked them is, do you consider yourself a good and moral human being?
They're all failing that one.
Every single person said, yes, I do. When they had just answered our other questions, that they believe violence and slavery are perfectly acceptable human conditions. Imagine how completely inverted our society is, that this is how dumb people are, that they don't even recognize. They've just openly told other people, I think violence is perfectly acceptable. I think slavery is perfectly an acceptable condition for humanity. And yet, simultaneously, I believe myself to be a good and virtuous and moral human being. Imagine that.
That's the lie to yourself thing you're talking about.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's occult principle number one. They're lying to themselves.
King Charles with his fat fingers is all in the World Wildlife Fund, thinking he's like some kind of a beast doing an insane carnation. Like, I would love to be able to be in your world, to be able to watch things and understand the symbols in real time, to be able to watch it and just go.
Does it ruin a lot of shit for you?
It makes it kind of boring because these people never switch up their tactics because they don't have to. So you could watch the same thing play out over and over and over and over and over again, and the public just remains just as dumb and ignorant as they ever have been, watching the same manipulation take place. It's not only boring; it's a hell.
Yeah,
it's a hell to see something unfold that you can see so blatantly and obviously that you would think a 2-year-old child that's just learning. Just mastering walking, would be able to see at the snap of a finger, and yet human adults who are competent in many other ways in their jobs and society cannot see it because they don't have a mind that is developed in these other ways that is capable of recognizing these tactics. They just can't think at that level.
They taught me a bunch of it. I went to art school and they taught me a bunch of the symbols. We would go to the museums and like all of those Renaissance, all those Titian paintings and stuff. They're telling a story. That was their movies.
Yeah.
So if you see one of those big ones that's like,
sure,
everything's going on, like all of those things, all of those symbols, you're seeing the Mason.
They're deeply encoded allegorical paintings.
It's like pillars.
Now, does that like for the occult, like, does that give them like power of like people looking at that stuff, or, like people falling for that stuff? Is it like,
it's a combination? I mean, it depends on who's doing it and why. Sometimes it's like, oh, I can put this right in front of you, but you can't see it, can you? We can tell you everything right there in an image or an allegory, and you're too stupid to see it. But for some, it is a positive influencing thing. Yeah. It's like, we're not going to come out and say this out in the open, right? We're going to veil it in an allegory because then maybe we can even insert it more deeply into the subconscious mind than having the conscious mind wrestle with it and try to make sense of it. We're going to put the essence of the idea through symbol and allegory directly into the subconscious mind, where it can go to work at an even more powerful level, because most of our behavior is driven by the subconscious. The goal of the occult world, the goal of occult teachings and all spiritual teachings, really, if they're true and unadulterated, is to actually bring the information that's encoded at the level of the subconscious up to the conscious mind to be fully recognized and fully understood at a conscious level. That's when real power develops in the individual. When you no longer have to rely on subconscious encoding and decoding of allegory, symbol, moral teachings, etc. You've grown up out of that level of parable and allegory, and now you can fully integrate it at a conscious level.
That would be so cool.
That's when a person becomes a philosopher. You know, that's true philosophy, where you're really explaining these ideas out in the open, clarifying them, making them clear for others, helping other people to also attain that level of understanding.
How did you find the light?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Like, when did this start for you?
I delved into positive occultism after getting involved in dark occultism. And again, I've told this story on my podcast many times, and in Demystifying the Occult Part 2, I tell about my involvement in the world of Satanism and the dark occult. Most people would think, if you sort of saw all the evil that's taking place at that level of that type of occultism. And again, I wasn't at a high level of the world of the dark occult. By my own admission, I tell people I was at the Boy Scout level of this. You know, it goes so further and deeper than the level I was involved in. But my personal level of involvement was enough to really grab me by the throat, shake the shit out of me, and scare me into recognizing these people have really, really, really bad intentions for humanity, and they are capable of carrying them out. And that's when I decided to become a whistleblower. But before I even became a whistleblower, I vetted everything and really deeply looked even much, much deeper into the realm of the occult after attending rituals in my tri-state area that were full of Satanists. You know, it was a, satanic ritual home.
Are these in like houses or like
in houses?
Oh, okay.
This would be a typical place, something like this.
All right, chill with that.
Obviously,
we're white colors around here.
A little bit more elaborate, a little bit bigger and more elaborate. You know, I mean, go and look at houses like on Route 23 here. And
Okay.
Gladwin, shit like that.
Yeah,
I got you.
And Lower Marion, Upper Marion. I mean, just amazing structures.
I've painted at some places. I house painter. I've painted some places that are very
weird.
I've seen some occult things in very high political houses.
Check out Rose Valley, Pennsylvania, places like that. I mean, you'll see the affluence, and it would just be like something like this, where people gather in a basement, in a furnished basement, and they conduct the ritual, and then they would just split up and have conversations and food, etc. It was like a party where a ritual was conducted at it.
Well, and you saw this, and thank God you got a little. You did not like this.
Well, no, at first, I didn't even understand what was really going on. I looked at the occult from a perspective of this is knowledge to be used by the individual to enhance their own living circumstances.
Sweet.
So for a selfish, egotistical perspective from the point of view of the individual only. When I started attending rituals where all of the power brokers of the surrounding society in every institutional walk of life were attending the satanic rituals that I was attending, and participating in them, I realized, look, this is something way bigger than I thought it was. And these people are all working together. They're not here just for individual learning and enhancing their own individual lives.
Yeah, no service to others going on.
Yeah. Oh, none. But not only is it service to self, it's service to a group agenda. I realized that this was a very cohesive, tight-knit, worldwide hierarchical network of occultists that are working together. Every institutional walk of life, there were people at high level positions of power showing up and participating in the religion of Satanism. Police, military, bankers, politicians, judges, lawyers, principals of schools, people involved in education, people involved in music, entertainment, you name it. Every institutional walk of life.
So it's not bullshit when people are saying like Satanists run the world.
That's exactly
also too like the tenets of Satanism or whatever they line
up with like
they
politicians.
Don't sound that messed up.
Yeah,
it's not just Satanists running the world. It's Satanism as a religion is the religion of
Satanism, dude.
Almost all human beings.
Yeah,
Satanism's tenets are the first tenet is absolute selfishness and service to the self only. That's most people's mentality.
Yeah.
They're not interested in doing anything for everybody else. So as soon as they wake up, their whole mentality from the minute they wake up till the minute they go to sleep at night is
what
me,
do I
me,
get out
me.
of it?
That's it. What am I going to do for me? Me. I need this. I need that. There's no thought to, today I'm going to do my best to put out information to help educate other people morally.
They're not pulling over the side of the road for a flat tire.
I mean, just think about from that perspective. How many people do you know who make other people's education truly their life's work? But I'm not even talking about like teaching them math or science. I'm talking about teaching people morality, teaching them true spirituality so that they grow in consciousness. Hardly anybody ever even considers that, let alone even speaks it aloud, let alone is doing it.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm talking about when I say that Satanism is the religion of our society. Enshrined selfishness is what Satanism is. It's elevating the self to godhood, putting the self in the position of apotheosis or elevation to godhood. And it means like you consider the self to be God. That's what you serve. You're not serving truth. You're not serving goodness. You're not serving creation. You're not, serving the force of natural law operating in the universe. You're just serving the ego.
What did they throw you like to teach you to get you going?
I really read and deeply incorporated into my mindset back then Anton LaVey's writings, the Satanic Bible, the Satanic Rituals, the Devil's Notebook, books like that.
I have a friend that he's into Aleister Crowley. He says the writings are good.
Yeah,
but it spooks me.
I can't quite like that Boleskine house shit.
It's a very tough one because Crowley could be considered the epitome of occultism. I've done shows on Crowley and his work. I've done shows on Thelema, and I also consider the writings extremely valuable. The writings in Thelemic philosophy are incredibly powerful and enlightening. The problem is with Crowley himself.
Yeah, he was a weirdo.
So this is where you have to have the judgment. You have to have the discernment to separate the man from the writings. And Thelemic writings and Crowley are not the same thing. And it's very difficult for people to understand that. Let's say I totally lost my way, became a total thief and robber, started breaking into homes and taking what I want. Would that negate everything I said about natural law?
No.
There you have it.
There you go.
If I became a scumbag criminal at some point in the future, for whatever reasons I justified it, that would change zero that I've ever said about natural law and the truth regarding it.
I was on the subway and EJ had his big jacket on. I was like, yo, what book is that? He just walking around with a book in his pocket and he lifted it up. And it was like something like the Book of Law or something. I can't remember what it's called. But I was like, yeah, that's spooky me. Put it away, please.
Yeah, the Book of the Law, Liber Legacy. Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. But again, I try not to start with Crowley because most people do not have a frame of reference in occult philosophy to even comprehend what you're saying regarding that. It's very difficult. I tell people like Thelema should be the end, right? If you're going to study Thelema, study other works of occultism first so that you have a groundwork in general occult principles, and then look into Thelema and Crowley's writings, and you'll understand them then. So most people try to jump into that because it's cool. They want to satisfy their curiosity, or they they think it's cool.
And all this,
It's a very, very reversed way of doing it. You shouldn't do it in that order.
But you got spooked when you saw what was actually going on, and then you started diving deeper into the occult, and now
I realized it was a complete control system, total control system, worse than religion, because this is the religion controlling all the other religions. This is the religion that created those religions. I'm trying to tell people who believe in Christianity, like from a churchianity point of view, look, there's a difference between esoteric Christianity from a true perspective regarding the golden rule, which is natural law, versus churchianity. What the church is trying to get people to buy into is complete and utter nonsense from a dogmatic perspective to control their thoughts. That's all it really is. Same thing with every other religion. It has all of its dogma and its trappings as a religion. And then there's a core inner understanding that is the esoteric side regarding morality that gets covered up by all this other gunk and nonsense. And most people can't cut through the BS part of it to see those core truths. They get wrapped up in the dogma. They get wrapped up in the religiosity of it.
So when did we have it as people? Like where did this occult come from? Like when did we have like this, collect this knowledge?
That goes back into a very, very, very complex, ancient historical account that involves the origins of humanity. And, a lot of people will not want to look into any of that. I've broken some of that down in my Cosmic Abandonment presentation that talks about human origins. I call it an explanatory synthesis of human origins and the human condition, something to that effect. And, we have to understand that we have been controlled since humanity has existed. We have been living as a slave species, and our enslavers give us ridiculous mental constructs to keep us enslaving ourselves, to keep us believing things that aren't true, right? So the first occult maxim is stop lying to yourself, right? This means stop telling yourself untruths and then accepting them as true. This is what all religion is designed to do. And I don't just mean the cultural religions. When I say the word religion, the first thing people have to do in understanding my usage of that word in all my work is to understand I am not just talking about formalized, traditional, cultural religions. So that's very important to keep in mind regarding my definition of the word religion, which is the true definition. I'm not talking about just Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, on and on and on and on and on. Okay. I'm not just referring to traditional religious belief systems. I am talking about anything that is untrue, that people rigidly and dogmatically cling to. So government is one of the biggest religions in the world. It's not true. It's not moral. It's not natural.
It seems like government's replaced what used to be religion.
That is correct. And this is what I explained in my recent presentation that I delivered out in Georgia called Government is Slavery. The old world order was religion and kingship, right? Sometimes combined. Sometimes you would have a priest king. Sometimes you would have a secular king. Sometimes you have a purely religious leader like a caliphate, or some people would even say pharaohs and pharaonic dynasties were like religious leaders, the representation of God on earth. In the old world, in the ancient world, there was authority. The belief in authority was manifested and vested in one person. This was the king, the ruler, whatever you want to call it, the sovereign. It's royalty. It's the belief that something about this person makes them better than other people, and therefore they're allowed to command other people. They're allowed to lay down what they consider the law, their dictates, their commands, no matter how arbitrary, no matter how they justify them. And other people who are referred to as their subjects are morally obligated to obey that being's commands because they're somehow the representation of God, the divine right of kings. Okay. This idea has been instilled in humanity really since we've existed. And again, if you want to look into who I think instilled that belief, you can check out my cosmic abandonment presentation. I don't know if we have the time or this interview is going to have the scope to get into all of that material because it's an incredibly long and deep dive into the ancient past that requires a lot of research and study that most people will readily reject without doing 1 minute of that research, or with doing unbelievably cursory research without looking into any source text or materials. They'll just make a snap judgment based on a few videos that they watch.
It's so ingrained in people because I was talking to my friend about it, and he said that they had God down, they had Jesus down. Like when the Catholic Church was like the Holy Roman Empire, they had it to the point where they had to do this thing. It's like they like had to humanize God.
Yeah.
So there was like a whole movement that they orchestrated to try to make God more of it, like through art and like icons to like try to make him more human to people, because they had one.
Yeah.
They broke the backboard. It's over. They were like, yeah, you're controlled. That's God. That's Jesus. This is the king. This is the Pope.
So when I'm talking about religion in that sense, I don't just mean cultural religions. I'm talking about government. I'm talking about the belief in authority.
Do you think we do this to ourselves?
We want to externally empower anything just to shelter ourselves from our own personal responsibility.
I feel that.
It's the mentality that I call cosmic childhood. You know, we have not come
Neverland, dude.
Yeah.
We haven't come into cosmic adulthood. You're another great allegory. You got it.
That must have been like painful for you to watch COVID roll out and everyone go along with that.
I could show you a text on my phone
from March of 2020
where a friend,
this is all Billy does,
where a friend contacted me. And when the streets of Philadelphia were clearing of people and everybody was staying inside and businesses were starting to close on the fear, you know, nothing, no dictates had came down from any government.
That's when you know they're trying to do stuff. If you are afraid, if you know that they're busting fear out, something's about to come.
So a friend of mine texted me and said, Mark, what the hell is going on? And I said, this is a psyop to get for them to see if they can get everybody to just stay in their home on day one.
Yeah.
So like knowing their technique, it's not even a surprise. It's a and that's the attitude. It's boring. But again, it's also hell because it's like I can see it and 99.99999% of human beings can't see it.
It makes me sad for the human potential of just one individual as an infant, but also as a species. It's really sad to think that we could be like aligned cosmically to whatever this higher climb Jacob's ladder, whatever it is, dude.
Yeah, that's what I think all the time. You know, what is our potential, our unrealized potential? And we're not going to reach it because we're stuck in believing all these nonsensical belief systems like authority.
That's the pain.
So, you know, going back to the allegory, or not the allegory, the explanation of authority, the old world order was authority, the belief in authority vested in one human being, calling themselves the king or royalty. And that's called the old world order. Now, the new world order is exactly the same as the old world order, except we give
new
people,
boss is the same as the old boss.
We give people new words. We give people a new story. We give people a new euphemism to call it. And it's still the same exact thing, because how was ancient rulership or kingship carried out? How was it functionally carried out?
Violence.
The king said, I'm the lawmaker. Here's my decrees. If you do anything that violates my decrees, what will happen to you? Violence. I will send my henchmen, who I've gotten to believe in my authority, to go and do violence to you until you comply. And if you refuse to comply, we'll kill you to set an example for other people that you'll comply to my commands, or you'll have violence done unto you, or you'll have murder done unto you. My question to everybody is, Was that situation in any area of the world where it was ever practiced ever moral? Was that ever a moral right? Could it have ever been a moral right for people to behave that way?
No, because it goes against natural law.
It's an impossibility.
My question, the thing I think about a lot is like these dudes and these like elites that are all doing this horrible shit to us. Like, what is their thought process on like karma and like death? Because like me personally, I'm trying to be good because it feels right and like it's what I think I should be doing. But like these dudes aren't afraid, like all the horrible shit they do, and they're not afraid of croaking. Like, well, what's up with their brains? Let
me preface that by two things. Hold on to that because I just want to explain the New World Order first.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Then I'm going to explain exactly the answer to that question by explaining where the question itself contains something that has to be corrected.
Okay.
All right. But it's a very good question.
Thank you.
So the New World Order is the continuation of the Old World Order. But instead of rulership and kingship, which the population eventually tired of and realized, hey, this is total bullshit. We don't need one person commanding millions of people. You know, that is a wrong. That is recognized as a wrong in most places in the world. And we now, the rulers of the society never really lost their power. They went into a covert form of rulership and continued the control system by giving people the illusory belief that they would be in charge and in power through election of representatives in what's called government. But what is government? It's the same hierarchical power structure as the king and his henchmen ruling over the unwashed masses. But instead of authority vested in one person at the top, authority is vested in a few, an oligarchical few calling themselves government. And then they have thugs and enforcers, the military and the police, that they will sick violently upon the population if the population doesn't obey their arbitrary decrees that they call man's laws. So there's nothing different in the structure from the Old World Order to the New World Order. The Old World Order, authority vested in one, the king, the sovereign, the ruler, whatever you want to call him, royalty, and then all the subjects below that who are his slaves that he gets to command and they must obey or violence will be done unto them. In the New World Order, governments at the top of the hierarchical structure of power, all their thugs and henchmen, the military and police will conduct violence upon the masses, the ignorant masses below them if they don't follow their arbitrary decrees called laws of government. All that has differed is we've euphemized it, we've divested the authority from one to a few, and we call it government. It's still the exact same structure. The Old World Order is the New World Order. The old religion is the new religion, except we call it government. And that's mind control. That's you're giving people different words and you're saying, oh, let's make it a little better. So instead of one ruler, we have a few rulers.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not really even the rulers. They're controlled by the occultists. Because again, all of the religions are given to us by the occult, by the dark occult. All of these belief systems are instilled in people by the social engineers, the think tanks, the intelligence agencies, people who are enshrined behind the corridors of power who you never see.
Even as he's doing it, I'm like making up like light occultists that would be fighting them.
Yeah.
Like in my head, I'm like making up Jedi. Like, no, there's got to be people. There's got to be.
No, there are, but they're scattered to the four winds of the planet. There's a few of them, a paltry few. Like, let's just put it this way: how many people do you really know who have exploded this kind of knowledge out onto the world? I mean, really, really done it and done a damn good job of it.
I mean, I only know you.
But it's a paltry handful, literally. Look, I'm one of a few who have put this information out there like this, and I don't fear any reprisal. I fear zero reprisal because I'm protected by doing what is morally right. The first method of any protection is to stand fully in truth and morality, an objective morality, not any perceived morality. Standing fully and firmly in truth and objective morality provides the greatest protection that any being can have.
But going back to what Bill said, how do the dark occultists sleep at night?
Okay, so your question was, how do the elites do this to us? And my answer is the elites are not doing this to us.
It's us.
Who is doing it to us?
Ourselves.
We do it to ourselves.
That's correct. But who is the group of beings that is the most responsible for the continuation of violence and slavery?
They call the elites.
No.
Us.
No, not the average person. The average person, yes, by putting up with it, is very responsible. But there's one group of people who are the most responsible. They are the most immoral. They are the most immoral. They're the worst people of all of humanity. The order followers.
Okay. Oh yeah, here
bootleggers
we go.
that fucking enforce these guys.
Billy just got a ticket.
Yeah.
Who does the physically violent behavior. So just look at it in the old world order, right? Let's look at the old world order of royalty first. When the king, as the quote unquote sovereign, the one ruler, the one master over his subjects, would decree a law and say, if you do this, I don't want anybody walking on that road on Sunday. If I find anybody walking on that road, they'll be punished. Now, did the king walk out of his palace and monitor the road and see if a person was walking on it? And if a person was walking on it, he beat the living hell out of them? Did the king bloody his hands?
Hands are clean.
Okay.
Dude,
who did it?
There's an old video that he made where I'm almost positive it's got something to do with their little octagon hats.
Yeah.
Like that, dude, the symbolism in the uniforms and in the badges, it's fucking nuts.
The police and military are being continuously ritually mocked by their owners and masters, the Satanists and dark occultists.
Do the occultists really hate their minions?
With such vicious fervor. I cannot tell you the looks that I saw in Satanists and dark Luciferians' eyes when I was involved in the dark occult, when they even thought about police and military, knowing that they're the people who are keeping them in power, but the way they loathe them for being the low form of consciousness that they are. It's
that hurts,
picture a plantation owner in, let's say, Virginia or North Carolina or South Carolina during the
Northern Ireland.
So right. Let's just say during the American Civil War period, right? And the plantation owner dangles the carrot before one of his very, very strong black slaves on the plantation and says, you'll be given extra food, extra clothing, you'll be given more privileges, you'll be given more considerations, we'll go easier on you, you won't be whipped, you'll be able to sleep in a room in the guest house instead of out in the field.
That's chimp empire, man. This is low tier. This is not the higher.
And all you need to do is beat your fellow men and women into submission. You're going to be the house slave who beats them into submission. Okay. And almost every single time that person would agree and do it.
Yeah.
Now, obviously the practice of chattel slavery is the abomination of abominations. It's worse than death. You know, it's the most reprehensible act that can ever be committed in our world.
That and what they do to the kids.
Yeah, true. Pedophilia. But looking at this technique, how did the plantation owner view the house slave that was doing his bidding? Did he look at him with tremendous respect? Or did he look at him like, wow, you absolute piece of dirt. You're already in a situation where you yourself are enslaved and you're willing to do vicious, harmful things to your fellow men and women who are also enslaved. Imagine the contempt. First of all, that is deserving of contempt.
Yeah.
The master's attitude toward that particular slave is the correct one.
But for people with lower consciousness, to be able to zoom out that far and see that is alien, you know?
Yeah, I know. And so how many of them think this is perfectly an acceptable situation as long as I receive my maximum level of creature comfort? Yeah. This is all people want to live for. What is that mentality called? Satanism. That's the cultural inculcation of the public into the religion of the masters of the world. Getting somebody to say, I don't care what's morally right, all I care about is what I get out of it, is inculcating them into Satanism and the satanic mindset. That's their religion.
Slavery was so satanic then.
So going back to your question, how do the elites do it to us? They don't. Their order followers accept whatever creature comforts are thrown in front of them to say, do this to your fellow men and women, enact my decrees, enforce my decrees. And they say, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'll do that for you. Who brings the resultant harm and violence and coercion and duress into physical manifestation in our world? Do the rulers, do the masters actually do that? Because that king would have to stand on that road and say, I see somebody on my road. Now I'm going to take them out.
In the Natural Law documentary, they have the one hotel. Remember when the guy was in the hotel hallway on his hands and knees?
Oh,
and
yeah.
At the beginning.
That's rugged.
Yep.
So like even like the Hillary Clintons and Bill Gates of the world, like they're Renfields compared, like they're nothing.
Absolutely.
They're just like scumbags that are doing this shit.
Absolutely. Getting their little pittance in
They're getting
return.
their creature comforts.
Oh,
Gates, Schwab, all of them, Harari.
He's a bitch at that shit. Do you like the transhumanism stuff? Like, does that completely go against everything you believe in?
I think that it's a totally
the ultimate state.
You have to be deceived to believe that, we are going to somehow replace human consciousness. Like instead of improving human consciousness, like you want to replace it with something else. That's the ultimate in defeatism, giving up, distorted left brain thinking.
But how did they come to grips with what they're doing?
But once again, are they doing anything?
Again, the occult, the ones that know.
Right. But all they're doing is telling other people deceptive lies.
So they're just cozy in Satanism.
They're really guilty of one and the lowest on the totem pole of the true 7 deadly sins. Again, religion's 7 deadly sins are pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, and greed.
You got other ones?
All vices. I have the real ones. Those are the false ones.
Oh, no.
Pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, greed. The false 7 deadly sins.
Damn it. I like
Why are they false? None of them are violent actions done to other people. They are all internal vices.
Made by Satanists.
Wow. So they're actually like saying all of your wants are bad.
Correct.
Right.
Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying live in this way perpetually and just be debauched and debased. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird that the king's like all the stuff that you like is bad.
Is pride a sin in and of itself? Right. So some forms of pride can be good. Like I take pride in my work. My work is damn good. Damn good. It's not just good. It's the best out there. And I want other people to make stuff that's even better than mine.
Good luck.
Right. Okay. But my point is I've done very tremendous work and I'm proud of it. And I should be proud of it because I busted my balls to do it. I worked extremely hard to learn what I learned. And I take very specific individual pride as an individual to make my work the best that it can be, make it the clearest I can make it, and help people to truly edify themselves when it comes to objective morality and natural law. And I think I do a great job at that. Now, that's pride. Not going to lie. Is it counterproductive pride? Counterproductive pride is when someone believes that they're actually far, far, far better than they are. And that means they're not really working to improve their work, right? They just believe, oh, my shit doesn't stink. I'm great. I'm the boss. And,
it's like Steven Seagal playing guitar.
Yeah. So that's counterproductive pride. If you keep dwelling in that, you truly don't improve. But if you have pride and say, like last night, I hadn't watched my natural law documentary since like maybe a couple weeks after it was made and released. And I watched it again just to look at it and say, okay, this is fully done. That's in the books. And, I like what I did. And I can take pride in that work and it's out there now. This is the first time I've watched it in many months. And I watched it last night during the screening and I was like, wow, that is probably the most important film that has ever been released in all of humanity.
With fresh eyes.
And guess what? That's true. That's a true statement. That's not me bragging.
Get as offended as you like.
So it's like, I'm looking at the fruit of what was created and nothing is perfect. Like I say, I could have tweaked that. I could have tweaked that. This cut could have been better. That sound level could have been better. I have little minor criticisms because nothing is perfect, right? And you can't expect perfection.
There's limitations.
Right. Perfection's a construct of the mind that we can attain to, but not really truly reach. But I look at that and I'm like, I'm very proud of that. I should be proud of that because it's great work. And the other people who were involved in the making that film should be proud of that because they did great work. So
it's not
pride
sin.
is okay. Yeah. It's not sinful. So this goes back to those people on the street interviews, right? We were talking about, do you know the definition of a right? 0 people got that correct. And my retort to that is, how can you imagine that you're going to protect human rights? How do you imagine you're going to keep your rights in place?
You know what's crazy is
if you can't define them?
They do so much violence on the whatever it is, whatever the word is, because of human rights.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm
in
saying?
the name of human rights, diplomacy.
Yeah.
So people couldn't define it. If you can't define it, how do you expect to protect it and keep it?
You got me thinking I can't define it right now.
Well, this is very important.
You got to watch
This
the
is
natural law.
extraordinarily important. And I'll give the correct definition. And this is the correct definition. And there's only one definition of what a human right is. There's not a million definitions. It's one thing. A right is an action that does not initiate harm upon another sentient being. That is the exact definition of what a human right is. So you'll notice, pardon me, you'll notice I defined the right in the negative. The definition is given in the negative. A right is an action that does not initiate harm against another sentient being. How many actions can be defined as the initiation of harm? It's not a very, very, very long list. There are variations of harm, but there's only actually 7 types of harm. And if we analyze each one of those types of harm in turn, we can actually see that there's only one harm. Only one form of harm can be conducted by one person or a group upon another person or group of people. One harm. That's it. And it shows you how simple this is to understand. But most people overly complexify it. And it doesn't mean that it's easy to come into harmony with, because we justify all the harm that we do. We justify the harm that others do. We make excuses and justifications for why harm has to remain in place. The initiation of harm has to remain in place. And all of it's lying to ourselves. It's all religion. It's all bullshit, constructural beliefs that only exist in a diseased psyche, and a psyche that's wildly out of balance, right? So to know what actions are not the harm, not the initiation of harm, we have to know the small list of actions that do constitute the initiation of harm upon other beings. And they are the true 7 deadly sins. These are not internal vices. They are behaviors that, if conducted upon another, initiate harm upon that other being. They cause a demonstrable degradation of the other being in some way, shape, or form. And here is what those behaviors are. Now, I've been explaining it like this to people since I've been, giving this breakdown. Listen to the qualitative difference just in the words, okay? The false 7 deadly sins were pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, greed. Look at the quality of those words and what they represent. Now, you can listen to those and you can go, yeah, those aren't really great things for us to engage in, right? You would be, as I said, debauched and debased if you just continually dwelled in those modalities of consciousness. That's agreed.
Yeah.
But they're all vices. They're not direct actions that we do to others that initiate harm.
Right. They're vices. Right.
Vices are not crimes. They are things we shouldn't aspire to for higher consciousness, but they themselves, in and of themselves, are not harmful actions that we initiate upon others. Okay? So let's take, for example, jealousy. Jealousy is not, if I'm jealous of something that you have,
I don't even know it.
That does not mean that I've initiated harm upon you. Right. If I then were to take the thing that I was jealous of that you have, now I've initiated a harm upon you that has degraded what you've earned. Okay. That's a violent behavior.
Kind of feels like taxes.
Right. Exactly. So let's look at the real 7 deadly sins and see how they differ in quality. So the false ones that religion gives to us, that the mind control system called religion gives to us: pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, anger, jealousy, greed. The real 7 deadly sins, the transgressions against natural law, the true initiation of violent and harmful behaviors are, and listen to the difference in quality: murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, coercion, deception.
Deception. Yeah, that's a fucking nasty one.
So listen to the difference in quality. These are all direct violations of other people's rights to remain unharmed.
All those words kind of give you a feeling.
It's like a punch.
Yeah.
Compared to pride, gluttony, sloth, lust, jealousy.
Don't eat McDonald's.
Right. It doesn't even rape.
Yeah.
Right. So what do the true 7 deadly sins all have in common?
Aggression.
True. It's the initiation
Violence.
of aggression and violence, but more so if we really compare them, right? So define each one, right? So tell me what murder is.
Taking someone's life.
There you go. Now, hold that definition in mind. What is assault?
I don't know how to do
Causing
assault.
harm to someone
Yeah.
in a violent fashion.
Physically?
Yeah.
Does that take something from them?
Safety, I guess. I don't know.
Their safety, their well-being.
Yeah.
Their bodily well-being is taken.
Yeah.
Right? Rape.
Yeah, that's stealing sex.
Yeah.
Right. You're stealing someone's bodily autonomy by forcing them to have sex. You're taking their free will of sexual association from them, right? Simple theft is taking someone's physical property, right? Trespass is taking the security of another person's living space from them, right? Coercion is taking someone's free will by putting them in the condition of duress, the implied threat of physical violence if they don't comply. So you're taking their free will. And then deception is taking someone's informed decision-making by willfully lying to them and giving them false information.
It is the same feeling if I get tricked. I mean, I'm not like I get tricked all the time, but if like you get tricked or there's deception, it is kind of the same like violated feeling as if like someone's like in my driveway or broke in my house.
Of course.
It feels the same. It's the same wrong feeling.
It's a violation of your rights.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So what do all of them have in common? Something was taken that did not belong to the person initiating the behavior. Every form of wrongdoing under natural law transgressions against natural law, is a form of theft. Every single one is a form of theft. There's only one wrongdoing: stealing. Every wrongdoing can be boiled down to a form of taking something that doesn't belong to you. Every true right is a property right.
I mean, not to like keep harping on Wizard of Oz, but in the beginning of it, dude, the chick comes in with a paper from the government saying, I have to take your dog.
There you go.
And fucking Dorothy flips out.
And you know what
like,
that represents? The soul. And then she's trying to take the soul, because the dog represents the soul of the being that's guiding them on the path to truth.
And her Annie M's just like, well, we can't go against the law. And that's like the beginning of the movie.
Yep.
That I watched the whole thing last night. Would that be considered far out back then for like the 30s, like that movie?
I would say it was cutting edge, certainly, because it became a total cult classic in that time period, and rightly so. It's one of the best movies ever made. For people who are younger, who haven't seen it, I mean, they really should watch it and really ponder it deeply in the concepts in it, because this is a theosophical allegory. The concepts in it are definitely derived from theosophy. Baum himself was a theosophist, and he incorporated all of those occult ideas into it, namely that each one of the characters represents an aspect of human consciousness. So Dorothy is the individual that has to learn the truth about what's going on regarding power, government, and control structures. Religion, religion is, the two witches, the wicked witches. They represent the old world order, and the wizard represents the new world order, of government. And, human consciousness is represented by the main characters that Dorothy encounters on the yellow brick road, the road to truth, the road to the development of the soul. The things, again, that I mentioned earlier that we need intelligence, we need care, and we need willpower to act, courage. And the three characters she encounters are the Scarecrow, who lacks a brain. He lacks intelligence. So this is Baum in the allegory telling people this is the very first thing we have to develop. We have to develop a mind. We have to work to understand how to think and not be fooled, not be a brainless person. So that's the Scarecrow. And then the Tin Man represents, the Tin Woodsman represents care. He wants a heart. Okay. So this is care. This is getting out of apathy. Again, when they find him, he's frozen. That represents apathy. He can't move. He's rusted shut. They have to, oil him to make, the heart, come back into action. But, that's what he wants. He wants to develop care. And then, of course, the Lion represents having courage and willpower to act. So it's your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Your thoughts have to attain to intelligence. Your emotions have to attain a state of care, true care, to change things. And your actions have to attain to a state of courage and willpower. Courage is the internal aspect of action, and willpower is the external aspect of action. Again, represented by the cowardly lion, who wants courage to act. Again, as we alluded to earlier, the dog Toto represents the soul. That is the guiding aspect, guiding Dorothy on her journey into truth. And then, of course, the wizard himself is the illusion of power, in the Emerald City, the capital city. So
yeah, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
There you go.
Like if that's what that's from.
He's pulling all the
I've never seen
levers.
any of that.
He's in the ostensible corridors of power, pulling all the levers, making things happen, frightening people.
I feel like on a level, like kids know that it's a big deal because it's like if you start watching, it's black and white. Dorothy gets swept up into a tornado, like up over the rainbow, and then she's in the world of color.
Right.
And then she has a whole experience, then goes back to the black and white world, and everybody's laughing at her like, "What happened? That was just a dream." She's like, "No, it really happened." And she's a completely different person after going on this journey to Oz.
And that in and of itself represents the real world. And then going into a higher level of consciousness to understand philosophical ideas, changing the self, then coming back boots on the ground in the real world, and then having to relate that experience to other people, which some people find impossible to integrate and then relate to others.
And we should always just be trying to do this.
That's right.
Over and over again.
Without a doubt. That's what the whole allegory is really about. It's about learning the truth and then helping other people to also recognize it and learn it. And that's the great work. That is that's the hardest work there is in the world to do, because what it really represents is changing other people's minds, being a source of influence to help people to change their thoughts, because all manifested results ultimately come from our thoughts. Our thoughts are the causal factors that then go into our decision-making processes on how we're going to behave in the world. Then our behaviors go out into the world and actually create the shared reality that we all have to then experience and live in. That's how the laws of manifestation, the laws of attraction actually work.
I mean, you're doing it. You're probably having a huge influence that you don't even realize.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of people say that, but I have a hard time accepting that because so little in the world has changed since I started doing this. And I think the world's in an even worse position than it was when I started doing this publicly back in 2007.
Well,
for 16 years of work, there's not really much physically manifested change in the world. And I think the occultists that I worked with knew that there wouldn't be. They knew where they had people's minds back then, 20, 25 years ago or more when I was with them approximately. And I think they already knew how far down the path they had people in the mind.
I got 2 questions for you. Are you scared of them?
Not a bit.
Are you scared of?
Great. Not even a little bit.
Are you scared of?
I don't register to them. You got to understand. I am a 0. I'm under, less I'm a negative to them. I'm not only am I like on a 10 on their radar, I'm a -1. Okay. They do not care about anything I'm doing because they know people don't really understand anything that I'm doing. People not only don't understand the philosophy I'm putting out there, they have no idea what it is to do this type of work. 0. You know, again, I've told the story. I have people come and look at my operation and see what it actually is that I wake up every single day and do physically in my home. And I can tell they want to run. they want to get the fuck away as fast as possible in the other direction. They're like, this is what you do on a day-to-day basis. Get the fuck out of here. I'm serious.
I can understand like why, like on like a lot of your streams and stuff like that, like you get pissed off because like you did this much work and people are still like following COVID lockdowns and stuff. Like I would be going fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's not been good. It's been rough. Again, I try to maintain somewhat of a balanced attitude regarding it, but even for a person who understands what I understand, it's very difficult. It's very difficult not to get insanely mad, insanely angry. I try to temper my anger to use it to fuel my actions of what I'm going to do next. You know, that I look at it as fuel for that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's
like
how I have
masculine.
Yeah, exactly. I have to do that because then it will become imbalanced, and I don't really want, because then it'll hurt your health. It'll hurt your work. I don't want it to do that. So I try to keep it somewhat tempered, but yeah, I have to vent it sometimes because of exactly how much ignorance still surrounds us.
Are you afraid of dying?
Not a bit. You know,
How did you
I mean,
get
I want to live as much as anybody does, you know, but I don't fear physical death.
Fear physical death.
No, because it doesn't matter regardless whether you fear that or not, it's going to occur. So it's sort of illogical to just live your life in fear of that. But, you know, as I say, the fear of death is the beginning of slavery. You know, when every justification that people give for the continuation of government and the continuation of human slavery is fear-based. But how would this be done? That's fear. As soon as somebody says, but I don't understand how this or that, or how we would do this, the first response to that should be, you're in a consciousness of fear. That very response is fear-based.
You should create like a consciousness school where you grow up just with this stuff. See what happens. Just an experiment.
What the whole operation called What on Earth is Happening is. See, the thing is, we don't need physical brick and mortar structures. We have the medium of making that school a worldwide present educational outreach effort in every home. The internet is that vehicle. Spreading the information digitally is that process and the vehicle for it. And this is what I've been trying to get people to understand. The only solution to human slavery is a spiritual solution, and it lies in understanding objective morality and natural law and teaching it to other people. There is a technological component to that. It doesn't mean technology is the solution. I tell people there's no political solution to human slavery. There's no financial solution to human slavery. There is only a spiritual solution to human slavery. The spiritual solution is proper moral education. There's not even a technological solution to human slavery, but the solution in moral education has a tech component to it, meaning in order to educate the masses widely and freely, you have to learn the educational vehicle for expression called digital media. And you have to understand the ultimate, you know, vehicle for expressing that is the internet. That's the technical component, but the solution is not technology. The solution is spirituality. The solution is philosophy. You know, the solution is proper understanding of morality from a true perspective, not a religious perspective.
Right.
When people hear me talk about morality and natural law, they think somehow this is a religion. This is the polar opposite of religion. This is the ultimate spiritual science. I am not a believer. I finished my cult beliefs when I left Satanism. That's the last cult I will ever be a member of. That's the last cult I will ever fall for. It's the last cult I will ever join. I am not only not trying to start a religious belief or tradition or cult. I am trying to explain to people exactly how to protect themselves against the techniques of cults. And I explain this in my work. Government is a cult. It's not just a religious belief system. It's a religion, but it's the definition of a cult is a religion that has become dangerous to other people that do not adhere to its religious dogma.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So a cult, for something to qualify as a cult, it has to involve the initiation of harm to others because of their religious beliefs. And that could come in the form of stealing someone's money, stealing their promising future that they have because you want to take everything from them and invest it into your religion, keeping people from their loved ones, manipulating their mindset. These are all forms of cult techniques, but this is what government is. Government is not just a religious belief. If it was just a religious belief that was not initiating harm to other people, fine. There's plenty of things people can believe in, all other forms of nonsense. But as long as it doesn't convert into, I'm going to start doing harmful things to other people, especially people who don't believe that what I'm saying is true or real or morally legitimate. Once it crosses that line, it's a cult. And that's what government is. Government is a cult religion. It's a cult belief system.
I can see that, just the way people get into it, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. People get into it and you're like, dude, are you fucking kidding me?
And they don't even understand that they're cult members, and that's what the great work is. The great work is convincing other people through philosophy and influence, you've joined a cult and it's immoral. What they do is immoral, and what they have you believing in and condoning, and in many cases doing yourself, is in and of itself immorality. It is violence, it is coercion, it is duress. And ultimately, by the very belief in that and doing of any of those immoral behaviors, you yourself are condoning and perpetuating human slavery.
That's deep.
Now, think about, people do not want to hear that they are an accessory to slavery. But every person who has ever worked a government job is an accessory to slavery. Every police person that has ever put on a uniform is an accessory to slavery. Every person who's ever joined the military has been an accessory to slavery. And we have to say it like that. How many people in the world are blatantly saying it just like that? Because it's the truth, without fear of reprisal, and not mincing their words or trying to cover trying to placate other people's emotional sensibilities. I don't care what anybody thinks of that. I don't care what anybody in person around me thinks of that. I said this to a room full of people.
It's crazy you don't get
over the last 2 weeks. Let anybody try. You know what I mean?
I think it's kind of funny to sit there and people will shit on what's the thing Tom Cruise is, Scientology, because you have to give them a bunch of your money and then they'll turn around, do their taxes at the end of the year, and then give the government half of their fucking money. It's the same exact thing as Scientology.
All religion works like that, ultimately. It's we have to come out of this baby-fied mindset that we need to externalize our power to anybody else. I mean, this is where we can get into, psyops, especially the stand-down psyops, the savior psyops, that's the whole thing. Q is the savior psyop. Trump is the savior psyop, In the New Age movement, they have the UFO cult psyops, the Blue Avians.
Not having any of
the
that.
Arcturians. The Arcturians, their warp drive has stalled. And
I'm channeling the
Anunnakis,
they're about halfway here. They'll be here any day now. This whole idea that we need to externalize power to others, that ensures that this immoral condition is going to continue.
The occult, like Mark says, the occult are master psychologists. If there's an inherent need for mommy and daddy, dude,
there you go.
You can create that. You can do this all day long. They're making new people every day.
Yeah.
There's new customers every day.
Here's the proof that they're master psychologists, right? And this is what I try to explain to people. You have to understand the occult as. Stop looking at it even as a religion. It is a religion. It is a cult. And a cult just means hidden. It means hidden knowledge. Well, what is the hidden knowledge that we're talking about? We're talking about how the mind works, how you can manipulate the mind. That's the hidden knowledge, the knowledge of mind control, mind influence, and how it really works. So, I mean, just imagine that, and I lost my train of thought there.
I was just saying, they know, these dark occultists, they know that you inherently need parents.
There you go. That's what I was
going to take this feeling deep into your old adult age.
Yes. Thank you for the reminder. So I try to tell people that stop looking at it as some twisted, even cult religious belief. What we have to better understand dark occultism as is its ancient, deep psychology about how the mind works and how it can be manipulated. And
I mean,
here's
if you say occult to somebody, they go eyes wide shut.
Right. Or just evil.
Yeah.
The first word is evil or mysticism, evil, voodoo,
But really, they're just ancient Freuds.
Hidden information about how the mind works, hidden information about how the universe works. That's it. That's what the occult contains. And they're trying to hide the real ways that those things work. So I'll give you 2 examples, one ancient, one modern, right? In the ancient world, let's say the priest king knew everything there was about astronomy and eclipses, etc., because they would train their eyes by living in extreme darkness to then go out and be able to see the night sky.
Is that for real?
Oh, a lot of ancient astronomers would literally live in pure darkness so that their eyes would be hypersensitive to light, and they would be able to see things that other people couldn't see in the sky.
That's how they saw the planets. I don't understand. Yeah. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So they train themselves with light deprivation.
That's so cool.
And then they would, be able to tell, okay, well, I understand the timings of when eclipses are going to occur, and now I can predict them. And other people had no idea what an eclipse even was, let alone its time cycles. So they would then gather the people and say, there's going to be a monster that's going to come and eat the sun. And if you don't obey, I've been in communication with this beast, and if you don't obey me as its medium, then our whole society is going to be destroyed. The sun's going to go away, crops aren't going to grow, we're all going to die. And this is how childish the ancient population was, that they did not understand anything about how nature works, and they would just believe this priest king that they would then get externalize and give all their power to. This is the occult. The occult is just knowledge of how something works that the average idiot doesn't understand. And then the one who does understand it can manipulate them like taking candy from a baby. This is how we have to understand the occult world.
What's a modern version of that?
So a modern version of it is setting up systems of government and political parties, right? We just were talking about people have issues psychologically that are unresolved, and most of them deal with their parents not giving them the attention they needed, not giving them the education they needed, not really fulfilling different desires and needs as far as emotional, as far as being even present physically in many cases. Most people have some form of parental abandonment issues going on psychologically. The occult exploits that. They create 2 political parties in most political systems that represent mother and father as a proxy, as a psychological proxy. So just think about this here in the United States. What are the 2 political parties? Republican and Democrat. Okay. The Republican Party represents the father figure. Think about it. It's always about being a protector, not a provider, but a protector, right? They want a strong military presence, strong police. They want to represent the protective father figure that's going to protect you from harm. The Democratic Party represents the provider, the nurturing protector, as we're going to give you the care and support that you need, right? They want to be the nanny state that's going to like watch over you and gives you this false sense of love that we care. We want to provide. We want you to have all the things that you need, right? So, right wing, Republican represents the father figure. Left-wing Democrat represents the mother figure, psychological proxies. And that's why there's only really a choice between 2. There can only be 2 parents. So they are going to maintain this false dichotomy, this dialectic of 2 political parties, each representing one of the parents. That's how the occult works. Another brief example, look at the ways that people are easily manipulated into believing people in government care about them.
Yeah, that shit pisses me off.
I look back, and this is largely scrubbed from the internet, but you could still find it in certain places, in certain file sharing places. Look up Obama's fainting ladies. And this is an example I give to people of occultism at work in our world. Okay, so it's a video compilation that was made many years ago during Obama's 2008 presidential campaign.
All the hope and change
where he was running. All of those slogans, of course, came out of that. But one of the most enlightening things about that campaign was a technique of neuro-linguistic programming and direct occult mind control that Barack Obama and his handlers and the people who orchestrate his campaign speeches were doing. And they magically stopped after this compilation video came out.
Holy
so
shit.
What it was he'd set up his campaign speech in usually a large public square of some type. People would gather to hear him speak. He'd start into his speech. About 5 or 10 minutes into the speech, there would be a plant from his organization, from his handlers in the audience that would fake faint, that would pretend to faint.
Okay.
But nobody else in the audience knew that this was a setup. They thought that this woman was really passing out. So she'd fake pass out in the audience. Nobody else knew this except Obama and his little team of people who orchestrated the event. And then Obama would be the first person to notice it
Oh my God.
So from his podium, he would stop his speech and he would point it out and say, "Oh, I think someone just fainted. I think someone just passed out." And then so what's this painting the picture of? He's extraordinarily attentive. He's paying attention to everybody and he cares and he knows what's going on. And he's one of the first people to recognize what's happening. And this is how they're manipulating people.
That's a carnival trick.
It's a carnival trick.
That's like the Marvel dude, like from Oz, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's like fucking straight out the gate, man behind the curtain.
That's no different than the guy saying the sun's going to get eaten by
That's
the beast.
correct.
Yes.
It's an old form of occultism, a modern form of occultism.
This is literal mind control.
I've never heard of that in my life.
So he then says, she's probably just overheated. She probably just got a little faint and overheated. And so now he's coming off as he knows the answer. Make some room for her. Just give her some space, right? How does he know she didn't have a brain aneurysm and is dying?
Yeah, right.
Hold off on CPR for a
How
second,
did she
guys.
know she didn't have some kind of violent, massive coronary and is actively dying?
They're not going to get you, man.
So, then they expanded it. They did this over and over and every place they went on the campaign trail, they did this. It was the same act, same wording.
I mean, it's true.
We have somebody who just fainted. Like, look this up. Look up Obama's fainting ladies. It's still out there in some places.
It's also
harder to find. They scrubbed this from most video sharing sites.
Yeah, I'll try to find that.
It's on my ARC drive. It's on my ARC.
The ARC's nice, by the way.
Thank you.
Tell people about the ARC real quick.
The ARC drive is a collection of research data that I've collected really since I've been online. I've been probably downloading these things since like
The ultimate saver.
mid 90s into the late 90s, like from when I was originally online with like a 14.4K dial-up connection,
modem
back in 95, 96, all the way to the modern day. So, it's a 2 terabyte hard drive filled completely with information that I make available to people. They just send me a drive. I fill up the data on it and send it back to them. You could check out the ARC section of my website at whatonearthishappening.com. But going back to Obama's campaign trail, he's just telling people, he's just saying, I think somebody's feeling faint there. Just make space for him. Then he starts in later videos, and after doing this like 5, 6, 7 times, now he's expanding it. Here, give her some water, and he offers his water.
Oh my God, he does a lot of
he
weird
takes his
stuff.
water from the podium. And gives it into the crowd to pass to her. So look at all the things this is psychologically instilling in people's minds. He's attentive. He's the first person to notice it. He's smart. He knows that she's just faint and what needs to be done. He's caring. He gives of his own water that was for, him to drink if he got dry during his speech to her, And what does this instill in people? Trust, confidence. Oh, he's a caring person. He's an intelligent guy. This is all made up bullshit.
Totally
But this bullshit,
preschool in Syria.
This bullshit, dude. My mom still sweats the shit out of it, dude. This bullshit works on any woman, adult woman that did not have an alpha dad.
Yes.
Play Obama's fainting ladies for people, and then tell me what you really
nothing
think
will
about
happen.
Obama.
This is the shit that pisses me off because you can have something like that, show it to someone, and they just turn around and go, "You're fucking crazy. You look way too far."
I don't even understand how they could see the same thing happening. So they're a pure coincidence theorist then, because you're telling me that's not an orchestrated setup, right? Every campaign speech until this compilation was made and released, then it suddenly never happened again.
It is crazy how they bop around thinking that the internet doesn't exist.
Right.
Yeah, they're kind of they're old as shit. Like Joe Biden, they're like 80 years old. It's like,
Obama was think about this. 13 times in just the compilation we know about. Could have been 2025.
It's a nice little trick. Yeah.
Almost the exact same wording in every incident. The person standing practically at the same place who faints because she probably just went to generally the same place in the audience so he could easily recognize where she's at. He says almost the exact same lines every time.
I mean, if that happened for real, I think you'd be like, what the fuck is going on? This has happened
How
13
many
times
people
now.
faint? First of all, how many people have you ever seen actually fainted?
None.
Have you ever witnessed someone
I've never seen anyone
actually faint?
I've never seen it at all, ever.
None of us have ever seen
Not saying it doesn't exist.
Fainting happens,
Yeah.
but so few people have actually witnessed actively a person passing unconscious from fainting that it's practically negligible among the human population.
Yeah.
For Obama, every campaign speech for a woman, it's always a woman.
Yeah.
Never a guy fainting.
Never.
Right?
Oh
Always
my
a woman
God.
fainting.
One of these, he catches a pregnant woman during a speech who's fainting.
Oh my God.
This is one of their favorite
This
techniques.
is nuts.
Yeah, it's the creation of the belief that you are a truly caring person.
Wow, fainting woman. Wow, that just happened.
Yeah, over and over you see this. The compilation.
This is carny shit.
Oh yeah.
The compilation came out with approximately 13 different campaign speeches. I think it was around that number. And suddenly, no one ever fainted again on Obama's campaign trail.
I can't fucking believe I've never heard this.
I know. That's
is a great
the
one.
world of the occult. Another example I give of modern occultism, and people will just say, oh, this is clever marketing. No, you're incorrect. It's not just clever marketing. It's not just a clever way of getting people to buy a product. It's occultism. Do you know the Betty Crocker egg story?
Yes.
I don't.
I know this. This is a cult. This is Edward Bernays.
The Betty Crocker cake mix story. Okay, so Betty Crocker invented instant cake mix in the mid 1950s. It was a failure. Housewives did not want it. They wanted to make a cake from scratch for their families. They looked at a mix as cheating, as like, oh, I'm not going to put my time and care and attention into providing something nice for my family. I'm just, whipping together some, powder in a bowl, and they didn't want it. It was a colossal failure. They spent millions at that point in research and development for instant cake mix, and housewives in America did not want the product.
Follow this. This is fucking wild. Follow this.
So, what do you think somebody like the Betty Crocker Corporation would do? You develop the product and it's a complete failure. What do you think would they try to do? Maybe you would think, oh, we'll go back to the drawing board and create a new product.
Create a problem for that?
No, they're going to practice some deception.
Worse. They decided, we don't care that the housewives don't want this product. We've invested too much money in its creation and we don't accept that it's a flop. We want to make them want it. That was their company's attitude at the board of director level, was we are uninterested in going back to the drawing board and making something that women or housewives do want. We are going to look into the process of making them want what we already have, even though we've just been given a directive. We've been given an
F on the report card.
A total dictate from the masses. We've been given that we don't want this, and that's unacceptable. We're going to make them want it. So they went to Madison Avenue advertising campaign executives,
like madmen,
right?
Yeah,
and they said, we have a flop product on our hands that we've invested a lot in R&D into, and we want to find out why housewives don't want it, and we want to make them want it. And the Madison Avenue psychologists that were the wizards of their day said, this is doable. We can make it happen. We will research it. We will get back to you and we will give you a solution. So they went to work and I guess did some, interviews about why women didn't want it. They found out that women were experiencing feelings of guiltiness for not providing the care and attention that they had previously given their family members by making a cake from scratch. Okay, with all fresh ingredients, nothing pre-prepared, and the time and care that it would take to do that. And they'd have fulfillment from that in, a particular way. When doing the cake mix, they didn't have that fulfillment. They experienced guilt. They looked at it as they were taking a shortcut. So what was the answer? So the ad campaign executives, who were occult psychologists, went to Crocker, board of directors, and said, all you have to do is add some instructional words to the box of the cake mix. You do not have to change your product. You don't have to go back to the drawing board and make anything new. You need to add a few words onto the box, and the housewives will buy the cake mix. So how could this be? And literally it was 3 words. In the instructions, they had to write on the box, add 1 egg.
Dude, you're laughing.
To the cake mix.
This is very deep, dude. This is their ova.
What? So the egg is the symbolic archetype of the creative essence of the female.
Shit.
Because the egg is what combines with the sperm to create life. So it's the feminine, creative, archetypal energy.
Damn.
So by providing that symbol of the egg being put into the cake mix, and it doesn't matter that it's a chicken egg or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just the concept of an egg.
Right into their subconscious.
Implanted subconsciously. That's how the occult works.
And it works so well 30 years later.
And then
I never had a real pancake.
Now we got funfetti in this bitch.
They're giving of their creative essence symbolically through a proxy, through an archetypal proxy. And then the women's guilt was assuaged. The housewife's guilt was then assuaged in the subconscious mind by doing that act of putting the egg into the cake mix. And then they bought it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude.
How do you protect yourself against these, besides
that's a great question.
Doing the great work?
So think about that. That's the question.
Yeah.
What would level that playing field? What would make someone not susceptible to that type of occult manipulation?
Absolute honesty to yourself?
More so than that, because yes, that is the first occult maxim or dictate, if you will. It's saying you must do this if you're going to grow in consciousness. The first is Stop lying to yourself. The second is stop dreaming. Stop imagining the world to be some other way. Accept it as it is. That doesn't mean that you accept it and don't try to change it, but you don't envision, you don't look at the world through rose-colored glasses and dream and imagine, oh, all of this is fine and it's all in place the way I think that it is, and I'm not going to really try to change anything for the better because I'm living in a dream world. Again, Neverland, So that's number two. Number three is, and this is what I'm alluding to, learn how to think. If we have the knowledge of how the psyche works, we can't be manipulated by that tactic. If we have the knowledge of how our sympathies can be played upon by a carny trickster like Obama, by planting a fake feigning woman in the crowd,
this hurts Obama.
Then you look at it and you're like, asshole carny.
Yeah.
I'm not manipulated by that bullshit.
Just missing a snake tattoo. They are.
Right. That's all a person like that is and never has been. And all politicians are like that. Not just him. He just is very good at it.
Yeah.
He's a very good actor. And once you see it, it's so transparent. I mean, you might as well literally go off in the carny act and wear some fucking clown suit. Like, it's that transparent. And then when you see that people can't see it, you're like, my God, that person's a fucking dumbass. You're even dumber than them.
That's how it is kind of going around the second round. Like when the first Trump stuff started happening in the queue, like we were watching, I was like, holy shit, like this is fucking crazy. But like on this go around, I'm watching this, like shit's kind of funny. Like Trump makes me laugh in like debates, but other than that, it's like, dude, why does anyone give this an ounce of their
at
fucking
least Trump
time?
has a modicum of somewhat of a comical presence.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, couldn't trust him. Don't even know whether he's really on their side, but definitely he's not an enlightened person, with what he still believes regarding government.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the answer to your question is knowledge is the great leveler. Knowledge is the great leveling of the playing field. If I understand how the archetypes of symbolism really work in the subconscious mind, I'm not going to buy for, add an egg.
Yeah.
I'm not going to buy into add an egg. I'm going to understand, I see what you just did there, and most people can't. That's the problem. They're stuck in a level of ignorance that does not allow them to see these techniques at work.
And by the time they figure out, they're already grown up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the thing that
Grown
kills you.
children.
You're already like, in your 20s. You probably already voted.
Grown children who will
probably already got one vote out of you already.
They'll even then try to say, oh no, none of that works that way. Like they're that ignorant. They're so ignorant and they're so in ego. See, because the adult mindset, we'll look at this from a perspective of pure ego and selfishness. The ego is the force that does not want the individual to say to themselves, I was wrong, I was fooled, I was duped. It doesn't mean that the person can't be really intellectually intelligent, but holistic intelligence means you're able to say, I was wrong. Like if I didn't have holistic intelligence, I wouldn't have come out of my cult. I would not have come out of the cult of Satanism. I had to develop holistic intelligence to realize, you know what? I'm the dupe. In this instance, I'm the tool here being used. I was a tool.
You were a fool.
Yeah.
A fool and a tool. I mean, the street lingo word, you're a tool,
Yeah.
You're being used by somebody else. They're duping you. They're playing you. You're getting chumped. You're getting played. I had to realize that was me. There's no shame in that. The shame is staying there.
Yeah, right.
That's where the shame is at. I had to look myself in the mirror and go, hey, you got fooled here. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Won't get fooled again.
There you go.
Now,
as the song so wisely says,
we should go out on that one.
Another question I have real quick,
Sure.
just because you seen maybe you can quell my anxiety over this shit.
Okay.
I grew up Catholic. I watched all those demonic possession videos. What is what do you think demons and all that possession shit is? Or is that just them getting in your mind and fucking muddying up the waters?
There's a couple of schools of thought on that. There are people who, get into, summoning in the occult.
That shit at the Boleskine house with Crowley is fucking crazy.
So again, do people think that it's actually a real physical non-corporeal presence, perhaps extra dimensional? I don't rule that out. I have an open mind regarding things like that. I don't have any experience with demonic presences, entities, spirits, things like that. Things like that tend to stay away from my life path, to be quite honest.
I'm probably fucking terrified.
I think I'm so rooted in my life path and my mission that if there are physical entities like that, non-corporeal entities, I should say, like that, I think they look at me and they're like, yeah, no, don't even bother. Don't go near him. So leave him alone. You're going nowhere with that one. So, I think that's why I don't really have personal experiences like that, but I don't rule them out that they are real and happen. But I think more so than that form of presence, non-corporeally, extra dimensionally, however you want to look at it. I think what quote unquote demons are really aspects of our own psyche and personality that are very deeply nested way down into the subconscious mind. And if we don't try to deal with them and bring them up to a conscious level, then they act in demonic ways.
They form into
Is that kind of like the shadow work stuff you talk
That's
about?
correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
So it can kind of form into like you're externalizing an entity to fight your
That's
shadow.
right. That's right.
Yeah, it's like Link.
And this is because of not taking the personal responsibility to do that type of dark shadow work upon the aspects of the personality that we don't really like about ourselves. This is what I had to do when coming out of the satanic mindset.
It must have been brutal.
Oh, it was the worst dark night of the soul that one could imagine.
You were a Satanist.
Not going to lie, like I really contemplated not wanting to live at that point in my life.
Yeah, definitely.
It was that bad.
That's fucking crazy.
And it went on for a couple of years after, like it wasn't like a 2-week process, to like realize even the low level depth of my involvement in Satanism. It was not high level at all, by my own admission. Even that I wrestled with so terribly in the aftermath and said, like, what a piece of shit I've been.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe I let myself get fooled like that. I was involved. And, the mindset that I had to come out of, I mean, I was a eugenicist. I wanted to see the reduction. Oh, big time.
Oh, man.
Dude, not only was I a Satanist, I really advocated.
You hated fuckers.
I was a total misanthropist. I hated human beings. Misanthropic through and through, balls to bone.
You're a bit of a humbug.
And the Satanists that were trying to groom me for higher levels of involvement in the worldwide network and hierarchy of dark occultism were always trying to sell me on, if you go further, if indeed you do fully come up into our ranks, we're going to groom you for the Club of Rome. We want to take you into the Club of Rome. Was what was said to me by certain people, because they knew my psychological profile. They do extensive psychological profiling when they bring you into their groups, what they call grottos, at least in Satanism. They do. And the coven wasn't a term that was used. Grotto was the term.
That's weird.
So when they had meetings, it was the gathering of a grotto.
It's where they made Hugh Hefner's grotto so famous. You got me thinking about that
Right.
now. Fuck.
So a grotto is a clearing in a forest, and this is what they consider their group gatherings.
Like always in the woods with that shit.
Grove. Right.
You know about Devil's Road?
No.
Down in on Kennett, there's a wooden wall. Like make a left, and they called it like a
Here
Devil's.
in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
It's down on Route 1, but supposedly they just cut
Not
the trees
familiar.
on an angle. But
Okay.
there's like a weird satanic house down there.
So they were prepping you for the club. Thank God you went fucking.
Now, if
Obi-Wan
anybody
and not
doesn't know, the
Anakin.
Club of Rome is a big think tank that deals with population reduction.
Yeah, man.
They advocate for population reduction. I feel that probably this is where people like Gates and Schwab and Harari, they're working probably closely with the Club of Rome, certainly the Bilderberg Group, who is directly involved with the Club of Rome.
You would have been powerful on the dark side.
Me and my buddy Jay Parker, who was involved in generational Satanism, always joke you could have been Senator Passio by now. We joke around all the time.
Hold on. Generational Satanism?
Jay Parker, you're not familiar with his work?
No.
Oh, you absolutely have to be. You should get him on. Jay was involved at a much higher level of Satanism than even myself, because he was born into it.
What?
Yeah.
You heading to church on Sundays, or like what are you doing?
I mean, he was ritually abused horrifically.
Holy
with
fuck.
Electronic methods of torture. Yeah, it was bad.
That's what they do to their kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That makes sense. That is
So
fucked
you know,
up.
if you interview him, it's a brutal recognition of what this religion entails. But when you are born into it, this is what is done to you, because that's how they control their offspring.
Yeah,
and bring them into their mindset very psychopathically.
That is their deal, dude. They are going into these clearings with an owl with a Moloch, dude, a predator bird.
Yeah,
they can see in the dark. You can't. That's the deal.
Yep. That's why an owl is one of their big pieces of symbolism. Predator bird that can see in the dark where its prey can't see it.
Yeah, I mean, like this, like it takes the wind out of me, but like I think at the end of the day, the only thing I try to focus on is making my life and anyone who's involved in my life's better. Because other than that, I fucking can't control. Like,
we're pretty limited.
voting won't do dick.
Right.
All this other like going on about like all you can do is help your fucking friends and family.
You're doing what is required. Like putting out information and educating human beings is what is required. That's the great work. The great work is the work of education, morally. You know? See, the problem is most people don't know real morality. If you can't define a right, you can't define the wrongs. You have to know what the real wrongdoings are in order to know objective morality. Then, if you teach that to other people and the understanding of morality propagates, the whole human experience gets better.
I got to write down those real 7 deadly sins.
Yeah.
And, you know, to help people to understand that there's a law of freedom. People would say, well, aren't law itself and freedom diametrically opposed? No. Man's law and freedom are diametrically opposed, not natural law, not the universe's law, not the creator's law.
In my life, freedom just goes along with way more work.
Yeah.
That's true. It's easy to do evil. It's easy to do chaos. It's easy to break things down. right? It's much easier to break a glass than it is to make a glass.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
To formulate this object, a glass, is a very difficult process of manufacturing that most people would not know how to do.
Yeah.
To break a glass is easy. Throw it against the wall, it shatters in a million pieces.
Yeah, right.
Chaos is easy. Disorder is easy. Ordering and harmonizing and creating form and function and a higher level of awareness and consciousness, that's hard work. That's the opposite of entropy. That's the opposite of breakdown and disorder. That's the opposite of chaos. The creation of order involves work. The creation of order involves effort. So if we're going to order our society, the effort or the one great work is proper moral education. That's the only way out of this mess. There is no other solution.
Well, Mark, is there anything you want to say to the people listening?
I would say go to my website, whatonearthishappening.com, if you want to learn more. The bulk of my information is, of course, in my podcast series that started out as an audio podcast for the first 196 episodes, continued on as a video podcast. We're around episode 270 something right now. And if you start with the podcast, start at number 1. Proceed in order at your own pace. Don't skip around. It's a tapestry of information. I explain the world of the occult. I explain many different occult traditions. I explain all the mind control and mental manipulation, psychological manipulation techniques of the occult in the podcast. I break down certain occult traditions in depth to help people to understand their purpose, what they're really trying to teach, their allegorical systems, their symbolism. And I think if you do that, you'll get a really maximum, educational experience from my work. I also have many, many presentations and many video seminars online, so you could check them out as well. I have a ton of interviews up on my website. All of that is up at whatonearthishappening.com. And again, my main recommendation, take the podcast in order at your own pace all the way through, and a whole new worldview will open up to you.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Mark, you are the fucking
you're
man.
the man, dude. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Great interview.
Wow.
This video is brought.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you.